takes you down while you're healing your guys. So they go back to elbow. They have to use a trailblazer to confirm nobody was pushing up on it, about to take the control. And that showers. The rotation this time a little more cautious, making sure there's no one around them, but that might even play out as the fake or a disengage from an impending doom duel. Instead they reset, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, they need to make a decision on where to go, but they haven't really found a foothold anywhere.
Flash through. Crashies knowing that they still have control in this direction, and OpTiC, they've tried to play with the rotations, but ultimately they failed. This fight could be everything, and Sassy just about able to deny it. Also Pancada getting a couple of kills and doing so well off the back of his ultimate. It leaves it all on to Crashies. 20 seconds left. Chances looking impossible. The fact is he's got a rotation coming in from behind. He's going to get the TP timing almost perfect though. That should at least allow him a plant, and maybe even the Seekers as well.
Hello guys, welcome.
He's going to be quick. If they got anywhere near this side, if a player had rotated 2 seconds earlier, it could be done. And indeed it will be anyways. Loud tying it up at the half.
Hello guys, welcome. Very sorry for being late. Yeah.
Things of the world on. But Loud are challenging for that crown in the
I saw FNS, पता लग रहा है क्या बात है. I saw FNS taking that kill and I was like, oh, gotta stream man. I have to stream. Prediction क्या है? OpTiC 2-0 and then DRX 2-1.
I think their game plan was being shut down in the first part of that game, but the recovery to make things even, and a big part of that was Auspice and his kind of step up on the Raze thus far in this map. This guy had a priority to hold.
बताओ कैसे हो? I'm fine. Hello Malab, hello Kashmir, hello Fur, hello Sarius, hello SR3 भाई. Thanks Dikta. VLT न्यू रोस्टर के बारे में क्या सोचे आपकी? अच्छा रोस्टर है bro. Deadly knows how to play other agents. रेज और नियॉन तो मैंने ही सिखाया इन द सेंस कि मैंने ही उसको जबरदस्ती खेलना चालू करवाया है. रेज नियॉन मेरे अंडर रेज और नियॉन उसने सीखा है थोड़ा बहुत जितना भी सीखा है. एंड आई एम श्योर हाय नोटी आई एम श्योर ही विल लर्न मोर एंड मोर विद such brilliant players beside him. I have no doubt.
They managed to pull it through with their strong side, weak side. Strong side's getting that information with the Sky or the Fade and getting those rotations in.
It was just interesting in general though, because they came with such a different plan from what you would expect. And it was Aspas a lot diving through that teleporter to get the retakes going in such an aggressive manner. And to me, I'm looking at Aspas on the other side.
रेस का डबल सैचल अभी भी याद है. हाँ भाई देख और को याद है. फाइन पे डबल सैचल सिखवा रहे थे हम.
You can't get those kills on B without double satcheling into
नियॉन के स्टंट्स के लाइनअप सिखाए थे उसको असेंट पे. I feel proud. I feel proud of his journey, you know. इसको म्यूट कर देता हूँ साले को. I feel proud of his journey, you know. Hello, had exams, couldn't come to past streams. I didn't stream at all, Rishit, so you're welcome.
I think as we look ahead to the tap, the priority will really be on those two initiators.
So yeah, I feel proud that. By the way, Rishit, my mom told me the package arrived. I saw the jersey. It looks so good, man. That will look so good on me. That looks so good on me. Not that I'm propositioning कि VLT में मेरे को ले लो, but आगे का क्या पता future का. G in Istanbul, yep, Namo. G in Istanbul. I was watching Hell Ranger stream actually. Office लगा, साथ में stream जो है notification देखते हैं. Thank you, Naughty man.
Very nice of you. OpTiC have a 14-3 record coming in here.
Let's see the pistol.
Time and time again, we've mentioned the teams they've beaten even at this tournament and in recent memory. Some of the best in the world.
Again, the basic, such a basic setup with Sky there. I don't like Sky at Belong. I have not liked it for like even when I was in Bonkers. मेरे और मिनी में थोड़ी कहा वो होती थी बहस. And so streaming, no problem, man. The arena looks so damn good. I'm gonna make a prediction. Any team that loses today wins the final. Okay, Devang, welcome and brave prediction.
Completely reset the plan, and the trades are going again in OpTic's favor, or at least they were. Les has managed to turn it back. And what a couple of headshots out of him! A pistol for Loud, but
bold prediction.
from OpTiC. They've got their TP back. Yay, delays.
Also, I like the frenzy buy from OpTic, but it's just the setup is so
And less.
primitive.
Everything top speed, man. Everything Godspeed, Godspeed.
Hey CCV, thank you for subscribing, man. भैया नया circuit का gold level है, मजा आएगा. हाँ, and also we'll talk about the circuit after the first map. Guest आया क्या? Today we will have guests. First of all, we'll have Sirius and Sushant. I don't know where they are. Let me just text them.
With 4 bullets. Could get close. Luckily, the first doesn't land.
You know, he's only got 3 left.
Only kill half your team.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
not so worrying anymore.
Sirius and Sushant will be here.
Which I completely
We
agree with as a
might have Legia here.
the delay the Crashies has been able
RNT 619 से continue करेंगे क्या? नहीं.
to rotate in towards this B side. They've left Yay behind to play solo. But if this isn't cleared properly, this could actually get pretty dangerous for Loud.
It's actually a good setup. They are showing just 2 players, but there are 2 players behind him as well. And now they've given info of a 3rd player and 4th player as well. So now they know there are 4 players here. Why is Loud still insisting on going here?
Time to make a decision. This is a scary
Chalu already.
to be in. Look, classics on their own, you should be able to take them down. But then they have these cross.
आ जाओ भाई Sirius, आपका इंतजार है.
3 players able to swing at any time. That causes problems. The flash was good. The follow-up not there with Sassy eliminating
VLT Deadly से VLT कैसी दिख रही है? अच्छी दिख रही है. Legia, Bloss, Sirius और सुशांत the regulars हैं. Winner of
That's all it really was. He had the extra C and
Winner of VTT's guest win though.
actually just
Damn.
him through the wall. He's got no headhunter bullets left.
Winner of VCT's guest win though.
A few of them earlier, and that made it less.
Let's see.
Only a single player lost.
Let's see if DRX win. Maybe Sushant can pull some strings.
This round for Loud.
If OpTiC win,
They don't lose anyone.
there's no chance. If FPX wins, Arey Breezer, hello.
Have going into a bonus.
I might.
Very quickly.
Let's see. I can maybe do something. I haven't ever used my sources, but I may be able to do something because
well, I mean, less is
of a
gone.
very
When we're talking about playing inside a pit,
very primitive, बहुत ही पुराना प्राचीन of an ancient relationship in the sense acquaintance.
players here destroy some utility.
सुशांत तो प्रो सीन ज्वाइन कर रहा है. FPX लो ब्रैकेट किंग्स. वेट लॉस कैसा चल रहा है? I've lost like 3.25 या 3.2 kilos. लास्ट टाइम भी यही हुआ था. OpTic out of reach. Yeah, man, OpTic I don't know anyone.
Might change their mind a little bit.
If it was Sentinels, we might have been able to get Veltis because Sushant knows Veltis.
To nade out. Was it on the cross?
All Zenio question.
But it's at the expense of Aspas. And they're still just trapped towards this position. Also the deep hold that's there.
We did have someone from DR. We had Paperthin here. If you guys know Paperthin, he's practically part of DRX.
Try and ace this out. Could even
Loud
get
Jeeto.
the
Loud we can maybe.
that final man.
Maybe we can. Loud as well.
Wants him to go for this, although it seems
Because Sushant knows Noin and Mimosa also knows Noin. So maybe we can.
The ace could be his. It's a 3v1 though.
Ceres, where are you, Ceres?
Close the round out any way you can. And it's with Victor on the floor.
is. That's not bad from Pancada. He was in a horrible scenario.
But it's a good round for Loud nevertheless.
Having his orbital strike online, which is now only one
But
way.
the good thing about OpTic is now they have the Raze ult or something. I think they have one ult, so they can use that to maybe convert this round
Very true.
and sort of gain an advantage. OpTic FTW.
Ripples coming
OpTic
into the
FTW.
rounds, and ultimately you're playing up against weaker weapons. So altogether, yes, they've recovered that nicely in the final seconds. That's why
Yeah, they have the Raze ult.
one guy running down to try get the ace. Unfortunately,
Let's go,
sometimes
OpTic.
Let's go.
one round between them and OpTic.
Hello.
Well, I
Nice entry by Sirius. Nice entry. दिल की बात बोल दी.
the rifle.
भाई कभी खेलेगा तो बोलना. I got on my PC after a month. यार you
Judge
absolutely भाई. We were actually looking for a 5th.
Get the kill. The judge giveth and the judge taketh away. That has gone as badly as it
अरे
could.
आठ आया ना?
Okay,
Hello?
Aspas is gonna be a little
8 नहीं ब्रीजर की बात कर रहा हूँ.
to get him healed up,
अच्छा, अच्छा.
unfortunately. Sadak is on the other side.
Damn.
Sponsored.
Re-aggressive, but he loses
तने
as well.
4 महीने से पैसे दे रहा है पर वॉड नहीं ले रहा. वॉड रिव्यू.
that judge would have taken him
शीट
down.
नहीं, अगर मैं होता तेरी जगह तो अभी तक 8 वॉट ले लेता.
Fantastic game Aspas is playing here today. Now the advantage for Loud. Let's see how they can close it out.
What is this inappropriate behavior?
DRX plays 11-man roster. The fourth coach has just joined them, and they also signed a Korean player who has Brazilian roots. I think so. They signed him yesterday. कल sign किया ना serious?
किसको?
DRX ने एक कोरियन प्लेयर साइन किया जो ब्राजील से मीका नाम है उसका.
Yes.
For their academy. और क्या करूँगा?
That just confirmed ना कि Anakaso is not in the academy also.
हाँ.
For the time being, जब यहाँ मैंने उससे DM कर रहा था, he said कि I'm not really handling it, but just like touching it.
हाँ.
छू रहा हूँ academy के लोगों को. I mean,
Bye. Hello. I would take VOD review, but I don't want to inflict mental damage to Godspeed by showing him my spike rush race plays. Hey man, I'm up for literally any VOD reviews, CCV, anytime.
अरे CCV, what you can do is before end tournament, you can ask Godspeed to make you notes.
Yeah, I am down for that as well. Yup.
Double perks. And you will be compensated because you're getting paid for tournament.
Yes.
For free.
Long
like
time no
paid
see.
for your notes.
Oh भाई हेलो भाई serious बहुत सही आइडिया देके रखा है serious नहीं.
You have to think like Guju.
You make notes. Oh, that's brilliant, CCV. वो तो कर लूँगा. 70 लाख का कोई ऐसे लाना आ रहा. ऋषित नहीं ऐसा नहीं बोलते ऋषित.
अरे guys, coach से याद है guys, congratulations लिखो Godspeed को. Time to congratulate Godspeed on becoming the official coach of Khuna Khuni Sports.
कौन ला रहा है 70 लाख का भाई बता दो भाई. ये नहीं बता सकते ना. अब देखो इतना तो पता चल गया ना कि 70 लाख का लाइन आ रहा है. 70 लाख नहीं बोलूंगा एग्जैक्टली बट
conversion issues.
हाँ कन्वर्जन इश्यूज. सीसीवी को गेम आता है थोड़ा उसका रिव्यू कर ले काम भी आएगा. मैं क्या करूंगा VOD review लेके रैंक में अप्लाई कर. कांग्रेस Godspeed को जो क्या हाल है बजाज भाई. आई एम गुड लॉलियर. थैंक यू ध्रुव. आई एम
सीरियस उदास है क्या आवाज में? तुझे तो आदत लग गई होगी तने अब तो.
उदास नहीं है भाई. इसका अच्छा तने ने लिखा हट साइड.
तने तो है ही.
गेम आता है बट गेम खेलना भी होता है उसके लिए. डैम आई प्ले स्पाइक रश. नो जोक 100+ hours only as raise in spike rush.
100k isn't supposed to be 80 lakhs because of the recent price spike.
Lead main roster coach, so I'm sort of an assistant coach.
No, he's second coach.
हाँ मतलब
Legia coach 1, Godspeed coach 2.
No, Legia is head coach.
Assistant is like assistant to the regional manager. The Dwight Schrute.
वो तो भाई लोग बोलने के लिए बोलते हैं.
You are the Dwight Schrute on the last episode. Who got the girl, who got the company, who got everything. And I'm the Jim. क्या? What is his last name?
Jim Carrey?
नहीं Jim Carrey. अरे Jim Carrey, Jim Parson नहीं.
और Jim Parsons?
Jim का नाम Jim का last name क्या रहता है?
कौन सा Jim?
अरे The Office का.
नहीं Jim Parsons नहीं है. Jim Parsons तो वो हो गया.
Jim Parsons तो Big Bang Theory
वाला है. Godspeed is the Malak Popat of Bleed. Hello Sushant.
Yeah.
Here comes the fifth member of the Bleed Esports Valorant 2023 VCT circuit.
Yes, guys, please congratulate Sushant.
Sushant made it, guys. He's living the dream.
Yeah.
From analyst to pro player, he did it.
Everything, yeah.
John Krasinski.
Anything is possible.
Imagine, guys, a VLR journalist reporting on an RIB analyst who is also the analyst of an esports team, and he is then promoted to being a player on this team. Imagine, guys, what a storyline.
The arc is real.
I mean, what can this man not do?
Yes.
I mean, I would like to officially take away my title of Johnny Sins of esports and give it to Sushant. Tactical.
Oh, भाई.
Nice, yeah,
सुशांत का न्यूज टैक्टिकल रब पे देखा भाई. Congratulations. सुशांत. हाँ भाई.
भाई you guys should read the Twitter.
That guy steals all my posts and never tells me, man. It's not the first time. Many a times that guy steals my post.
कौन वो कोरियन बंदा?
No, it's that news guy on YouTube.
Yeah, tactical rab. Yeah. Hello Arpit.
Damn.
It's John Krasinski. जो CC पे बोल रहा
वो
है.
तो रियल नाम है ना?
हाँ.
मतलब इन गेम नाम.
In
शो नाम.
हाँ, in game नाम Jim something है.
शो नाम उसका लास्ट नहीं आता यार. Halpert, Jim Halpert.
हाँ,
Yes.
भाई ये नाम कैसे याद रहेगा? Congrats Sushant. Always knew Bleed was wasting the talent when he was an analyst. Yep.
Of course.
Oh!
Oh my god, yeah. Is it good or bad decision? Ooh.
James Halpert, yeah. Jimothy Halpert.
Damn bro, loud. OpTiC down bad, eh?
तने is like, अब समझा वैलो क्यों नहीं खेलता हूँ. खेलता है मेरे साथ. VCT लेवल प्लेयर हो गया है. सुशांत. Yep, true.
Franchise level player है बंदा.
जी franchising बाहर नहीं हो गई तो है.
अभी जो हेलो इंडिया का पोस्ट आया था ब्लीड के ट्विटर पे, वो that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
अभी कल आएगा हेलो नेपाल फ्लैग.
I mean, it always, yeah. Then next will be Hello Qatar.
कतर का कौन सा फ्लैग है वो भी डाल देता हूँ.
Yeah, I mean, Hello Qatar. Then Hello Singapore.
Yes.
Then Hello Canada.
Yeah, hello Canada.
Oh my god, what?
I mean,
The day I played
sadly,
it,
there's no
it
flag.
was-
There's no flag for Punjab, but there should have been one. Hello
No, there
Punjab.
is.
A G-Wagon.
Just put a G-Wagon or something, you know.
Just put like a fucking expensive ass car. Or maybe you can put tractor as well.
हाँ. G partnered lead है भाई. G franchising से बाहर नहीं हो गई तो VCT Pacific. No, that has been changed. SD. First of all, welcome. The wording has been changed to not confuse anyone.
We are bullies. We had to change it.
Yeah. But I mean, who cares? If G is partnered, that's a cause for celebration.
एक रीजन ने एक $multi-billion कंपनी को
झुका दिया भाई.
के UI UX डिजाइनर की जॉब खतरे में डलवा दी.
सही में.
Sorry, वेब डेवलपर जॉब खतरे में डलवा दी. You know, he had to contact the UX designer, the UI designer to make the box a bit longer. He had to send him a mock-up, has to get approved. The web developer has to integrate that into the website, and he has to write the fucking thing, and he has to redeploy the whole
I've always
website
loved
to
the
it.
site.
So much work.
Bhai, Sirius is absolutely correct. Imagine
हमने
the
एक
power that we hold.
अगर सोचो वो घर चला जाता उस रात उसकी छुट्टी जल्दी हो गई होती. This would be a national issue. मोदी कल बोलता है riot इंडिया से बैन.
When technically Southeast Asia includes South Asia.
South Asia, yeah. High plus ratio.
Carlo celebrated. Yeah, if G gets selected, it's a cause for celebration. If G doesn't get selected, it's a cause for celebration as well, because that means we still have a big challenge to put India on the map. Watchparty भाई वो अल्ट बता दो जो अभी FNS ने करे कैसे करते हैं, ड्रॉ करके दिखाओगे तो हेल्प. अरे ऋषित ओके. देखो ये जो एरिया है ना, यहाँ पे करते हैं अल्ट. एटलीस्ट जस्ट इसके बाहर जाके यहाँ पे इन करोगे वो अल्ट पूरा यहाँ तक जाता है. पूरा अल्ट यहाँ पे करना पड़ेगा तुमको अल्ट. What do you think, Sushant? What is happening? Is OpTiC coming back?
Oh, OpTiC will definitely come back.
They have the best player in the world, so why not?
Yeah.
OpTiC for the win. I don't know what's the most curious part is that Ye always switches to his dandy little gun after he shoots from an operator.
Yeah, because the
Like,
switch
if I
time
was-
is so quick, na. It is good.
But like, if he knows there's gonna be multi-tag, why not just back off and get repositioned? Because his TPs are very good. वो पैसिव नहीं लगाता है DPs अपने, if you notice.
His TPs are
Second
good.
TP is always somewhere where he can re-peek if he wants.
And he's actually one of the safest, अगर बोला जाए तो, in terms of
Safest है, but
chambers.
The way he's so confident with his
Yes.
pistols, he's like, मैं कर लूँगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
G is partnered with Riot. It got leaked again today. Damn. Wonka is elusive. Oh, this is such a good Viper Spit.
ये वो situation हो गया जैसे Icebox with CTs.
हाँ, तने का याद आ गई. कैसी गंदा पिट किया मैंने.
Bro, like I remember it was my cousin.
Yeah.
My cousin in Mumbai. I think it was during Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And wait, I think it was some that time Sky Sports had some regional casting, right? Hindi casting or something.
Yeah.
And he sent me a clip, and the guy, the caster, I don't know who it was. He was calling Marved.
Yes.
I mean, I cringed the fuck out.
भाई, I have also heard आसपास के आसपास कोई भी नहीं टिक पा रहा. ESM had the best R6 analyst, man. Miss that guy. But भाई आज तो चमक रहे हो. Thank you, man. Easy for ESM. Breed versus the Samurai. Who wins?
Depends who plays. If the current me plays, then obviously I'll win.
No, I think E-Samurai R6 was actually the highlight of E-Samurai, to be honest.
और मैं जो R6 डेड हो गया.
भाविन भाई के तो मजे हैं भाई. हाँ भाई रोब.
We play some good tournaments though.
Yup.
I like that.
ये ESM का R6 roster was
So much
definitely
money
good. ESM actually invested in a few good things. Like the content creator Harsh खेल रहा है. ठीक है, if you guys don't know. Look at how big he is now. So that was a actually shrewd investment. It's just that the org sort of liquidated, but closed. Some of their decisions were actually good. Some of them were not so good. Less is popping off. Dude, not just less. This Molly saved them the round literally from Pancada.
फिर आप मतलब आप 9 बजे तो नहीं खेलोगे ना? Because you have stream.
नहीं यार, तो भाई आज के 2 मैचेस तो बम्पर मैचेस हैं.
But this is upper finals. The next one is obviously lower finals.
DRX was FPX, भाई.
Should have been DRX versus XX.
OpTiC has got to be the most consistent. हाँ.
VLR में they put turret besides that.
हाँ, I saw. Why is the quality?
You know, there is still no data on that game. It's only the last round and the 6 OT rounds. Yeah. Like all the data, like everything, like ACS, whatever you want, it's not there.
Yeah.
It got overwritten, so it's not there anymore.
But why did it get overwritten?
I asked some people and they said that because the match ID changed. So there was a match ID that had 24 rounds before, then it got changed to a new match ID, and the new match ID only has the last round and the 6 OT rounds. The old match ID apparently got deleted by Riot.
But Riot deleted it, right?
I don't know. It's not even there in the API. So I asked some people I asked some people as well, and they told me that you remember that in the last Champions that Vivo key thing happened.
Yeah.
So there is still no data for the original match. You know where that cam glitch happened.
Yeah.
So maybe they just override the data till
But doesn't it sound a bit fishy?
It's like they're hiding something. Conspiracy time.
Yeah. भाई 3 हफ्ते हो गए वीडियो
I mean, even if they wanted to hide, what will they hide? Like everything is there on the stream.
Yeah.
It's just they need to hire better people.
It's a little bit extra work, that's all.
But maybe they found something that is causing the bug.
Economy rounds in weaker rounds, a lot of the time you're going to want to try and pressure into this A site because a lot more favorable angles, a lot more space to take.
Okay, I'm stylish.
What do you think about VLTPix player? Beautiful, brilliant addition as a player. Coach, I have known about him since his entity days, but he's always been a player. This is the first time he's transitioning into a coach, and that too in Valorant. He was playing in CSGO up until 2 months ago. Not even, yeah, 2.5 months ago. So I don't know what to make of it. But obviously he's experienced and he knows people, so.
OpTiC already have hookah control and deep B long control. So they're not going to be rotating anybody off any of their angles on the A.
3 हफ्ते हो गए वीडियो कहाँ आएगी वीडियो भाई, I'm very sure आएगी वीडियो. अभी ऐसे भी इसका हाइप चल रहा है, अभी वीडियो डाल के भी क्या फायदा. Bad love in R&D, Knight Rider got benched or someone else. I don't want to speculate, man. But whoever got benched will most likely. It is unlikely that R&D go for a 6-man roster, so it will be a 5-man roster. So whoever gets benched.
Also joining R&D, no?
See, guys, I don't know all this. This is serious thing. Part of this.
जब भी Fox को बोला ना R&D हो शर्मा जाता है.
तो
That's a leak.
What will be GE roster changes if they make franchise? No idea, dude.
I read people.
To be honest, I know a couple of players they were interested in, and we took their APAC region took their players already. So.
Brazil took down NA on their own map.
Dude, Loud was so
Brazil has taken down NA before. It's not the first time.
Yeah.
But race team की बात कर रहा है. Back in their own map. They should have won bind.
Bazooka.
Look at Mr.
GG's by GG's. Franchise news.
So good.
Hello Big C. Hello Vishal. Vishal.
उस पे कमेंट नहीं करना चाहिए था.
Hello Dan Gamer.
One or two rounds versus a team where they look a little confused, where they're caught off guard, and they have to call those pauses and say, okay, but they figure
Tattoo buff. Yeah, tattoo buff. And now the entire Indian community has actually gathered around Sadhak for support because of his tattoo.
I agree with what you said earlier. It's not a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination.
किसका?
This was a close game.
Sadhak. He has a tattoo na Om Sai Ram bolke.
Oh.
So now the entire Indian community is like, wo mera hai. Do you know which tournament upcoming in India? There are 6 to 7 lands in the next 4 months, guys.
Pretty sure he probably, just like me, went to Kasol or somewhere, got high and got that tattoo.
No, but Sadhak is actually a Sanskrit term. Ominous.
Okay, then I don't know.
September 26th is the day. Let's see, Karan. When are you guys shifting to Seoul bootcamp? Who says we are? No.
अरे अभी तो जगह फाइनल नहीं हुआ.
Hello net.
अभी क्या शिफ्ट?
Kasol got high. I mean, there is no other reason you would go to Kasol. Okay, very honestly, you don't go to Kasol to eat pahadi Maggie. Okay.
That is not even that good.
Now it's not good. पहले बहुत अच्छा हुआ करता था. Now तो it's just हर एक जगह तुमको Maggie मिल जाएगी पहाड़ में. Like because there are so many tourists now. It is people have poisoned the place sort of. True malformation. Knuckles. Yeah, his parents are Rambhakt. I don't know. सुशांत कैंसिल होगा मत बोलिए सब. No, इसमें क्यों कैंसिल होगा?
हाँ उसने कौन सा आज VCT खेलना है? अगले साल से है ना वो तो.
हाँ. Overcrowded. Yeah, overcrowded.
बचा हुआ पूरा साल फिर और क्या है?
Which is why go to Puducherry.
I'll get caught for what is that, doping? I mean,
Doping
it's not doping. What do you call it?
Doping is like steroids, right?
They're still hidden.
No, but I mean not doping, but taking beneficial extra benefit. I don't know what you fucking call it, man.
Yeah.
Advantages.
Performance enhancers.
some perform. But how will we perform enhance your performance? Won't it,
Concentration, dude.
like,
Concentration.
increase your performance. Like,
There was anyway the CSGO Adderall case, right? Do you guys know?
Yeah, I
Immortals,
know,
the
I know.
Party wala
Cloud9.
case.
Many, and I mean, I don't want to name on stream, but I know many people who do it.
No, but
And,
like Cloud9
yeah.
was the most highlighted one. Like everybody used to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying, right? You are, what is that? You are guilty until you get caught.
Yeah.
So those guys got caught, but I know so many people who never got caught.
Yeah, definitely. Adderall will enhance. It was tested in CSGO. Yeah, I remember old C9. Yep. Riot has said league teams will be shifted to Seoul for bootcamp and will take some time. Yeah, but before that, there is also the pre-tournament, right?
No, then but that is in Brazil, right?
Yeah, that is in Brazil in February, March.
Let's fucking go. I'm excited to go in January. मजा आएगा.
इंडिया में मिलता है क्या Adderall? हर जगह मिलता है guys, but it's a prescription thing and I would advise you not to take it unless you have a real prescription. Like you can ask your doctor, he can run checks on you and see if it is healthy for your body, because it will fuck up your body a lot. Trust me. Do you think franchise teams have been decided? Yes, God, IGL. Science experiment के लिए. Sao Paulo, Brazil, holy shit. Yeah. I'm very hyped to know about the rosters rather than the teams. I don't really care about the names of the teams. I care about the names of the players. Rofil and franchise team possible है क्या? नहीं भाई. I think I have ADHD, तो मिलना तो चाहिए, बस डॉक्टर मिल जाए.
If there would be like let's say an Indian org gets into franchise and they would have to rebuild, he would be the first player I'd pick.
Who? Rossi?
Rafuel.
No,
Rafuel.
Rafuel.
I would pick Hellfighter.
Hellfighter I can see being picked up, but I see Rossi because the team that I think is going to the franchise, they already have a good duelist.
Yeah, and also Rafuel is amazing, but Rafuel has not shown flexibility in his agents. Ayo, are we playing rand or nah? XE today though matches hain, we forgot कि आज matches hain. By the way, OpTic whole roster to TSM पता नहीं कहाँ से उड़ता हुआ news. No, that was a news. That was a rumor that TSM are interested. Red Bull पीने से ही हाथ कांप. हाँ, so I'll tell you a story, guys. I remained awake for 72 hours. So sleep deprived for 72 hours for a Techno India tournament. Okay, Techno India is the largest college festival in India, if you do not know, in terms of esports. It used to have a CSGO prize pool of 2 lakhs. Just a CSGO prize pool. Baki tournaments छोड़ के. And CSGO Pro prize pool. There used to be CSGO Amateur, this, that. 1.5 to 2 lakhs. Okay. So, remained awake for 72 hours, drank 2 Red Bulls in a row, and I could hear my beat. वो भी मुझे क्या बात. Will any team other than G even think of picking an Indian player? Realistically, yes, they might. If it's SK Rossi, they might.
Scrossi is the GOAT.
About the non-partner team, वो लोग challenges खेलेंगे. Yup, they'll play the South Asian challenges. Or some orgs can go out of South Asia and pick up rosters elsewhere as well. Wow, Harsh. Does the other jet main in India, in country, has shown that? Because Rossi got decent skills and fan following. Yeah, Pabanav. I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? You get a large part of the Indian fan base, and along with it, you get a player who knows what should be done.
Please win that eco, and then bonus round should be yours as well.
मैं आया पाजी 2 मिनट खाना खुला लेके आया.
OpTic, they gave it a good go thanks to Ye. Here he is in the aim lab shoot around, and if it's anybody that can pull OpTic,
Sushant, time for you to do one of these.
Over and over again, it feels like it's Ye.
Yeah, it always is this guy to step up and pull them out of
aim lab shoot around.
Impact rating निकाली गया.
Really good, at least to start on that.
नहीं.
But I think that for Loud, they did a very nice job of being able to shut him down and keep him from having.
Rossi overheats way too often. Even Rofil does overheat. Most of the Indian duelists, I would say, overheat. It's because of the pressure they have on the shoulders. It's because of the mentality that we have that, oh, my team is not performing. It's not just Indian. There are many players in different regions. What's up? Hello, Bhave. By the way, Sushant Bhaiya going pro hai ji? Haan, bhai. Am I the only guy who will pick RVK and Kali? I will pick Kali, definitely. I'll pick Kali and Helef. And then in terms of firepower, I'll then go for outside.
I was really happy watching
I'll go outside for some foreign imports. I prefer Deagle over Rossi though. Damn.
We call it get right.
कुछ भी
Close right on A.
इसका भी दिखाना वो Ghost वाला
Everyone else will call it clubby, but we've got weird call-outs. But what I'm saying is Victor there was isolated. He was only able to get one before it traded. And then that was when all the other soldiers were coming in, like trading out the enemy, trading out towards the backside as well.
IGL किसे लोगे?
Yeah, I mean, I know you're
Existence है simple पूछने की बात है
IGL.
To the next map, the question is, Sideshow, can Loud keep this up?
Yeah, definitely they can. Ascent is already an area where they're favored, I think. Their defense side is absolutely bonkers on Ascent. Their attack side, not so much.
Good question, man.
Good here, but the first map was the one.
Look at the IGLs that are available right now.
Heading into the next two, their odds
I don't know.
slim. The advantage.
Yeah, maybe I'll get Crazy Guy. Yeah, I'll get John Olsen as a duelist. Definitely Crazy Guy. And then maybe I'll get Darion. I'll get Darion as a sort of chamber and duelist. IGL side. No, but I have Helef and Excali already, na? So how would I go for PTC then? IGLs are hard to find right now, if not worse. Yeah.
PTC was IGLing, right?
He's not IGL, but he can IGL. You forgot Lenny? Yeah, Lenny is there. Definitely there, but I mean, Lenny and Crazy Guy, Crazy Guy can IGL as well, so I would prefer Crazy Guy. So G का roster changes की possibilities है definitely. I think there might be roster changes because obviously they also know that with this roster they won't be able to qualify for Masters at least. 3 Indians plus 2 international चाहिए क्या draft के लिए? No. Tane, you need 3 Asians basically. For the Asian League, you will need 3 Asians plus 2 international you can have. You need minimum 3 Asians. No longer Indians and all. For challenges, ऐसे challenges you need 3 South Asians. Let's say if you want to compete in the MYSG challenges, you need 3 MYSG people. I am Asian too. If I had franchise slot, my probable top 5 would be Rofil, William, Delta 10, Lightning Class, Roach 5. Loliet. We wouldn't get anywhere with this roster. Volvo, Rossi plus 3 imports, I think for G. Maybe yes, I think.
Will Nats get imported to some NA org?
Maybe. अगर same roster से गया G तो GGCU in 2050 कम बात होंगे. I mean they know that as well. So basically 1 Indian plus 2 APAC plus 2 international most realistic option. Yup. I would love that. I would even go and say you can get 2 Indian plus 3 international. Rofil, Lightning Mass, Helef, Harika, Antidote to Impact. Abhinav, the thing is, if you take 5 Indians, you're not going to win. It's just the reality in franchise. You can have an academy or a second roster. You can develop players where ultimately you can field a 5-man Indian roster in the future. But now, right now, shooter can be a great pick for aggressive duelist. Visa problems, Vishal. You have to be in Korea, in Seoul, for more than for the entire split, for the entire league, which will run, I think, 3 months, 8 weeks, so like 2 months.
The last pistol round we saw, it looked like OpTiC were going to win both of them, but we had less. A hero stepping up with fantastic kills. It was the high-speed moment over in the.
मैं तो लाउड पे पैसे लगाने वाला था, क्यों नहीं लगाया मैं भूल गया.
अच्छा हुआ नहीं लगा.
जीत गए ना पहला मैप.
Re-aggression. They were ready for the re-aggression. Now it's a mid-B split. Mid-B split is too strong on the pistol round. Ascent, I feel.
He's a madman. Absolute madman, but the flash is even better. Even still, though, Sadak and Pancada.
Now we're prepared for these surprise pushes as well.
It's not pretty on the first, but he still manages to get the kill.
Okay.
Paranoia as well. Here's the steps coming behind him. Isolates one duel.
NT.
He can't keep it for too long.
Your team for franchise league? I'd say I'd go for SK Rossi and maybe I'd take Excali. क्या बजड़ है भाई? Who gets to participate? Right, shortest dog. Yeah, for the partner dogs. Cyber. लेकिन ऋषि भाई ने बोला था कि हम 5 गोरे लेके आए और जीत ले तो वो इंडिया नहीं. हाँ तो 5 गोरे कोई नहीं बोल रहा है SR3. Vishal, my team for franchise league, I would go for SK Rossi, Excali maybe. Or SK Rossi, Hellfighter, but Hellfighter won't leave mostly.
That also means there's a lot of VOD, a lot of tape out there on how they like to play.
I don't know.
You know how difficult rematches.
Can G make it? Hopefully God, IGL. Oh, that's such a good recon.
Quite a bit of space. They're only up against classics. The headhunter in play as well. The utility crew reveals.
It's because they're firing from A shot, so उनका ध्यान A shot पर रहेगा, and then the recon. Again, louder, prepared for OpTiC every surprise push. It's like they already have made it. But they've been very inconsistent. Why? That is why. Maybe just keep SK Rossi and Hell Ranger and Lightning Fast as a third, like sixth player here. All the best, me. You pass with just 1 marks. हाँ भवे. All the best by exams. Hellfighter won't leave for a franchise team. सांपों के खेत में तितली किधर से आ गई? Because he has a contract, right? Buyout और वो सब बहुत दिक्कत वाली बात हो जाएगी. मम्मा. जो से cold puffs बना रहा है.
आज mainstream quality थोड़ी गंदी है.
हाँ.
थोड़ा blood आ रही है.
Blood आ रही है जबकि 1080 p किया हुआ देख.
1080 p है.
क्या हुआ?
1080 p में भी क्वालिटी थोड़ी अजीब आ रही है सीरियस. अच्छा ट्विच पे.
नहीं? मेरा तो
ठीक है. और गंदी है.
नहीं मेरी ठीक आ रही है. और ब्लरी.
मेरी नहीं आ रही 1080 p. DM definitely Soumyadeep. DM is a very good player. My favorite player is Deathmaker basically in India. अगर टॉप टीम चैंपियंस
बीच में हो रहा है.
क्या बोल रहा है सीरियस?
मैं कहा एक बीच में हो गया होगा.
हाँ ये भी हो सकता है.
अभी अब थोड़ा ठीक हो. हल्का सा ठीक.
आज व्यूअरशिप पे देखना कितनी 107,000.
हाँ आज तो होगी भाई.
और बहुत ज्यादा
लोड हुआ था ट्विच पे. अरे डिड यू हियर द न्यूज़ लाइक US ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स विल बी नाउ स्ट्रीम्ड ऑन ट्विच.
वाओ.
All US Senate official events and जो भी होती है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस वगैरह.
क्या बात है भाई. ट्विच W.
अरे जो बड़े इन चैट वाला वो जो मीम था ना उसके से भी कहते हैं कि है.
Karan, you cannot make after the Brazilian tournament because only the partner teams will be allowed to go to the Brazilian tournament.
Out and he doesn't even need to get out of there, sitting comfortably with a man advantage now.
It's a big year for Brazil though. इस साल major है.
Oh हाँ Rio, they opened up more people to come. Damn bro. Brazil going huge.
My favorite player is Lightning Fast. He's very good.
Brazil में ना vibes बहुत आती हैं.
Yeah.
मजे हैं. Next level.
And Brazil is iconic. Like, let's say I grew up on football, not cricket. Okay, so for me, Brazil is like the mecca for me. Someone like me who's worshipped football for so many years. God चाचा वो aim training. यार champions खत्म होते ही अगले दिन आएगी. Champions में निकाल के क्या करूँगा? सब तो champions देखेंगे. Brazilian popular team. For me, Germany.
dry swinging into the angles isn't always the best approach with kill after kill going
ये को नहीं
Loud's way.
मारना था.
Oh, nice.
Through and Victor's got two. Pancada stuck below. A good kill, but he needs to survive. Up close now, Crashy's good.
Oh, he's gonna cancel it. He's gonna cancel it. No?
Nah, he shouldn't cancel it.
Instead, he'll use this
I thought वो
position
like fake वाला करेगा.
Beautiful from Pancada. वो Brimstone का molly and this ult दोनों चीज clutch so far भाई. Find में Brimstone का molly के वजह से they won the 12th round. And this round is also very crucial because if they lost this round, it would have been 2-2 for OpTiC, and then economy would have favored OpTiC. Brazil as a country supports the sports and esports team perfectly. Yeah.
And I think he actually dinks up the final player as well, almost solo retaking versus the entirety of Loud. The problem now is what's left on the other side. Weaponry.
Big brain over. Look at Chet.
Look at Chet, bhai.
Victor थोड़ा ज़्यादा चला गया.
That used to be me when my team lost a round. I was like, oh.
Suck that.
I'm telling you guys, the best thing is to record coach का पूरा audio, पता है? Because coach खुद से बहुत बात करते हैं. I'm not even lying. Every coach talks to himself a lot during the match. Imagine having Legia's like पूरा voice, पूरा वो उसका thoughts.
Thoughts तो पता नहीं voice तो है मेरे पास.
पूरा.
मतलब 90%.
क्या बात है भाई.
Usually ऐसे half time में कभी-कभी बंद कर देता हूँ.
पर हाँ.
calls होती है ना.
हाँ. Rapid goalless बस watch party ना करे, Loud आराम से जीते. Coach is the first critic of the team before audience. Harsh. अरे coach is also self-critic as well. Coach बोल दिया. Coach is also self-critic as well because what they are playing, he's the one responsible for that play as well. So game खेलना सीखना होगा. I think I'm coach material. That's good. There will be surely transfer period in which, yeah, there will be a transfer period. मैं भी coach हूँ, मैं भी अपने आप बात करता हूँ. क्या बात? This is a very dire situation for OpTiC. We might just have a 2-0.
Well, this might be a 2-0. And I'll be very sad. But I'll be very optimistic.
Yeah. यार भैया इन राइट वालों ने ये तो बोल दिया कि टॉप टीम्स क्वालिफाई होंगी मास्टर्स के लिए, लेकिन ये नहीं बोला हर लीग से कितनी. हाँ, वो अभी तक नहीं बताई है. Most likely it will be 3 from every league and the extra slot so 3 plus 3 plus 4, which means 10 teams. 10 teams will qualify for masters. Considering the com OpTiC is playing with IC2, so will they choose an Indian? What will be the bleed lineup? Will they choose an Indian? I mean, we are choosing Sushant, right? So
he's Indian.
He's Qatari.
Qatari, Nepali, Indian. He's Canadian. He's actually Canadian. Qatar का QA, नेपाल का NE और Indian का DIAN.
Wow.
He's actually Canadian.
Someone design a flag for him. उसकी jersey पे लगाने का काम आएगा.
Oh boy. Man, Malav left GE at bad time as he could have gone to Brazil. He can still fly out to Brazil. Who knows?
This could be the second. The jump spot shallow each time. If he goes out that little bit wider.
What Loud? Please lose. I want OpTic lineups. There are rumors about Juicy coming on the main lineup. Damn, Abhinav, I did not hear that. Where did you hear that? Vishal Anand. Who's Sushant?
Only कर रहा था material.
Sushant is ominous, bro. Ominous. He's an analyst for Run It Back. He's an analyst for Bleed Esports and is also very soon the 5th player of Bleed Esports.
My man going huge.
फिर से quality खराब हो गई अब एकदम से.
हाँ, अचानक से हुई फिर ठीक हो गई. Like 1 second के लिए.
कुछ नहीं processing problem.
हाँ.
Encoding.
Traffic के वजह से हो सकता है. Serious is absolutely correct. I'm coming in the main lineup. Damn, Vishal.
ऐसे से होना चाहिए क्योंकि LEC में तो वर्ल्ड्स के टाइम तो 700 के तक जाती है वॉच।
मतलब प्रॉब्लम ट्विच की तरफ से नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम राइट की तरफ से ही है। ब्लीड क्रेजी गाय वाला लीक किया था अन्ना, अन्ना ने लीक किया ये।
What?
क्या बोल रहे हो Awesome? Has Anna leaked bleed crazy guy? I don't know about all this.
Can someone share the clip or the bleed or the
अच्छा मेरे को अन्ना बोल रहा है
stream?
मैंने कब लीक किया भाई ब्लीड क्रेजी गाय? मैंने तो स्ट्रीम ही नहीं की 10 दिन।
What the fuck?
I just received a mail from bleed we are bleeding without you. Wow अर्पित,
क्या बात है?
जी का स्ट्रीम देखा आपने, क्या कूल था। यस होपफुली विल बी देयर SR3 नेक्स्ट टाइम। वॉच स्पीड को पाजी बोलोगे। अन्ना का TYFS खींच दो। नो क्रेजी गाय वाला लीक किया है, इट्स ट्रू। किसने किया है ऑसम, ये तो बताओ। Who leaked crazy guy bleed? Because I don't know. How can it be correct if I don't know?
Oh my god. Fuck.
भाई वो बंदा इतना टैलेंटेड है, उसको पता नहीं कहाँ से ऑफर्स आएंगे।
हाँ crazy guy. Everybody would be interested. Even might be G might also be interested. Yes. Sushant bro will be 5th player. Will he be IGL? Let's see. We haven't figured that out.
कॉलिंग तो कर ही रहा है वो। कॉलिंग तो कर ही रहता है।
We'll see.
सुशांत भाई मजा तो रैंक खेलने आता नहीं।
Loud strats are unbeatable. It's not the loud strats. I just feel like OpTiC's reactions have been very weird. अरे मालव पोपट ने जी छोड़ दी क्या भाई? उसने स्टेटमेंट भी दिया था अपने ट्विटर पे, तुम उसको फॉलो करो जाके ट्विटर पे। बेचारे इज्जत ही नहीं करते हो तुम लोग। ऑसम किसने? Who leaked it? Can you please tell us? Who is spreading these rumors?
अरे यार ये आई गेस एक अरे नहीं एक ट्वीट भी आया था ना कि ब्लीड क्रेजी गाय करके।
अरे बट उस पे तो था ना कि सम थाई सोर्सेज रिवील।
हाँ हाँ वो बस भाई वो कहीं से पढ़ के सुन के आ गया।
सेलुगी फ्रॉम एला।
टी-शर्ट अन्ना ना।
भाई अभी बहुत दिनों बाद टाइम मिला है फोन चलाने का। मतलब आने से फेमस हो गए। सुशांत will be IGL plus Killjoy main. Dude, he's the best breach.
Insane breach player.
Anybody know Sushant's rank? Yep, Immortal 2.
यही 3 हो गया।
Yes, वही tweet से पता चला। अच्छा, that tweet might or might not be correct. Awesome. Like, it's not necessary that his tweet is correct. That's just a report.
I don't think the report basis a tweet na. He didn't make an article out of it.
Yeah.
So that's not even a report.
Even he knows that that is not good information. Otherwise, he would have converted that into an article.
To be honest, like after reading that, like उसमें लिखा था Thai sources, so it can only be like probably someone from Scrims leaked or something. But to be honest, we don't appreciate people leaking out of this.
Yeah.
ऐसा सही नहीं रहता है. Just doesn't show professionalism.
Hello, my biggest member gifter. BT है Android यार तू. तेरे चैनल पे 10 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट किए, साला एक जन को भी नहीं मिला. पता है? सीरियस?
हाँ?
एंड्रॉइड के चैनल पे मैंने 10 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट किए, किसी को नहीं मिला।
तो किधर गया 10 मेंबरशिप?
मिला ही नहीं, पूरा स्ट्रीम भी खत्म हो गया, किसी को गिफ्ट ही नहीं दिखाया यूट्यूब।
नहीं, यू गिफ्टेड, उसका स्ट्रीम चल रहा था कि बंद था?
चल रहा था 2 घंटे तक और चला, किसी को गिफ्ट नहीं मिला।
But did he get the notification that you gifted him 10 subs?
हाँ, 10 membership.
That's very weird.
देखो रिफंड आया, मेरे को नहीं पता, मैंने चेक नहीं किया।
अगर एंड्रॉइड को नोटिफिकेशन आया है YouTube से that you have been gifted 10 subs, वो बजता है जो भी
बजा भाई,
तो
वो
नहीं,
तो बजा।
that means कि that process has been done, वो पूरा हो गया है। If someone didn't get it, that's most likely
आया रहेगा। I asked YT. अच्छा
अरे नहीं, the viewer has not claimed it yet.
हाँ, 10 सब्सक्राइबर्स भी थे क्या उस चैनल पे? भाई हर्ष, एंड्रॉइड के चैनल पे 3-4 हजार सब्सक्राइबर्स है भाई। यूट्यूब ने चौना लगा लिया, पता नहीं। इसने बोल रहा आया रहेगा, रिफंड आ गया होगा तो वापस कर दूंगा भाई एंड्रॉइड। पर तू बोल बार चैनल को बोल YouTube वालों को कि भाई मेरे को मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट लेने दो। सीरियस को देखो 2 बार कर दिया था 10-10 भूल से।
20 गिफ्ट जैसे ट्विच पे है ना लीडर बोर्ड दिखता है ऊपर छोटा सा,
वैसा दिखना चाहिए डेफिनेटली।
ऐसा तो ट्विच का सब कुछ होना चाहिए यूट्यूब पे देखा जाए तो।
ट्विच को खरीद ही लो यार यूट्यूब।
I mean they can, right? Google is fucking rich as fuck, but Amazon is also rich as fuck.
हाँ,
Very big buyout of.
मजा आ जाएगा भाई। ये लोग मेरे पे हंस रहे हैं साले। मेरे चैनल पे गॉडस्पीड मैच के बाद जरा मेरा वीडियो देखियो, ठीक है पक्का एंड। मैंने फॉक्स को किए थे गिफ्ट, रिफंड आ गया था रैंडमली। क्या बात है।
हाँ नहीं रिफंड आ जाता है।
हाँ तो आ गया होगा।
Like if no, but if the notification went through to the streamer, तब नहीं आता है because then the process is done.
पता नहीं भाई।
अगर जैसे उस दिन हुआ था ना, मैंने कहा था कि लाइक मेरा हुआ है बट आपको नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया था,
तो वो बाद में आ गया।
हाँ बट फॉर सम रीजन वेंट टू लाइक 1 घंटे बाद।
गूगल अगर ट्विच खरीद ले तो उनका सोचो जो ट्विच को गाली देके यूट्यूब आया था। सही बात है। ब्लीड इनविटेशन कैंसिल हो गया ना? नहीं उत्कर्ष, it has been postponed indefinitely. It has not been cancelled. Don't worry.
Guys, just wait for champions to.
Yeah. On Twitch topic, why G Twitch? They want to expand their audience into a more global audience because YouTube पे mostly local audience आती है. That is the only logical step.
अभी जी को साउथ ईस्ट एशिया एंड ईयू यहाँ पे फार्मिंग करना है तो दे नीड ट्विच। Actually, I'm happy that G switched though. I hope VLT and all they also make like this kind of.
I think Loco had multiple problems. First of all, their payments were very delayed from what I know during my time at RG. And also they had some issues with some things. उनका कुछ stringent ये सब था, which even with RG the deal collapsed midway. और उसका भी relationship postpone हो गया। Damn मतलब। VLT Deadly 10 भाई कैसा लगा ये न्यूज़? बहुत अच्छा लगा भाई bro. To see my students doing well is always something that I'll cherish, you know, forever. Any student of mine. Guys like कर दो जल्दी 50 likes हो जाने चाहिए जल्दी। Loud is the only team who is not hyped up about Fade, like they don't play Fade if not required. Yeah, I mean, see, Fade is good. But I would say you should play the comp that you think will give you the most value for your team. That is why there are coaches, right? नहीं तो फिर हम सब copy paste ही करते रहते. The coaches are there to decide which comp suits our team the most. अब RG का लाइनअप क्या होगा पता नहीं bro. और जो G shifting to Korea. Abhinav, everyone has to shift. See, first of all, let's do away with this clickbait thing. G is not shifting to Korea. Any partner team has to go to Korea because there'll be weekly matches up till 8 weeks. For 8 weeks, there'll be weekly matches. So imagine, will you go to and fro from Korea to India every week?
So the money. The money, the tiredness.
So G is not choosing to go to Korea. G has to go to Korea if they are partnered. It's not in their hands, bro. It's not like you guys are saying, "Arey G Korea buff, bootcamp buff." There is no bootcamp buff, Korea buff. They have to go. If they don't go, then they're not partnered. If they are partnered, they have to go. Did G come on stream or VCT? I don't know. Profexy, welcome. Radical, hello. Nevertheless, they get the franchise slot. If they don't get the franchise slot and still they go, yeah, fine. But I'm saying right now they are most likely to get the franchise slot, and then they have to go anyway.
Damn.
We are very, you know, immature with all these things. हमारे यहाँ कोई नया कोच आता है तो कोच बफ चालू हो जाता है, चाहे वो कोच कर रहा हो नहीं कर रहा हो.
Oh my god, shots fired.
He was outside. Hello Pratik. Pod Warzone, yes, I saw a little bit. Here, Seoul, LA and Berlin. Yep, exactly. So all partner teams have to be there. Look at ye, serious. उसका पोजी देखा अभी?
कॉफी नहीं है, कॉफी नहीं है, बता रहा हूँ.
Sleepy buff moment. I'm not naming Sleepy or anyone in particular. I'm just saying कि यहाँ पे पहले ही चालू हो जाता है. कोई भी कोच आए, कोई भी बाहर से आए, कोच क्या, कोई भी बाहर से प्लेयर या कोच, कोई भी है. हमारे देसी लोगों की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे. You know Beryl, yup. Yo, Godspeed just did immo on a laptop. I want to get better. Make a lot of, how do I do that? Tushar, first of all, focus on your basics. Go record your own game if possible. Maybe unlisted YouTube stream or something, and then go over your own gameplay and find out the basic mistakes. First of all, iron out your basics and then move on to something else. तू नेम नहीं कर रहा, मैं कर रहा हूँ, अनकैंसलेबल. मत बोलो यहाँ पे फैक्ट पे कंट्रोवर्सी होती है. सॉरी गाइस, बट यही है ना यार, गोरी चमड़ी की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. फाइन,
नहीं गोरी चमड़ी की वैल्यू है.
आई एम सॉरी, हमारी वैल्यू नहीं है भाई. मेरी चमड़ी गोरी नहीं, हमारी चमड़ी की कोई वैल्यू नहीं. आई मीन इट्स फाइन.
This is very sad truth, to be honest. You have such good talents here, but what do you care?
I believe in doing, you know, I do my own thing, and I'm sure I'll receive what I deserve if I continue to do what I have to do. मैं भी अपना RR रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया लैपटॉप से. Let's go Sid. चलो हाफ के बाद कमबैक देखने मिलेगा. Will be fun. How can I get a coaching session? Tushar can get a coaching session by buying my membership. It has the Bhakt membership has one free coaching session per month, or you can take it from what is the website called, Metafy. But right now my Metafy is closed because my season is open. Basically practice has started, so my Metafy is closed. My Metafy only opens when practice is not there, so I can teach people and keep myself refreshed on all these things and not become rusty. And also it is all, you will be investing in a good cause because all of that money goes to charity. Black absorbs all colors, so it's most colorful. Hello Kaushal, will be the ice breaking coach. 7C's GodspeedxD? No man, Natharva. As I said, I'm at a place I love.
अरे 7C ने कुछ अनाउंस करा ना अभी, बट आई डोंट नो हु दैट गाय इज.
पता नहीं, देखते हैं. 7C's का शायद BGMI रोस्टर का कुछ अनाउंस किया है,
बट इट्स नॉट इवन मेंशन कि वो कौन सी गेम के लिए.
हाँ, it's not mentioned. Just spin that. Wait for this month and everyone will get answers about franchise. Yup, Karan. कौन सी teams? Bleed से 7C is watered down. But who said I'm going to 7C's, guys?
लोगों ने पहले लिटरली आधा घंटे पहले अनाउंसमेंट करा. वेलकम
93 पोस्टम.
Guys, okay, so I'll tell you why people are thinking. It's because of that thing I wrote on Twitter. That is, वो मेरी लिखावट है. हाँ, वो मेरी लिखावट है. मुकद्दर ऐसा कि मैं समंदर में बह गया. मुकद्दर मतलब किस्मत को बोलते हैं, ठीक है. तो किस्मत मेरी ऐसी थी कि मैं समंदर में बह गया, बहुत दफा डूबा, पर आखिर में तैर गए. कि डूब के भी मैं लास्ट में तैर गया, मतलब I survive. You're not going to sciences, you're going to God. Wow.
That's just like how much life hard hits you, still get a backup.
Yeah.
थोड़ा वैसा वो हिंदी वर्जन है उसका.
And it sounds so good, guys. Urdu is such a lovely language.
उर्दू में लिखा है ना इसलिए.
E-star GodspeedxD. अब यही बचा है भाई. 7C's God है E-star. लास्ट में पॉन स्टार बना दो मेरे को. Damn is most used words. Oh, that was such a crucial kill by Mark. Look at this quality, bhai, serious.
बहुत गंदी है यार.
It's just the load, man. That's all. It's just the load. Look at the numbers, 120k on Twitch only.
Right.
And that's live, bro. 120,000.
Try reloading stream. We did everything, bro. This is just Game God Wolf Godspeed.
This is just backend.
Even YouTube पे जा करेंगे क्या? YouTube पे भी है.
Most likely same ही होगा because it's a multi stream ना.
हाँ. मत बोलो हमारे पर। हाँ उर्दू इतनी प्यारी भाषा है भाई। एग्जैक्टली गेम गॉड वुल गॉडस्पीड दैट इज वन टीम आई वुड लव टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ। गाइस लाइक
Oh
करो
my
इस
god,
बात
YouTube so bad. YouTube पे और इतना गंदा है what the fuck?
सेंड
नहीं
गॉडस्पीड।
नहीं YouTube पे ठीक चल रहा है।
नहीं देखना
YouTube पे भी गंदा है, मैं पहले वही देखा था। हाँ 80 गेमिंग
वैसे
गॉडस्पीड।
देखना चाहिए। I'll take 2 second jitters instead of fucking the whole game played like a block.
No, I'll watch Twitch only भाई। I know Twitch का better ही रहेगा। WS God भाई जिंदगी में कभी ऐसा हो गया ना अर्पित, मैं तेरा एड्रेस जरूर ढूंढूंगा कि तूने इस चीज को मैनिफेस्ट किया है। हाँ The world ain't all sunshine. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you. Keep you the penalty if you let it. Exactly, Professor. OpTiC Gaming Godspeed.
अजय ड्रॉप ले लो अपना।
हाँ क्लेम कर लूंगा, क्लेम आ ही गया होगा मेरे को। रियल जॉर्ज गॉड्स OpTiC wins। जापानीज स्ट्रीम देखो, क्या बात है वैसा। Yeah, guys, Urdu is such a romantic language. I just tried something. I'm a writer. I write many things. I try to share it. और लोग 7Cs कर रहे हैं। Massive respect to 7Cs and anyone. But they are not interested in me. I have had no contact with any team whatsoever. Let me just remind you. And anybody that did contact me, I've rejected all of them. This is just my blanket statement. You just need to come to Case 2. Okay, Arthur. Love you, Godspeed. Love you, Nam. What is your opinion on Exit and FPX remake? Absolutely bullshit. Should have never happened. Should have never happened, guys. That replay should have never happened. What is CA doing? CA is coaching, casting, doing a lot of things. Bro. GG loud win. Hi United fan, how are you? Hi Neo Dias.
हो सकता है
ये देखो GE on stream. Let's go.
अरे अभी आया।
Shout out.
Global esports moment, guys.
I can bring it back, boys. I can do some nice calls here. We can work the map and we can end it.
FPX जीत गए ना नहीं। Me and nobody is gonna hit us hard as like. Yeah, prophecy.
अभी देखना 10 सेकंड में ट्विटर पे क्लिप आएगा।
Yes. अपने मंदिर से आवाज
लोग चैट में लिख रहे हैं डैडी मिस्टिक पॉग। He looks like a mystic ना साइड एंगल से मिस्टिक कर लगता है।
देख अभी एक कोइंसिडेंस बताता हूँ। आज 9-3 स्कोर हुआ है and the drop today was also 9-3 spray. It's all scripted, I'm telling you.
एमी भाई तो फुल खुश।
nice.
Sorry.
एमी भाई तो कर लिए पीआर अपने ट्विटर के लिए।
It was the match yesterday 2-0. Yep, Neo Dias.
You can feel how much this round means to them. This is not one that they go into and look for some loose kills.
This is gonna be so bad for OpTiC.
जी वाले दिखेगा या एमी एंड वत्सल। Oh my god.
ये क्या है? ये
It is a shambles on the way through, but Mark might have just rectified it. The ping up is going to give some information, but the trades are so good on the side of Loud. They're low though. There's a chance.
They're so low though.
And execute.
आसपास भाई क्या कर रहा है बस?
Goodness.
Meanwhile, you are the coach of lead main team or the academy lineup.
अरे quality
Arpit, there is no academy lineup unfortunately anymore for lead. So there is just one option left. Victor क्या कर रहा है?
Another pistol that follows the same pattern. In a 4K, 3K, a 4K individuals on Loud.
Has OpTiC won any pistol this game? This series? I don't think so.
This is the last guy on the side.
first map का first pistol.
हाँ उसके बाद तीनों हार गए है ना?
Yep.
Should be 11 rounds for Loud.
Extreme quality.
And then basically flawless half.
इसे नहीं लोड किया से होना नहीं चाहिए। रीजन बीइंग क्यों हाँ ये हो सकता है क्योंकि वहाँ से भी बहुत लोग स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं ना।
हाँ
लाइक जो उनके स्ट्रीमर बूस्ट बनाए इन्होंने।
Congratulations, you are a body chummy for them. क्या बात है यार?
So there, as said, we've got so many
El Diablo का
performers
AMD catch
on
लोगों
this
का.
squad. And now it's on to Finesse.
Arpit, the difference is
Spammed up, would need some
people here hire you on merit, you know.
still a decent round, but in the context of things, I don't know how much difference it will make.
Bleed hired me for their academy. I worked hard at the academy. Maybe they liked it, so they retained. If they didn't like it, they won't retain. But it's all on merit. It's not like they're like, oh, there is no upside to retaining me other than if I'm decent, because they don't want likes. सब कुछ extra likes आएंगे नहीं because just because I am there. I'm not SK Rossi or something.
They've got so much control already, and with the weaker weapons, this is just the perfect position
Oh.
to be in. They're not going to be able to take any of that.
ना बोलो आप चले सौ बोलो. Article लिखो please Indian esports से बाहर. Can't bro.
Serious?
Down Ye, another rifle to be retrieved, control, and a trap gone.
Serious?
There are 3 players stacked up on A, and they basically need to commit to it.
क्या बात है?
Out for a moment, but okay.
There is no hype, bro. Has any news website covered my signing with Bleed or anything? But every news article covers small signings and everything for every Indian one. They haven't covered anything for me to Bleed, which is like should be a big deal for the Indian scene, right? Because but there is no hype, guys. There is no hype. You guys are wrong. You guys are absolutely wrong. There is no hype at all.
One bullet from the turret could be enough. It means there can't really be a swing, and they're just looking to try and play off of each other.
Nobody except me and Bleed care about my hiring or whatever retention or things, and it's good. Oh, he's going to stick.
He's just sticking this defusal, looking to try and get it all the way, and he lets go.
Bhai, ye to gaya.
God.
I'm not saying who you are, saying for the Indian.
Nice try.
Jealous people, I think, it's okay. ठीक है, मेरे इंजीनियरिंग दोस्तों को प्लेसमेंट शुरू में हर्ड की गंदा वाला चीज हुआ है ग्लोबल आईटी सर्विसेज के लिए फेयर इंजीनियरिंग को लिए जा रहे हैं. बहुत विशाल, that has been the case forever. ये चीज भाई मानो जाए आप सब फॉलो करके आईआरएल स्ट्रीम करना अपनी फोर्थ सीट से.
And then he swings back out into the bullets, into the pre-fire. 9 chances to close.
Let's go bazooka. Master repeat हो रहा है. But I don't think OpTiC will win against DRX or FPX. If they lose here, OpTiC airport bound. Yeah, lowers. I want DRX in finals. Me too, bro. Me too. ये मैच के बाद आईआरएल स्ट्रीम ओपन करो जीवी के ट्विच पर.
DRX had a good run anyways. This champs.
Yeah, but it's not over. It's not over yet.
It's not over until it's over.
It does seem like OpTiC are going to lose this game, but you don't want to lose it to
Yep. It's
But
not
we
over.
have seen very less judges this champs.
Yeah, because Stinger has overtaken the meta.
And it's cheap as well.
Yep. I want FPX.
And they're buffing that gun, right? They're not.
Stinger buff is coming.
They have 40 seconds to play with.
Ooh.
OpTiC to bed here. Crash is even taken to half HP, and it's left.
This is done, guys.
Try and clutch this out, but Aspas has had enough.
Bro, one thing what I faced was being a guy from East. Yup, I know, Arpit. Can't reveal क्योंकि maybe I might work in
यार पैसे लगा देने चाहिए था यार.
जी,
क्या हो
जी,
गया
जी,
Godspeed है तो.
So Loud are in the grand finals of champions.
Brazil all the way.
This is such a validation for the first tournament to be happening in Sao Paulo, because we have like Brazil is showing that they are up there. It's justified, bro.
They might have a rematch on their hands, but after their performance here today, I think anybody will be scared to face Loud. This team has decimated OpTic.
On NM exams. Stay ready for Sao Paulo. Upper bracket is for cheers. Guys, like the stream. Let's push it to 50. Come on, guys. FN is balding.
This is what we have to play against week in, week out. This is who we have to try and beat to qualify every single time. They looked unstoppable.
Now OpTiC loses LV as well. Yeah, for me as well. What kind of work ethic these top players have that make them top players? To be honest, I would say it's an overall thing. It's not just down to one thing. Discipline is the most important thing. Loud winning Ascent 33 with such a copybook comp, BT with some great structure. आसपास तो वो थी वजह जो टाइम शेर था क्या? I think it would be FPX versus Loud. You missed Jet's vote. Okay. I think it would be FPX versus Loud. Let's see. What things can you elaborate? The most important is discipline, guys, for me. The second is definitely hard work. What's up, what's with Hello Tor? No exclusive plays, tactical, Valorant, almost felt like I was watched the CS game. Yup, Tane, very basic. Right, Bajaj bhai for DRX versus FPX. DRX all the way. Loud needs better merch. Yup, FPX ko jinx karo Bajaj bhai. क्या ही करें?
It's just going to continue to go, and obviously, if you're an OpTiC fan, if you're a North American fan, this isn't them out of the tournament. This is just sending them into the lower bracket, which means we could have the matchup of the miracle story of DRX looking to try and take them down, or we could have the champions of the first Masters.
Let's talk about 2023 roadmap. हाँ, 2023 roadmap बोलता हूँ.
Against that best team within Brazil. Either way, we have got story.
Thanks to Serious for not jinxing Loud. Exit was looking way better. Content देखो मेरी जान. हाँ मेरी जान. हाँ भाई. Android बस ये देख लेता हूँ. ये इनको कल से promise करके रखा है मैंने WhatsApp group पे. DRX was Loud for finals. Let's go. What a music, man.
Hey everyone. Today I'm here to share more on our plans for the future of Valorant esports and the experiences we want to create for you next year. The growing Valorant community and your passion for the game have pushed us to dream big about what this esport could be. We want to build an esport that will meet the overwhelming demand we're seeing in every corner of the world. We want to highlight rising superstars and create bigger and more creative shows. We're taking everything we've learned, adding in a few new ideas, and forming partnerships that will help us realize our dreams for the next edition of the Valorant Champions Tour. Next year is going to introduce a new structure with 30 teams competing in 3 new international leagues. In normal years, our plan is to operate 2 international league splits each season. But as teams will be busy setting up in their new global hubs, we're going to take this opportunity to do something special.
Hello?
शांत क्यों हो गए सब?
वो वाला देख रहे हैं वीडियो. क्या नाम है? वो circuit वाला. हाँ.
To recognize this landmark transition, instead of a regular split, we're going to kick off the next season by hosting the largest international tournament in VCT history. To celebrate the start of the new season, we're going to invite every partnered team to Sao Paulo, Brazil for 3 weeks of high-stakes competition. We'll meet the new rosters, birth new rivalries, and get an early look at who truly won the offseason. This one-time event will start the season in February and crown a winner in early March. The team who places first will earn their league and extra slot at Masters. From there, we're moving into the first competitive split of the year, with stacked rosters competing on LAN week in and week out. Across EMEA, APAC, and Americas, we're going to see a constant stream of inter-regional matches with the biggest personalities in Valorant popping off right next to their opponents. We're going to elevate how our esport is showcased and unlock the type of storytelling everyone wants to see. Our major hubs will be based around 3 cities where we will have the deep support to build the best shows possible. Each venue will have on-site casters providing coverage in multiple languages for fans around the world. This split will begin in March, last through 8 weeks of regular season competition, and crown 3 regional champions in May.
देखा तो 3 स्लॉट होंगे, मैंने जैसे बोला 3-3-3 होंगे, और जो साओ पालो वाला टूर्नामेंट जीतेगा वो अपने रीजन के लिए एक एक्स्ट्रा स्लॉट लेगा. So there'll be 10 slots.
Masters will return in June and will feature the top teams from each international league. The second international event of the year will reward top teams from each territory with a direct qualification to champions. In July, we'll see the return of last chance qualifiers. Top performing teams who have not yet qualified for champions will get one last shot to earn an invitation to the most important event of the season. Each of the 3 LCQs will advance 1 team into champions. Additionally, in July, we're going to see the debut of the brand new Ascension tournaments. These tournaments will feature the best teams from more than 20 different challenger leagues. You'll see dozens of squads compete on land for regional pride and promotion into the international leagues. The path here will be hard, and aspiring teams will need to battle through 2 splits that will start in January and conclude with Ascension in July. In August, we're going to cap off the year with Champions, our celebration of all things Valorant. After an inaugural season full of new changes and new events, the mission becomes critically simple: secure the Champions Cup and write your name into the history books. Teams will be in top form for the biggest event of the season, and we can't wait to see who will stand at the top of the podium after the dust has settled. We're excited to share the initial details of the 2023 season and our plans for the new.
Dekho guys, let me explain it to you before you have any questions. Okay, so before, right now, let's say Champions ends. Okay, then there will be a series of tournaments, maybe like Ignition first. Okay, then comes January, right? After Champions ends, first there will be Ignition sort of tournaments in every region. Then the first tournament challenges will start from Jan, right? It will start from Jan. From February, the kickoff tournament starts, right? Kickoff tournament क्या है? Franchise league में जो teams है, 30 teams, they'll go to Sao Paulo. They'll fight for 3 weeks and there will be a winner. The winner will gain an extra slot. Extra slot क्या चीज में? Masters के लिए. क्यों? कैसे? International league split जो है, the international league split will have 3 slots each for each region: Asia, Americas and EMEA. तो 9 teams हुए. जो एक्स्ट्रा स्लॉट मिलेगा जिस रीजन को, उसमें से वो जो 4th प्लेस टीम है वो जाएगी. तो 10 स्लॉट हुए, ठीक है. सो मास्टर्स में 10 स्लॉट्स रहेंगे. फिर मास्टर्स में बोल रहा है, मास्टर्स में जो पॉइंट्स अक्यूमुलेट होंगे उसमें से जो टॉप टीम्स है दे विल क्वालिफाई फॉर चैंपियंस डायरेक्टली. आई थिंक सो टॉप 5 विल क्वालिफाई फॉर चैंपियंस. ओके, एंड देन देयर विल बी 3 स्लॉट्स लेफ्ट फॉर चैंपियंस. और उस 3 स्लॉट्स में लास्ट चांस क्वालिफाइज होंगे. 3 लास्ट चांस क्वालिफाइज होंगे. उन 3 लास्ट चांस क्वालिफाइज में एक विनर होगा. तो टोटल 5 + 3 = 8. तो चैंपियंस में 8 टीम्स रहनी चाहिए, मास्टर्स में 10 टीम रहनी चाहिए, ठीक है. और एलसीक्यू विल आल्सो ओनली कंसिस्ट ऑफ फ्रेंचाइज टीम्स ओनली. ओके, अब आते हैं चैलेंजेस पे. चैलेंजेस का मैंने जैसे बोला जनवरी से चालू होगा, मिड जैन के आसपास चालू होना चाहिए. चैलेंजेस स्प्लिट 1 वो खत्म होगा मार्च में. मार्च के बाद आई थिंक सो मार्च के एंड या अप्रैल से चालू होगा चैलेंजेस स्प्लिट 2, जो खत्म होगा तुम्हारे जून में. और जुलाई में असेंशन टूर्नामेंट है, प्रीटी मच लाइक द करंट वन, राइट? जो करंट वीसीसी और फिर चैलेंजेस होता है एकदम सेम उसी की तरह. असेंशन में जो टीम जीतेगी उसको अगले सीजन उसमें इंटरनेशनल लीग में पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका मिलेगा. सिंपल, वेरी सिंपल एक्सप्लेनेशन. एनी क्वेश्चंस गाइस? मस्त बोलता है. What will it no, do you think VLT will be as good? Yeah, VLT will be very good. Any questions guys? Tanish, that is evident. That anyone has to do. Any questions guys about this? In-game tournaments are also coming, is what I heard in an upcoming update. The dev diaries में मैंने पढ़ा था सीरीज. Ascension का क्या रीजनल स्लॉट्स होगा? या सो चैलेंजर स्प्लिट 1 एंड 2 जैसे ऐसे है, ऐसे में से चैलेंजर स्प्लिट 1 का विनर होगा, स्प्लिट 2 का विनर होगा. वो दोनों जाएंगे Ascension टूर्नामेंट.
And the challenge split 1 and the split 2 will be played online, right?
Yeah. Ascension
And
should be live.
And Ascension will be, and Challenger Split 1 and 2 will both be online and will be played on Singapore servers for South Asian teams.
इंडिया सीरियस ने क्या बोला?
मैं कहा for challengers.
नहीं, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ?
मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि सुन लिया ना गाइस, सीरियस ने क्या बोला?
नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, बता नहीं रहा हूँ.
नहीं, साउथ एशियन का मुंबई में ही होगा.
ओके.
हर एक का अपने अपने सर्वर में होगा. जापान का जापान सर्वर्स, कोरिया का कोरिया सर्वर्स, ओशियानिया का ओशियानिया सर्वर्स, साउथ एशिया का साउथ एशियन सर्वर्स और एसीए का सारा का सिंगापुर हो.
हाउ मेनी स्लॉट्स इन साउथ एशिया? मतलब एक हर रीजन से एक टीम निकलेगा ना?
दो टीम
निकलेगा
हर रीजन से, हर एक स्प्लिट का विनर बेसिकली.
ओके. Wait, kickoff tournament and international league split.
वो सिर्फ इस साल के लिए
will be, हाँ?
वो सिर्फ इसी साल के लिए है. इस साल के लिए they are doing a kickoff tournament. अगले साल से there will be two splits.
International league split.
हाँ, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ. अगले बार से there will be two splits, not one. जैसे नीचे चैलेंजर्स है ना 2 स्प्लिट, अगले बार से there will be 2 splits. इंटरनेशनल लीग स्प्लिट 1, मास्टर्स 1, लीग स्प्लिट 2, मास्टर्स 2. जैसे अभी होता है ना मास्टर्स 1, मास्टर्स 2, एलसीक्यू चैंपियन, सेम है. पर इस साल के लिए किक ऑफ टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है, जस्ट टू शोकेस. इट्स अ शोकेस टूर्नामेंट एक तरीके से.
Okay, nice. Showcase tournament in Brazil, let's go. How much is ticket to Brazil?
रायट ऐसे में खुद का प्रोडक्शन करेगा. आई थिंक सो इट शुड बी थर्ड पार्टी.
थैंक यू.
आज चलो पर
तू जाना आता तने को अंदर. Delhi to Brazil.
Yeah, Harsh, only partner teams can take part in the kickoff tournament.
Kickoff is in February. लॉल. इंडिया से ब्राजील को नहीं जाती फ्लाइट्स? हाँ? How is that possible?
You have to go from India to Dubai or Turkey.
हाँ तो मतलब नहीं मतलब बट वो इंडेक्स में नहीं दिखा रहा ना. एक्सेस नो फ्लाइट्स अवेलेबल.
वो तो वियर्ड है.
ओ नहीं आ गया. नेवर माइंड, जस्ट टुक अ सेकंड.
क्योंकि अर्जेंटीना तो मेरे दोस्त लोग गए हुए हैं. ठीक है.
या यू हैव टू गो टू दोहा, देन समवेयर एल्स, देन यू हैव टू रीच. Or you can go Istanbul to Sao Paulo.
वो टर्की वाला.
Istanbul, London. You can go London to Sao Paulo. It's very expensive, man.
Yes, विशाल. सक्षम ब्रीफ में ही बोला है सब कुछ. 2 या 3 मिनट में बोल दिया मैंने सब कुछ.
अरे नहाने दो उसको, एक दिन चलते हैं.
हाँ ठीक है.
Well, the tickets are very expensive.
70,000
How
होंगे.
much is it from Singapore? Oh, but it's round trip. Well, round trip के हिसाब से तो it's okay.
कितने? 70,000?
No. It's like cheapest is 98,000, and the second average is 1,30,35,000.
हाँ इतने की है.
हाँ तो वही अर्जेंटीना 70,000 में गया था मेरे दोस्त लोग कोविड के समय.
What if you look for Singapore?
और कोविड के टाइम तो फ्लाइट बहुत एक्सपेंसिव थी.
मार्च 2020.
अच्छा मार्च 20. हाँ उस टाइम ठीक थी.
उस समय इफेक्ट आया नहीं था प्राइसेस और वो सब.
समय का. इसका क्योंकि फ्यूल इतना एक्सपेंसिव हो गया
उसके बाद वो वहीं अटक गए ना इसीलिए।
यप मैं आया तो 2 मिनट्स में मेरे
अरे ज़ॉम्स का ट्वीट देखो। Zom said, I would like to formally apologize to the Brazil region. You are the superior region and I have my full support. Please accept Zom's nation into your hearts and let him know what the fuck. Zen going to Brazil, so he's apologizing. Wait. Okay, it's even expensive if you go from Singapore. Like 1,80,000. Damn. चलो हमने कौन सा पे करना है? Unless.
डैम भाई, ज़ॉम्स ने पूरे ब्राजील का हृदय परिवर्तन कर दिया।
Apologizing never make you small.
Exactly.
Small, sorry बोलने से कोई
It was banter. You took it too far. They took it to their hearts. You apologize. मेरे को लग रहा है ना Sentinels will bring back Zombies for the kickoff tournament.
Maybe. But when I did send get the slot, that's what you're saying.
I mean, उसको नहीं मिलेगा तो किसको मिलेगा भाई?
Shopify Rebellion, they might get.
They already said ना they haven't got.
अरे तो हो सकता है ना डिस्ट्रक्शन हो। मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ऐसा? There's very few organizations जिन्होंने ये पोस्ट करा है। सबने नहीं करा है कि we applied, we got denied, but बहुत कम नहीं करा है। Why? Is it a distraction?
मेरे को नहीं लगता है डिस्ट्रक्शन।
But the amount of money Rebellion has is insane, man.
हाँ।
Sen is also rich. ऐसा नहीं है कि Sen rich.
नहीं, but Shopify is like, come on guys, Shopify is different levels of rich.
It's like fucking billions में बातें होती है, million भी नहीं।
नहीं होता दे दो सीरियस। चलो भाई देखते हैं एंड्रॉइड का वीडियो।
अभी कार्ड सोच रहा हूँ नहीं होता है क्या रे एंड्रॉइड।
स्पेक्टर आरएनजी बोल रहा है? कौन सा वाला वीडियो देखने बोल रहा है? कौन सा वीडियो देखने बोल रहा है? कोलकाता टू रियो डे जनेरियो का फ्लाइट कॉस्ट 1.5 लाख टाइम। बिंग्स वाला मैं देख चुका हूँ। बिंग्स वाला वापस नहीं देखूंगा। कृषि कॉस्ट है। हाँ भाई कृषि है, ये देखो कृषि है। मैंने चैनल में पिन किया उसको। पिन क्या है ये?
फर्स्ट देखो फर्स्ट वाला इज पिन राइट।
ये ना आई डॉज द रेजर। Valorant India in nutshell. ढूंढना पड़ेगा।
Valorant India in a nutshell वो नाम होगा।
वो नाम है उसका।
You can't pin.
वही तो नहीं पता नहीं भाई।
ये देखो नहीं सॉरी
नहीं चीज है भाई। गौरव भाई के हम क्या है? गौरव भाई बोल रहे तो कुछ तो होता होगा।
I think search as well. That's easier.
हाँ सर्च कर लेते।
ये पिन वीडियो में टाइप क्यों लग रहा है?
मेरा 3 weeks
Where is the pinned video? I can't find a pinned video.
नहीं इंडिया में अपॉर्चुनिटी एक ही को मिलती है। अमीर होते जा रहा है, गरीब होते जा रहा है। नेता बनेगा तो सिर्फ एंड्रॉइड बनेगा, नहीं तो नहीं बनेगा। तो मैं बजना नहीं छोड़ूंगा।
हाँ एंड्रॉइड एंड्रॉइड।
ए रश गाइस, ए रश डायरेक्ट रश। यू आर फ्री टू डू।
You are free to do.
स्वागत नहीं करोगे अब?
करेंगे ना। रश कर बीचल रश कर बीचल। पकड़ उसको। चल ना जॉर्ड। सामी वी ट्रस्ट यू ओके? नाइस Let's go. IGL always right bro.
फिल्टर IGL कैसे लगा भाई? एंड्रॉइड भाई.
अरे मस्त एंट्री मारता है तू मस्त. इसको कुर्ला स्टेशन पे बिठा रे. मेरी बात सुन. उस साइड से चालू कर. इधर जा. भाग के इधर पे नेट कर. मैं यूएल स्टन करता हूँ. जा.
ठीक है.
बच मत. पहले जा. पहले IGL का कॉल सुन जा.
उसके बाद उछलूं कि नहीं उछलूं?
हाँ उसके बाद उछल के डायरेक्ट यूएल भाग जाना.
ठीक है.
और मैं तेरा सब फ्लैश करते रहूंगा 1 2.
क्या चल रहा है?
नाइस.
He's so much going on. It's very nice.
बेबी मैं क्या बोलता हूँ हुक्का जाते हैं. मैं बिलोंग उड़ाता हूँ इधर से.
माँ एंड्रॉइड सिंह जी IGL.
लेकिन ब्रिम का अल्ट है. आप स्टन में उसका अल्टी भी यूज कर सकते हो ए पे.
नहीं ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगा. IGL को आइडिया मत दे. तुम लोग जाओ. मैं हुक्का फ्लैश करूंगा. बूमबट का जरूरत नहीं है.
नहीं फिर भी.
अरे भाई
बूमबट वेस्ट जाएगा ना. बहुत सारे. कहाँ पे डालूं? साइड में घुमाओ क्या उसको?
मेरे गांड में डाल. टेक एल्बो.
जगह सही बोली.
हाँ एक नंबर गेम है भाई तेरा भाई. ब्रीच हार्ड. हाइड सैचल मार. हाँ एक नंबर बुढ़ाऊ वेल प्लेड रे. बुढ़ाऊ कौन बोला बिंग्स बुढ़ा हो गया है? खेल रहा है वो. चांस दो. इंडिया में बुढ़े लोग भी अच्छा खेल सकते हैं. सीखो इससे कुछ.
सही बात है भाई.
क्लास से चालू करो.
गौरव भी तो 29 साल का है.
चालू कर दे. E for apple, B for ball. मेरी बात सुनो. ए पे ना कुछ भी आवाज मत करो.
गौरव खुद भी तो बुढ़ा ही है.
जैसे ही एक भी बंदा दिखा मैं इधर से फ्लैश करूंगा. ये स्मोक. ए शॉट से डायरेक्ट शावर भागेंगे. डोंट पिक. वॉक. डोंट डू एनीथिंग. वेट. आई विल कॉल. वेट. वॉक. भोसड़ी के कौन कर रहा है? चले यूएल में फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ. सैचल मार. तेरी माँ की. मैं फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ सामी इसको. नाइस. लेट्स गो.
और गोटी उठा. शावर का भी उठा ना एक गोटी.
चुप. IGL को जरा खेलने देता है क्या? जरा टाइम खेलने दे प्लीज.
Run.
बहुत एपेक्स लीजेंड खेला है ये लोग पकड़ नहीं पाएंगे. पबजी का ना मेरे को सर्वाइवर बोलते हो.
आ गया एक IGL.
देखा प्लांट कैसे लिया. तुम लोग रहते तो एल्बो से ऐसा भाग पाते. मेरी बात सुन बिंग्स. आई एम प्लेइंग यूएल.
25 का है. हाँ 25 का. सॉरी
लोग को मैंने माइंड गेम्स कर लिया. वो
IGL तो कास्टर्स भी नहीं बोलते. हाँ
तू की IGL का बात ही मत सुन.
अबे वो प्रेशर में याद रखियो.
अरे प्रेशर में क्या संडास करने आएंगे क्या ए पे?
नमस्कार दोस्तों. आज सीखेंगे कि फटना क्या होता है.
क्या पैकेट लॉस है ये? गाइस तुम लोग का पैकेट लॉस दिख रहा है क्या ये? मेरा ऐसे इसको एस मत दो. एस मत दो लोड़े. अरे भाई हो गया. अभी बजेगा. सुनते रहो. अभी बजा. पनवेल स्टेशन का रिक्शा वाला अभी बनेगा ये.
कौन है ये लौटे का IGL ब्रो? 2 सेकंड चार्ज करो भाई. क्या एस मारा? मतलब जॉर्ड हो रहा है भाई. चैट पे
हो गया भाई. 40 साल के बुड्ढे ने एस मार दिया. अभी आ रहा है क्लिप. आ रहा है गाइस. सनसनी 40 साल के बुड्ढे ने मारा एस.
अच्छा तू बिंग्स को 40 का बोल सकता है गौरव.
साल से खेल रहा है
भाई. 6 किल मैंने कभी किया था मालूम है? 2017 में किया था मैंने.
अबे लौड़े IGL दिमाग से खेल रहा हूँ.
दिमाग से खेल रहा है तो मतलब तेरा हाथ खाली है ना. आके खुजा ले मेरा लौड़े.
ये अच्छा मारा. पहली बार अच्छा जोक मारा. चिल मारो. बुड्ढा मारेगा. बुड्ढा मर गया. ग्रेनेड वारी ना. जापानीज करो बे. तुम लोग को समझेगा कितना मजा आ रहा है. हुक्का से ना माँ. कूदा नहीं. चिल मारो. मेरा स्मोक किया मादरचोद.
हो सकता है यहाँ पे कूदा हो.
चुप नहीं.
तो मुझे किस वांग भाई स्वीट 16 मंगी.
क्या कर रहा है पागल.
एक नंबर IGL है भाई. IGL तुम्हारा जॉर्ड है बे. कर ले उसको. रुक मत कर. हाँ मत कर. ये दुख रहा है मेरा हाथ. मत कर. मैं क्या बोलता हूँ. मेरे को शावर का और दिला. बिंग्स मेरे साथ शावर आ. चल पीछे आ जा ब्रिम. पीछे आ जा. इनको देखते हैं अपन. चल चलते रहे. फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ. चलते रहे. टीमएस फ्लैश कर रहा. हाँ मार. चलते रहे.
ओए क्या
अरे थ्रो मत कर थ्रो मत कर थ्रो मत कर थ्रो मत कर एक नंबर मौली में बैठ के अग्नि परीक्षा दे दे मौली में बैठ के अग्नि परीक्षा दे दे जा जा मौली के थ्रू जा
करके जा रहा
बकचोदी मत करना ब्रिंक्स ये वाला लास्ट राउंड है ये वाला जीतते गेम खत्म करते बकचोदी बिल्कुल मत करना ब्रिंक्स मजाक नहीं कर रहा सामान की कसम तेरे सामान की कसम नाइस नाइस बड़ा नहीं मसला नहीं है फ्लैशिंग सामी जस्ट गो इनसाइड दे आर नॉट इन हुक्का ब्रो मसला कोई नहीं है फ्लैश है इजी फ्लैश है ए शॉट स्टन किया ए शॉट लेट्स टॉक गाइस थोड़ा सा तुम लोग से बात कर ले अनाता वाताशी वा वो हंतो नो एनिमो नो तोदोमोशी वाची
बंद करो हाथ जोड़ के मैं
एक्स कॉमेडियन हो क्या आई एम नॉट द कॉमेडियन ब्रो आई एम द कॉमेडियन
मित्र जनों बहुत हो गई बकचोदी अब थोड़ा गेम प्ले देख लिया जाए
एक भी घुस गया डैश मारा
ओ भाई नर्सिल को दिल्ली को जाना क्या रन एंड गन फ्रेंजी चला के हंस रहा है भाई पूरा एपेक्स है भाई ये बंदा ठीक है पूरा एपेक्स का बंदा है भाई रन एंड गन से फ्रेंजी चला के खुश हो रहा है भाई हंस रहा है पूरा एपेक्स का बंदा है भाई स्पेक्टर ऐसे ही बंदा है No, bhai, Chrissy is back.
Don't kill me for this. Are still here. They have broken their 5th, 6th place curse. FPX, on the other hand, they're trying to become the first ever back-to-back winners here. They're competing with OpTiC for first team for 2.
ये वीडियो देखने के लिए लोगों को Legends never die. सही बात है अखिल. Chrissy छोड़ दो Benga is back. So ठीक है where is Kakuka? Kakuka was not part of this times
best team in the world if they can make that happen back-to-back.
List.
Even if they make it to the grand final to the lower bracket yet again, I think it's still so damn impressive. But FPX, they are a completely different beast. This is a team that is really hard to knock off their form. Every single time we see them, they are typically very fired up.
But on the other side,
Akhil, क्या बात है?
Absurd. And now at this point, Benkai, they are the flag carrier for the Asian region. They're the last team standing from that entire part of the world.
Yeah, all of my.
Arey, you're saying this is such a bad claim to make because then FPX is the last team from EU. OpTiC is the last team from NA. Loud is the last team from South America. They are all the last teams from the whole region. मेरे एक्सीडेंट की वजह से GGP हो गया सुना मैंने कैसा है आप मेरा पता should I call sir damn Vishwajit hello Vishwajit welcome just call me God shoulder is gone my shoulder is gone damn Android F by then he lethal disband okay damn
and kind of get into the head of who they're going to be up against. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, this team just has the 4 coach buff. They really put in the time.
Again, they're saying the 4 coach buff, but the 4th coach joined them after Champions started, guys. This is such sloppy research, man. Lethal का leak कर दो हाँ भाई Android lethal का leak कर दो This is such sloppy research. I'm very sorry, but these kind of statements just take away a lot of the good work that you guys are doing. What about True Ripples? Are they out of the scene? I have no clue, man. So I was collecting information about the incident that we were supposed to report on, but we didn't report because the entire situation cooled down. We didn't want to set fire to the rain again, right? True Rippers, they said that they are planning to make a roster around Sai, but now that Sai is maybe going somewhere else, who knows? क्या लीक कर दो बॉटल थोड़े और के भाई लीथल का लीक क्या करना वो खुद लिक्विडेट करे क्या बात है. It's just what people say nowadays. Yeah, but it's
can show you so many different options. How does that change how you set up for a
it's
match?
just the way it's just a very wrong impression.
The take that my team did against FPX was just to play our own comp and just go with our own game plan and not try to counter what FPX has in store for us, because they just keep switching up almost everything that they have, and you literally can't study them. And it's going to be a huge challenge for DRX because they rely so heavily on their anti-strategy.
Yeah, need to be able to make those mid-round adjustments and whatnot.
I don't know.
That is something that DRX have struggled with in the past, so I'm curious to see if maybe that has been the focal point rather than trying to study FPX, trying to figure out how they can.
7C's हल्का सा leak दो, मैं कुछ नहीं. Elite is banned. I don't know.
Is there an advantage in Benkai when you're kind of thinking about how you're going to play against an opponent? How much do you spend? How much of your time do you spend counter strategizing, and how much of your time do you spend just doing what you think is going to have your team be set up for success the most? Because I think that's something that FPX have done a lot of, is that they know what they're good at, and that's why it's hard to counter them, is because they can do so many different things.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very delicate balance.
पता नहीं भाई, just subscribe and like, guys. Like and subscribe. Chat video लो Ashanko.
In terms of anti-stratting, and on the other hand,
like and subscribe,
take
guys.
my team for example, we thrive on just being able to do what we do best and what we think will work. And I think FPX is the kind of team that will just follow whatever they think is right. And I'm kind of excited to see what the
FPX don't anti-strat that much.
Well, for more on this matchup, let's hear from a man that knows these two teams inside and out. It's FPX's coach, Doom Bros.
It felt amazing to get the revenge on next set. It was a bit tiring, but we got to win 2 times in the same day, so I'm happy. I think the match was a bit different.
She asked that how much of your time is dedicated to counter-stratting and to just doing what you think you are good at.
DRX is one of the strongest teams in this tournament, both
strategically and
individually. I like the guys in the team as well. So I think it will be a really great matchup, you know, with the masterminds of tactics. So our mentality in FPX is really strong. The things we have gone through this whole year, if you put any other team in this situation, I don't think they could do as good as we are. Our confidence is always high. We believe we can win it, but obviously we take it match by match. Some matches are harder, some matches are easier, but in the end, you know, we can win it all.
Well, I, for one, am very excited to see what happens next between these two teams. I cannot wait to see who the outcome is, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow in the lower final. So with that being said, let's get down to the stage to get into map selection.
Absolutely love the music though, guys.
Last time these two teams played, it is of course that rematch, and we got to see Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox. Series didn't go all the way, but there's at least some history. And now I think the biggest question with this veto is, does that repeat itself?
This is a very good singer, yep. Oh my god.
FPX loves getting rid of this Breeze.
Yep, I think this is pretty unsurprising. DRX have looked incredibly strong on this map pick throughout the entire tournament. And okay, it's gonna be the bind. This is a map that throughout this state all of stage 2, DRX were actually very much favoring going here, but it's a lot of respect being shown to FPX that they take this off the board.
Yeah, now a lot of interesting maps are left open in this one. The Icebox, for example, is one that FPX has looked quite good on, and DRX just kind of showed this for the first time fairly recently. So, well, I think that is one that leans pretty heavily towards FPX. They have had to show a lot of the map.
Yeah, we saw them float it versus FPX last time, but obviously it was a 2-0 for DRX, so we never got to go there. But then we saw DRX playing it for the first time versus Loud, and it did not look very inspiring.
What music, boy? Next visit track made by me. Let's go, bro. Don't you know, against the current?
DRX are going to look to go here.
Band away, Kisika.
We
Yep.
have not seen from FPX yet internationally, so curious to see what they have prepared. And DRX, I mean, again, Benkai, this is that conversation of how do you prepare for a team that hasn't even shown this map? Do you expect DRX is just going to go for maximum comfort on Haven?
I definitely think they're gonna go on the offensive right now, because just from what I'm seeing right now, they picked Attacker on Icebox, so I'm pretty sure they really have a lot of things really prepped for them. I think they're just gonna try and steamroll them on the first round and just carry their momentum throughout the series, but I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to translate that into Haven.
Oh, Blood or DRX win champions. Yep.
Stay away from this Pearl, and that's what they do ban. Fracture comes up as that decider. I think either Pearl or Fracture.
Haven, Icebox, and Fracture.
For the side of FPX,
who does this actually favor? I would say this is a DRX.
FPX has shown it twice versus XZ.
I would say this is a DRX.
Haven't been able to get the wins there. But
Veto.
No success has been shown this tournament.
But DRX has not shown Pearl at all. They haven't really even been.
Global के start का क्या हुआ? Let's see.
As a third decider map, they just look to avoid it.
Yeah, they really have been, and I think that's wise. Even though
Prediction
FPX lost
Thor.
twice in the past, I think they're still a team.
DRX for me, man.
And has been
Nothing gets
dedicated to
first.
improving that map. They've now
I
shown
love
two competitions.
FPX. I love Angel,
But
but
my brain was a little fried.
DRX, man.
Flip
For
side,
me, I've
Haven
always
banned,
been
banned, this time the Breeze. So
like
they have come through, and that
since
is
they
something
were
that
Vision
FPX
Strikers, right?
Well,
Since
with the
first
match
strike.
locked in,
Yep.
we're going to take a quick break
Wanted
with
to see.
DRX
Okay,
and
let me just start a
FPX. Try to
poll
say that
for you
3
guys.
times fast. We'll be taking the stage in just a few minutes.
I'm
Not gonna
sorry.
want to miss this rematch. Don't go anywhere.
Who goes into the lower bracket finals? Hashtag DRX win. Hashtag FPX win. But then RI, unfortunately, no, we didn't ask him. Let's go DRX. Definitely, bro.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Such a cute.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cute ad, na? It's okay. He'll be cheering DRX on. I'll be cheering DRX on from two different places. More buff. पाजी क्रेजी गाय वाला लीक सीयूल की नाम है, उसने किया लीक एंड वीएला डॉट रिपोर्टर्स है भाई, उसी ने सुशांत का भी किया है लीक, एक बार ढंग से देख। अब वो सच है नहीं है कैसे बता सकते हैं? Yeah, I'm gonna change Valorant. Let's go. नहीं, लेकिन स्कूल के कंप्यूटर लैब्स इसी काम आते थे। वेंकैया लेफ्ट ई-स्पोर्ट्स जॉइन कास्टिंग आफ्टर मास्टर। आई मीन ही वुड सूट देम। ओ भाई, फुल स्टार स्टडेड रैंक्ड चल रहा है नीचे। सीयूलगी ने पहले बहुत फेक इन्फो भी दी थी, पता नहीं कैसे भैया ने काम पे रख लिया। आई मीन ही इज गुड एज वेल।
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. We are about to kick off our lower bracket semi-final between the best of Korea and the best of EMEA. It is DRX and FPX. Let's head to the stage for the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Oh, entry भाई, imagine this kind of music as agent selection, मजा आ जाएगा। Suigetsu. Abi. Let's go, artists.
Angel.
Wow. Marco.
Shell. Stacks.
मार्को लुक तो बोला गया वैसे सही याद आया मुझे गया नाइकी प्रो का तो गोटेड अप Tim Bros. Tell me. आर्टिस्ट आफ्टर पार्टी में आपका इनवाइट है, क्या बात है। आर्टिस्ट वॉक्स ऑन वाटर, हेलो हेलो भाई आर्टिस्ट भाई।
The crowd is very fired up right now, chanting for FPX, waking up a lot more during this second match already. Clearly super excited about the EMEA and Asia matchup here of the two giants.
FPX versus DRX.
Out of the crowd and the players right now.
Yeah, both these teams have so many fans in attendance for them. DRX, a lot of people coming all the way out from Korea
DRX.
to cheer them on.
DRX.
Or just some fans of the team and some people here from
Dude, that is Termy the goat, man.
The stadium is divided between these two squads, but only one can continue after this.
It's gonna be hard to tell who's chanting for who.
DRX.
It kind of all gets
DRX.
X to the end. You're like X, and you're like, I'm not really sure which way that's going. Either way, lots of cheers for the playoff walkouts. It's really exciting atmosphere in here right now, isn't it, Benkai? As a player,
Angel and Legia look so much alike, man.
Really energetic, or does it make you more nervous?
It's really surreal when you hear the crowd cheering for you for the first time. Like I was
the
first team to play in front of a crowd, so I kind of miss it. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, it's just so nice to just watch.
It's also very cold on the stage, is what I heard. I'm still going to coach a team.
So many different times, right? This is the most experienced team pretty much in front of crowds, and they love it. You can see artists just having fun with it, enjoying his time in front of the fans. For DRX, they've had a little bit less experience in these stage games. It's only here at Champions that they've gotten an opportunity at that international crowd outside of their home region in Korea. And for them,
hello from
really on. They've already broken now they need to see if they can break further than that.
Honestly, I think Stax looks pretty comfortable in front of a crowd, so I think he's going to be really feeding off of this energy here. Let's jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select and see what these two giants are going to be picking for this massive rematch here. What are we expecting to see here, Seth?
Perhaps some changes, given how things went last time on Icebox for them. I misspoke versus Fnatic. With that 13 loss that DRX did suffer, and yeah, we actually are going to be seeing quite a few changes. Buzz is going back over to the chamber. This is something that we've only been seeing from on Fracture thus far.
Yeah, they do go back to a fairly standard comp on this map where they have that no duelist. I think the Fade is the biggest adaptation.
This is something that DRX has played previously, if I remember correctly. KO sort of acts as their duelist.
Didn't really work, and it didn't feel like it played to their style super well. So I'm happy to see this change. On the other side, though, to talk about FPX, this team has shown different comps an iteration with the Raze, an iteration with the KO. Both have their strengths, but it seems like they're again landing on this Raze. It really enables Zipan to step up as an individual.
Benkai, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I think not having
the
solo Fade on FPX right now is gonna.
See, the thing is, I would love nothing more than Malav to work. Because, like Malav, CA, they all know how much I want all of us to succeed. So the smile is just because of that. I'm just happy for whatever Malav or CA they decide to do. Because they've supported me a lot, I know. And I'll always support them in whatever way I can, right? Kaisa hai udhar sab? Now do you know where the kitchen is? Wow. Okay, so this comp DRX has actually played this time. As for FPX, I'd say FPX has also played this comp, if I remember.
DRX, but FPX, they are the rematch masters. It's a 78% chance for them to be able to take this one statistically. They have
DRX is starting on attack.
All right, well, let's find out which team moves one step closer to that crown and send it over to our casters. Here's Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. The crowd is electric. The vibes in here immaculate. I mean, you can feel the tension building behind us. It's gonna be a good match, Bala.
See, the thing is, I also told Malav that he should go into the scene there rather than work anywhere else, because it suits his timing, and also he would gain way more experience there. I mean, Malav, he talked about this. That was bound to happen, right?
To tie it up.
Now where does Rexy go is my question. There's no way Rexy will not have a team, so where does Rexy go? कैसा है उधर सब?
Lower bracket finals. One more step, one more chance for both of these teams. The last hopes for their respective regions. The last opportunity.
You know, yaar, I've refound my love for cold coffee. This is so good.
DRX, their first ever.
I mean, they've already defied expectations. They've already laughed in the face of curses before them for so long that plagued them the entire year.
They are very. Are they very? Yeah, they're very of the one-way wall already. Even though this is not the one-way wall, I'd say.
See a DRX starting off on attack. They're gonna wake their way over to A, and it's really just.
Yeah, they're playing retake FPX.
Yeah.
And
Oh, this is the one. It has a cap. It does have a cap. Beautiful C's nade combo.
He just exploded. And the problem here is this wall is going to fall, but they're not fast enough actually with the pistols.
Second time's a charm, or so they say. The spike eventually does get planted. See FPX approaching, or at least attempting to approach.
Wasn't even bench. It's goodbye. Yeah, Enigma made a roster. All good in college.
The wall goes down, and Artist is there to greet him. But you're right, lineups are going to be a problem here. Shao has gotten it all the way to half. Has to peel back. Buzz waiting for the challenge. And boy, did he get one. But can Mako? I don't know that it's going to be enough. Yeah, Angel's just going to stick it. There was not enough in the post plant.
Only one molly there.
They needed a flank this round. Especially with the amount of utilities they had, they needed someone to flank. So this said he can't use that gap on Twitter. You should do it heavy sometimes, but I have Saturday, Sunday off.
And FPX starting off with the same type of fire. That sees nade right off the rip. It's not usually something you're seeing DRX be caught off guard by.
She didn't make a bye-bye push for Rexy too. Damn. Enigma also taking in tests. Right? I don't know enough. Sneaker gone, andha paisa. हाँ भाई, andha paisa तो है.
I know DRX are set up towards A, but look at that brutal setup down B long. You've got Artist with a Vandal and Zipan with the Guardian.
Immediately getting the heal off too, so he gets his happy to face check there with no risk.
Beautiful. Wall one side, deny the plan, deny side control with wall one side and split on the other. And now they have info as well. At least one guy is here.
You see patience out of Sax. Remember, he was the one who just got destroyed by the Season 8 combo previously.
They now know Fade is there too.
In the same spot he was in before. A couple of spams through the Viper wall, nothing doing quite yet. Mako
wall here, they could be really up close though.
Ooh.
Shao's already spotted the first. A little bit of spam through. There's still time to pivot if need be. But for now they stay. For now they hold their ground. Committed to getting into A. At whatever which way.
Oh, Buzz. Good, good. That was some good movement by the DRX boys.
The fact that they've gotten spiked down is impressive in and of itself. But Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke shows he's pretty impressive himself. Now you see
nice.
DRX start to fall apart. Sugetsu has already gotten 3 on the round. And while Mako has
one more kill, nice.
And he saw his lineups.
Hi.
The orb isn't down though. And oh my goodness,
Artist. He's just gonna hold it.
You could definitely hold it through that even.
Mako, Artist goes up top. Mako's so weak, he has to back up. Second molly gone. No more post plant to deal with. Artist has a massive decision before him. Artist on the tab. The swing!
Very costly round.
Stops disaster.
Will went best for every range.
Down the 1v4.
My goodness.
That was so ridiculously close.
Hello, Mimosa. Vamos. Feel you are getting underused in middle. तुम्हारे full power का utilization नहीं हो रहा है. True, भाई, true. Massive damage done by Mako. Very good for them. Now they can convert this into something tangible if they win the next 2 rounds.
FPX, honestly, they're looking like they're mostly saving here.
Hoga. Nice.
And a Vandal. The Vandal's the only one that survived.
So cancel out the bonus. Actually, I'm still gonna go for it.
They're still going for the bonus though.
Mako, he has his Viper's Pit online already. So win condition here for FPX. Make sure they don't get on the site, especially this B side.
I don't think Marco, like DRX, would be happy if they had to sort of expend the Viper Pit so early. Maybe they use it for the next round, because this is still a bonus for FPX. If FPX managed to whittle it down and make them utilize their Viper ult, it will be costly for them. But this is a much better wall. Oh, they do spend the ult. Man, I wouldn't have spent the ult. You know, pair of AJ4 cause. Hello, Vedant. Break. Why would you vest?
Oh my gosh. Oh no! Shao only gets one, but Zipan's gotten 3 on the round. How has Sax gotten to this point? A 1v1. Sugetsu on the swing. There's not anything there. The Red Bull clutch for
That's a very expensive round again.
And it was heroics. It was fire.
Just come on, bro. Yeah, that was very easy from Zest. He shouldn't have swung like that. Maybe he asked his teammate to swing with him. Yeah. And now Sugetsu has his pit.
Look at this. The dive down from the FPX player Shao. I mean, he almost got 2 even. Yeah, he did. And Stacks holds strong. That is ridiculous. But it was just the bonus, so FPX.
And Zipan is 1 away from his ult.
Every round is going to be like that. We're in for a wild ride.
Look at that slow as well. No, the pits. It failed.
Oh my god, this bug. Not exactly a bug, but
everybody's thinking right now, the chip on the shoulder coming with FPX.
आपका family business भी है क्या? नहीं bro. हाँ. Eco था and Viper ult, but so close. Yep. It became so close because of the Viper ult, I'd say. Unnecessary. Hello Yatindra.
Just ridiculous. And the entire game plan was set up to use that pit. So we'll see what happens here.
Wow, Tanish.
Sugetsu has to play.
Yeah, weird. It failed, yup. So there is this ult, जो ult वो करता है. अगर थोड़ा सा भी इधर होगा, it will fail and just cover this area. It will cover only this area. Just this. Normally the ult covers this area. ये क्या हुआ? Drag. Yes. You.
He's just waiting on the other side of the wall and he's flashed up to high heaven. Can't see a bloody thing. That Stacks has gotten 2. He tries to go up high, but RB's the one who cleans it up. But Shao down low. It's the jumping classic.
Okay, let me just pull.
And gets DRX to 2.
Just wild. Very slow approach there. I mean, because they lost the first player. On the other side of the map, they're really, really slow to rotate in. So Zipan's not there to deny. Everybody has to play.
Hi man, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, it's going fine. Sushant will be here in like 2 to 3 minutes, he's saying, okay?
Oh, awesome, that's fine.
He's finishing his dinner.
Ah, nice, nice.
Yeah.
What's the time over there for you guys?
Around, let's say 10:30. 10:30 in the night.
Oh, okay, late dinner.
Yeah. Oh, you live in the States, right?
No, I'm in Germany. I live in Berlin. So it's
so it must be like 7 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah. I guess you guys are pretty familiar with, like, Lagia, is he based in Germany? Somewhere in Europe?
Yeah, just based in Germany.
Yeah, because that's right, he used to be on Big.
Yep. Who is the guest, guys? He has recently joined Run It Back, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, so I've just recently started working as a features writer for Run It Back, and I'm the coach of a EMEA Game Changers mix. You would have heard of our team. We're called Obliviate, but some of our players have been on like top 16 Game Changers teams in the past. So yeah.
Well, I coached for a while in EU, like as a part-time gig for for Ignite Esports, I did scrim against a lot of like Game Changers teams.
The Game Changers teams, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I think like Ominous was on, like wasn't he doing Game Changers?
Yeah, he was also doing a
well?
Game Changers, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It seems like a lot of people start out in that scene. Yeah, this is my first time coaching.
So to give you a brief introduction about me, I'm from India, right? And I started coaching in 2021 in India. Then I moved to Pakistan, then to EU for an NA for a bit, tier 3 teams and all. And then I coached in Oceania with Bonkers. And then
oh, nice.
Sort of then came here with Fleet.
Right. So you've kind of seen it all.
Yeah, I mean, so basically if you're a new coach, right? Your priority is to learn, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is why I went all across the regions. Like during Ignite, I was like coaching 2 to 3 teams because I was doing it for free and I was doing part-time with them. So just to learn more about each player's behavior and how every player is different from one another, coming across different situations and dealing with them. Like,
oh yeah, this is nothing that can prepare you for it. Like,
yeah.
I knew it was going to be hard and that I'd learn a lot, and it's like there's so much stuff that I had no idea.
Yeah. So the best way is to just do it, like increase your sample size.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
I did that, and fortunately, like I've been able to learn a lot. Now I'm learning here as well under Legia.
Yeah, it would be amazing to be learning under him. Wait, so are we live right now? Like, what's the?
Yeah, we are kind of live, but it's okay. It's a very chill audience. Like, I have a very niche, chill audience.
Nice. Oh, is it just on your stream or?
Yeah, on my stream.
Okay, sweet. Hold on, I'm just gonna get in the chat. Can you just DM me?
Yeah.
DM me the link.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, Ominous just sent it to me. All good.
Okay. Ominous is literally maybe on his phone while having his dinner.
Love that. All right. Hold on. I'll just post it on my.
Sure thing, man. Thanks.
On my Twitter as well.
Beginning of this half against Fnatic, in the hands of Durka and his team, and this is a completely different look now.
Easy WR.
Thanks so much for having me.
Hey man, thank you for coming in. Like we're always like me and Sushant are like we're always like trying to bring in as many guests as possible because everyone has a different perspective, right? And to talk about a common thing we love, right? Like you love Valorant, we all love Valorant.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I think also it's cool where this is something I've really noticed. Like, it seems like a lot of the coaches and analysts, like, there's a really good scene around it. Everyone's supportive of each other.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see everyone in like Anders' Twitch chat or Welt's Twitch chat.
Yeah.
No, it's good vibes. Like, lots of people have already, like, I'm pretty new, like, just starting out. Like, I basically finished a PhD earlier this year, and I'd kind of been like playing Valorant in my spare time, and I was like, I have a little bit of free time while I'm waiting for my PhD to be examined. Like, why not spend a bit more time doing esports stuff? And so many people have been so welcoming and supportive. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you should, like, everyone should, right? Because we're all going through the same journey, right? To be honest.
Exactly. And also if we all kind of work together and guest on each other's stuff, like we like, it helps all of us, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, you get to share your followers with each other, like you get to learn from each other.
And also multiple eyes are always better. Like, let's say you are covering a project, right? You want second opinions. Who better than a fellow coach or an analyst to look at it?
Yeah, it just makes you more robust to like your own biases, basically.
Exactly.
Right? Like you have somebody else who can check you.
Okay, Tanishk has a question. So the chat is asking, can you ask him about mouse and what they plan to do in Valorant?
Oh, about mouse, like the org.
Yeah.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know they had a smaller team for a while, right? But
Yeah.
that's literally all I know. I have to admit, I'm probably not the best person to ask for, like, aside from stuff about the tier 1 orgs or some game changer stuff. I know very little about like the kind of EMEA scene below that level.
Yeah, guys, Viserov is. By the way, how do we pronounce it? Like.
Oh yeah. You can honestly, you can say it however you want. These days, I'm mostly telling people to say Sero.
Sero, okay. So
yeah,
both
you can say
Viserov,
Viserov. It's all fine.
So Sero is more like an analytical writer and an analyst sort of guy. Like, so you won't find leaks that you guys love. You know.
That's true. I mean, I have like, you know, tier 3 and below / EMEA game changers scrimbucks, and that's about it. That's all I got.
But I guess ethically, it's better. Like unlike others, like we don't share scrimbucks at all. Like
no, I mean exactly. Like I've even heard, you know, like people's talking. Like I've heard stories of people, for example, like streaming, you know, privately streaming scrims and stuff like that.
I know.
I just find that like completely appalling. Like
that is so unethical.
If that was happening to my team, like, you know, someone was streaming our team scrim, I would be so mad. So like, you know, we can joke about it, but yeah, like scrims are, I don't know, they're pretty serious. Like, especially if you're experimenting on something, right? Like you've taken the time to build something special, like you've built your own comp, you've built your own strats, and then I don't know, oh man.
Yeah, so one of my former teams, we were scrimming against a very popular tier 1 APAC team, right? And one of their players actually streamed it to 15,000 viewers of his.
Oh man.
Without even notifying us. So I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh man, stuff that.
It's so bad, guys. This is why I never share scrimbucks with these people. Like, even in my chat, they keep asking me. And I'm like, I can't share all this because that is part of practice and that is professional. Like, I have gained that information because of my post as a coach or assistant coach or whatever, right? I cannot abuse that information. That is just so wrong.
You have a responsibility to your players, your org,
exactly.
and so on.
And to the opponents as well, right?
And your opponents, and your opponents, of course.
I'm pretty sure even the leaks that come for Bleed as well, they're mostly scrimbucks as well right now.
Yeah, of course, right, of course.
Konsi team just named... see, I cannot name the team because if I name the team, then I'm targeting someone, right? Because...
yeah.
If you're wise enough, you will be able to see by just searching and things like that. But... yeah. Ominous is a player, by the way. Yeah, Ominous is a player, guys.
Oh, yeah. That tweet was hilarious.
And I wonder who those Thai sources are. I know them. Those Thai sources. Aaj VC में कौन है? Guys, VC में we have Sero. He's a coach for a Game Changers team, and he's recently joined Run It Back as an analytical writer and an analyst. And also he lives in Germany, if you guys are interested.
Yeah. I've also written a few things on my Medium as well. Like my background is kind of in military theory and strategy, and I've also played a lot of like poker and trading card games like Magic the Gathering, and turn-based strategy games as well. So I kind of try to bring a lot of those perspectives.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh though. Mostly just Magic, to be honest.
Magic the Gathering is interesting. I would give it. I'd give that. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is.
I think anyone with a TCG background it's like weirdly useful for Valorant. I think.
Yeah, like I have also played poker a lot. I even like competed in poker like partially whenever I had time. And
that's not surprising to me. Like, it seems like a lot of coaches have like a poker or like a TCG background. Like Anders has a TCG background. I know Doom Bros has, I think, a TCG background as well.
I think it's very good because the tactical side of it is beautiful. Like even Hearthstone. I used to play Hearthstone a lot. I played it for like 3 years, and it's very good. Magic the Gathering is also very good.
Yeah, it just teaches you there's a lot of great concepts you can learn, right? especially just in terms of how to evaluate decision making, how to manage resources. Like, because Valorant is so much more of a resource management game even than CS.
Definitely.
There's more resources in this game to manage, and we're only just beginning to scratch the surface. Like something Slee was even talking about, and I was like watching his stream earlier today.
Yeah.
You know, an important one very small detail, right? But like, okay, let's say you're 1 point away from your ult, but it's a round where you're on a half buy and you don't think you're going to use it that round. You actually shouldn't be the guy who grabs the orb, because when you die, you'll have your
orb
ult
anyway. Yep. Exactly.
And so someone else on your team should take it, right?
Exactly.
It's like those little things.
Nuances, yeah. So, like, I like to call it, so my chat that whenever they ask me, I've never said this, I don't know if I said this, but I like to evaluate Valorant as a turn-based FPS game, you know? Like,
yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's a turn-based FPS game because of the cooldowns as well, right? It's like, let's say the start of a default is the attacker's turn, right? And they initiate a default or whatever they want for the first 20 seconds. And then the rest 40 seconds is sort of not their turn. Then it's the defender's turn to react, however, to the default and whatever. And then when the cooldowns are over, that is their execute. And that is their turn again. So just theoretically speaking.
That's a great way to put it. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, that is all there is to it. Like, if you love Valorant, these concepts are so wild. Like, when you first say it out loud, it's like, you must be crazy to think it like that. But then it starts to make sense as much as you like theorize it. DRX, yeah. What do you think about this match, DRX versus FPX?
All right. So it's fascinating to me that like I love that we're seeing teams change their comps around more, like being more proactive about changing their comps, right? Like DRX, you know, they struggled on it against Fnatic, and they didn't just, you know, kind of admit defeat and just stay with it, right? They've pivoted.
They returned to their old comp.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm a little skeptical about some of the things the teams are doing. I'm not in love with the I'm not in love with the Rays on this map, honestly. Like I think that I feel like there's such an opportunity. There's like very high opportunity cost for that kind of one flex slot. Like you have stiff competition for
Definitely.
that role. It could be a Killjoy, it could be a KO, and I personally kind of think you need one of those two agents on this.
Definitely.
That's kind of that's sort of where I'm at on it. But
also, don't you think Raze and Fade has just become a cheap option? It's like the new Sage.
That's true.
It's like it's like Band-Aid. Like earlier, we used to have Sage on any map. If you don't know how to play or if you are having problems, you just switch to Sage, right? For like a cheap safeguard option. And sort of feels like the same with Raze and Fade because of the combination now.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe one reason, and here I'm just kind of spitballing a little bit, but I kind of feel like things like the Boombot and the Prowler, they're not quite as much value on this map because of the elevation, right? They're like the double, the two tiers of elevation on A side, and B has it to some extent as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
hey.
Sushant is back.
Oh yeah.
Yo, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah. DRX is winning.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I'm all, even though I'm in EMEA, I'm all over the Drexium, you know?
Yeah.
Give me a long, slow hit of that. That sounds good. I guess also I should say too, even though I now live in Berlin, I've lived most of my life either in New Zealand or actually lived in Indonesia for a few years as well when I was a little kid. So I have some APAC loyalty, you know?
I mean, that's why your accent sounds like, you know, Aussie accent.
Yeah.
Funny you mentioned Indonesia.
Yeah, so I don't know. You can imagine my delight seeing a whole bunch of Indonesian players and team as well, you know, doing well.
Yeah.
In Valorant, it's really pretty heartwarming, pretty cool.
Yeah, Sushant loves Indonesia as well. The chat is saying that.
Okay.
Ominous loves Indonesia, yeah. What did he do PhD on, Sero?
Well, my PhD.
Yeah.
So it's in media studies, but really my research is about military theory and strategy. So if you've ever heard the expression "the fog of war,"
Yeah.
my PhD is like a history of that term, like where it comes from, and more generally, I kind of use that provocation as an excuse to just think about or to write about how uncertainty has been managed in military thinking, going back to like literally ancient Greece, the writings of Sun Tzu, but mostly focusing on the 19th century onwards. A lot of it covers like how developments in science and mathematics were taken up in military thinking, basically.
Ooh.
You know, seasonal, right? Even he is about to finish his PhD.
On?
Yeah, I've been speaking with him a little bit. It sounds like he's doing a lot of like he's got some really exciting classes he's going to be taking over his next semester or something like that. I don't know. I've kind of just started DMing with him a little bit on Discord, and he's someone I definitely want to have more conversations with. He's a really great guy to speak to.
So Sushant is seasonal doing that PhD where you told me he's incorporating Valorant concepts. Like he conducted something on YouTube. You showed me some video, right? On his college or university. Is he that guy?
No, that is D Mars Rovers. That guy is for NRG, and he presented that paper in MIT.
Yeah, MIT.
The
Yeah.
Sloan, Sports Analytics Conference, right? Yeah. The VOD is on YouTube, I think. It's yeah. Really great stuff.
Yeah, it's like the biggest sports analytical conference, and he was like the first person ever who presented an esports paper in that conference. It's in MIT every year.
Like low-key kind of a big deal. Like
Sloan,
yeah. Just I don't know.
It's a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal for esports.
And especially like because I've been kind of a pretty big fan of like the NBA, especially and the analytics wave, both in that sport and I guess also in baseball. You know, Moneyball and that whole story. Yeah, it's like obviously has had a massive like transformational effect on both of those sports. You just watch any basketball game and see people chucking threes, and it's like, well, a big part of why that happens is because people ran some EV calculations and figured out like, yeah, this is probably a smart thing to be doing.
No, I had a very interesting concept as well that I wanted to inquire about. I wonder if anyone will actually do something about it, but I wanted to see if anyone can pull off the topic that is the inaccuracies of game theory, or how is a game theory incorrect.
I mean, that's funny you bring that up, just because I don't know, a chapter in my PhD kind of dips into that a little bit. And I have to admit, I'm definitely not an expert in game theory, especially as a I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah.
No, actually, when in my I think third year, you have to take when I took the subject AI, they actually taught us a bit of game theory.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's only as good as your ability to kind of be sound with the values you enter, basically, right?
Yeah.
Like if you have some pretty good data to work with to base your values off of for your payoff matrix, then yeah, it can be like a super powerful tool. But as you start to scale things up and have to make lots of approximations and guesses, then I think it gets pretty shaky. But I mean, the context where I think it's really interesting in Valorant is for the pick ban. Like I know Anders at least has used payoff matrices to try and you try and basically say, okay, here's how much we value each of the maps, here's how much the other teams do it, and you can kind of use game theory in it. I imagine, for example, like floating maps probably gets pretty well rewarded under a lot of circumstances, but yeah, it's nice to see people using tools like that to at least try and kind of move beyond just intuition for something like a pick ban, right?
True, but then I think intuition is a great deal. Like intuition is a very important part of esports and sports. Like obviously there will be these theories, and it's always better to have numbers and statistics to back it up. But I don't think we can ever replace intuition up until AI is that advanced.
God no. Well, especially like, I mean, that's the lesson of even just just Moneyball, to go back to it. Like, one of the reasons I love that movie is that for all that it's kind of like, oh, this is the story of how analytics became transformative in baseball, it only started to work when the team basically like bought into the ideas, and you had a kind of feedback loop, a synergy going between the kind of game experts and the the numbers guys. Neither is sufficient on its own.
Yeah, also there's more to the movie, there's more to the story than what the movie says, actually. Shows. Which is why I think the movie just walks over the other aspects of why it was successful as well.
Yes, yeah, that too. Yeah, the book is definitely well worth your time. I think it's something I just always love to talk about whenever, I don't know, I'm in conversations with people about Valorant and analytics stuff, because it's like, there's so many lessons from what happened in that. Like people have already tried to do what we're just starting to do in Valorant now.
Yeah.
And so it's important to learn those lessons. I mean, that's kind of why I'm also interested in my kind of background in looking at military theory and so on as well. Is you had similar things happening there too, right? Like, you had effectively a kind of quote unquote analytics wave as far back as like World War II. And obviously there were, and in Vietnam as well, and there were many immense failures that were trying to apply what we could kind of think about as like a very early form of analytics in both of those two.
Yeah, even India has like that. India has a story like that as well, where sort of 300 soldiers defended up against, I think so, 10,000 or something for like 12 or 24 hours or something. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's I don't know. There's just a lot you can like. There's so much you can learn from drawing on stuff from other contexts and situations, and then bringing them across. I guess I kind of want to talk more about this this game now, because I feel like I find it so hard to my attention wanders so much. Ominous, how do you feel about the matchup? Are you on the Drexium?
I've always been on the Drexium.
Hell yeah.
You know NK, right? So he's at the venue today.
Yeah.
Then I messaged Ken Yang, the guy you just saw with the DRX glasses. He's a CEO. I told him that a friend of mine is at the venue today and he wants to hang out with you. And he had no clue.
Nice.
And then I hooked him up, but I think the PR guys caught him or something, and they sent him back because the people with the press cannot be there or something like that. But he met him, but they sent him back.
I see. That's a shame.
But yeah, Ken Yang is like he's a very chill guy. Like I've known him for like 3 years now. It's very chill.
Hi everyone who come from Sero. Welcome to the channel.
Oh, we got some friends in the chat?
Yeah.
Let's see, hold on. Love that.
Vishal, did you answer this, Sushant, on chat? Vishal's question? Or is he
here? Let's go.
Is he accounting the war in countries or regions with dictators where faith is more than reasoning?
I'm sure that question is not for me.
Yeah. I saw yes.
Yeah, so like, there's just, I don't think there's ever been a war that was fought where all you had was reason, you know? I mean, that's one of the fascinating things about war, right? Like, institutions, like military institutions it's in their interest to try and like remove risk, be as kind of quote unquote scientific and rational as possible. But just the human factor is always there to some degree, no matter, what parties are involved in conflict. And I mean, of course, the same is true in Valorant as well, right? And at a different scale, obviously, but like, yeah, the fact that it's a game that's going to be played by 5 human players who have to communicate with each other in real time is just always going to be a constraint and something you have to, has to be at the forefront of your approach.
That was a Zero, yeah, my man. Here from Zero. Hello, Dan. Oh my god. That was a good split though, right? On 410?
You mentioned it was a big bonus. They convert. They deliver.
Sorry, what just happened? I just kind of I have to confess I was tapped out.
Oh no, like the split from DRX on above 410, it's sort of forced the chamber to reposition himself. He was on 410. So they basically retook the 410 position through that split.
Alright, we have it in the replay here, let's see.
They didn't show the split in the...
That's a shame.
But yeah, that was a nice split.
But Xiao just rips them apart because of it.
Oh, interesting. He's got the lineup from back there.
Yeah.
That's going in my that's going in my unlisted YouTube playlist. It's funny how many different spots you can have to throw that.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I would be so stressed playing this at this level, like in a comp without a Killjoy, because you're just someone like.
Wait.
There's always a gamble, right? Like.
Wait, that lineup was from Underpipes?
He threw it. He threw his orb from spawn. He had a lineup from spawn.
Yeah.
Like he was sitting right back on the the ramp. Like I'm not sure why he wanted to throw it from there. Maybe he was camping spawn or something.
I noted it. Round number 15.
Yeah, it was interesting. I can think of a few situations where you'd want to throw it from there. It's kind of cool little bit of tech. But yeah, it's like because it's interesting, right? Like as soon as that Viper orb goes up with this comp that DRX have, right? Like you kind of have to commit to some extent, like 2 eyes to mid. Because they can come under the tube, they can come to the right of the tube. And it's you're just in a gamble basically. Like
just 10
I mean,
seconds.
obviously it's risky. It's risky to walk through that smoke too, but.
Ooh.
You know, the reason why I asked that was because recently I did some research on like what lineups have have like a higher post-planned win percentage, and for that side, the lineups or the Viper lineups only from Underpipe or that area had a very high win rate compared to other places.
Oh, so like shooting lineups from mid basically.
Yeah, from Underpipes, the in front of Nest.
Yeah.
That place.
सुशांत का माइक वॉल्यूम बहुत ज्यादा ना इट्स फाइन मेरे लिए तो सही है
Everybody wanted to fight to maintain a little bit of that space and help the players who are going for that plant to get out of there. But
सुशांत को तो मजा आ जाएगा ये सुन के Sushant Saksham is saying your mic voice is loud. Imagine.
But that's not around. DRX should have won.
Not at all. And it keeps the map close.
Well, at least I don't use AirPods anymore.
Yeah, that's what. Imagine from being literally always having low sound, someone is complaining that it's loud. It's not loud. I think it's perfect. Perfect.
How do you guys feel about the fade specifically on this map?
It's good. I would not say it's necessary.
Yeah, I would still play Sova.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I feel like you just don't get as much value from the Prowlers. And having this is definitely one of the maps where having the greater range on the dart is pretty valuable too.
Yeah, I mean Breeze, I have no sense why people play Fade.
Oh, it's just actually baffling. I think it's just purely player comfort, right? Like you often see it on teams that just don't have, right? Like but even FPX, like Xiao can play Sova. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess he's not a natural Sova in the way someone like Enzo is on Fnatic. But...
True. Even Boaster can play Sova.
No. Oh my gosh! It's gotten down to 2.
But I have to ask, why again, Artis?
Did you guys see the last round?
You have the option of staying in the pit.
Yeah.
The thrifty conversion, man.
And then this just impregnable ult. It's just so dispiriting on the CT side when this ult goes down. It's just like, wow.
Yeah, blame Fnatic for this, man.
And yes, blunders aplenty. But
You remember the Killjoy combination? Fnatic brought in a counter to their own ult. So this Viper ult and everything, right? And then
they're just volleys in the kitchen, right?
yeah, there's Sage and Killjoy combination.
Yeah, but people would just come. It would just be a meat grinder in there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't KO be better than Fadia? KO is definitely better than Fadia. Yeah.
Yeah, KO is pretty. The KO knife is really annoying on this map. Like,
yeah,
because one position especially, like, Chambers love to play on the pipes on A site and just kind of brawl you from there, right? I mean, like Jets used to as well, or even Reyna's back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like you just knife that, and you're just I don't know. It's strong, and it's great for yellow as well.
Yep. I'd say solo KO is not as good. You need another initiator with KO. I would prefer.
Yeah, definitely. You need Sova. I think Sova is
Sova
completely
KO is
obligatory.
so much better. Yeah.
The question I have, like, I've looked at the numbers and they're not great on Run It Back, but I have this like speculative theory that what if you played, because I think you kind of want one of Killjoy or KO. Like, I think they're both kind of nice. It's really hard to fit them both in a comp, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because you need your op agent as well. You need your Viper, and so my question is, like, can you get away with dropping Sage and basically running like Fnatic's comp or the G2 comp, but you have KO instead of Sage? That's like my kind of, I don't know. I'd love to see how it plays. Maybe it's just insanely bad.
I would never drop Sage on this map.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, it sounds cool until you're trying to plant on B without Sage, and then you just realize, like, what have I done to myself? But yeah, like, I can kind of see a theory for it. Like, you can, if the rounds you go B, you basically have the KO or Sage KO or Killjoy ults to get you plants. Like, you can kind of cycle those two ults on attack.
Yep.
But yeah, I think just
Seropo. Hello, Emil.
It's kind of incredible how Sage just continues to be a force in this game. Like,
yeah,
on many maps as well, not just Icebox, right? Like, she's still winning games on Haven, on Ascent, like.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, even though all the new agents that are released are overpowered, right? But I'd say the first agents that were released are still they are the most prominent agents in the game. The default agents that were released with Valorant. And, like, personally, I think Sage, as I said, Sage is actually a very good banded agent, right? For any map.
Oh, that's just on the cam there on the left was Haribo, who's like a pretty regular observer in EMEA, like observes all the EMEA games. But yeah, sorry. The funny thing is, I was going to agree with you, and then I remembered, like, I only started playing Valorant and kind of getting into it around the time Astra came out. So I couldn't even say, like, I don't really know which of the agents were like in the original beta, because to me everything pre-Astra that's like, before my time. So I just don't know. I can't speak to it.
Panish, that is a good question. I would ask both of them this. So Sushant and Sero, can you tell us if you guys have run into a situation where numbers or stats have lied?
Yeah.
I mean, Sushant, I know. He did say, but yeah. Can you explain, Sushant? Any one situation?
It was this. So the thing is, the numbers didn't lie, but so what happened was, I think we played this during the MYSG. I think it was the upper bracket game. So basically, we had already qualified for APAC by then, and it was basically a troll game. Okay, and on Ascent, I think we picked attack first. I don't remember. I think we picked attack or defense against Paper X. Okay, and then I remember this game, and then
because of the
after that, I think it was in
being high,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, not ours, but Paper X's, okay?
Paper
And
X's, yeah.
ours was also high.
Hmm.
And then during APAC, I think stage 2, when we actually played them, and we were 1-0 up, we had beaten them on split. We had actually destroyed Paper X on split. I think 13-3 or something.
Yeah.
And it was like the best shot we had at actually qualifying. And then what happened was, so I made the call, and then it was not the numbers, because previously the numbers had failed me, but I forgot that it was basically just a troll game. I don't know what was going through my head, and something like I don't know. I just went with my gut, and I was like, "Fuck it, we'll do the opposite this time." And then we were like 10-2 down, and on the next half we actually won like 8
Yeah.
rounds in a row.
Yeah.
But yeah, even then we lost like 13-8 or 13-9 or something. But it was not me. But after the game, like on VLR, I started reading, stuff like, hey, had these guys started on attack first, they would have won, and
Yeah,
blah
I
blah blah.
remember
So,
you telling me this.
yeah.
And the thing is, guys.
So the thing is, it's not about numbers. It's more about psychology. Maybe
Exactly.
if I had not read that, I probably wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's funny. Like, I kind of agree that the numbers themselves are just kind of completely indifferent, but it's like where they came from in the first place and how they were gathered, that matters. And then obviously they're useful for like detecting trends and patterns, things that will work out in the long run.
Another example. No, it was not the Lenny middle finger. It was the latest one. The last time we played Paper X.
Yeah.
The last time we played Paper X, the very latest game. Yeah. The another one I can give you is like, for example, retake percentage, right? On Haven B side. So statistically, B side is the easiest side to retake, right? Yeah, it has like 52%. So more than half the time, CTs retake that. They retake the B side. But then I also, this is just my intuition, okay? And I feel that half of the times these teams don't play it right. When teams hit B side, half of the times teams hit B side is like on the second round, just to get a free plant. I think these kind of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, these kind of numbers inflate those stats. So I think numbers can lie at times. You should just try it out yourself.
You need, that's where the context and the knowledge of the game is important, right?
I have a very different opinion with this. I think the numbers never lie. I think the numbers never lie. It's just you can never say anything for concrete without adding context to it. The numbers purely, they never lie because they're numbers for a reason. They are based on actual facts. But then you have to put context into it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like we need that context of,
exactly.
Well, yeah, most of these rounds that are being retaken are like, yeah, against, like they have, one team has rifles and the other has pistols.
Yeah.
And another important point, this was something else that because I was thinking about, like basically, I was thinking about my team's Haven, right? And like how we should play it, what to prioritize and so on. And something that immediately struck me was that, okay, so you read these retake numbers, which basically say, okay, it's much easier to retake B than A or C. And so the like level 1 understanding is, oh, well, we should, as attack, we should go A and C much more often, right? But here's the problem. It's something that's very hard to quantify, is how successfully you actually get on site in the first place and get the plant down when going A or C. Like if you're getting bodied, 90% of the time, I mean, obviously these numbers are exaggerated and hypothetical, but if you're getting bodied 90% of the time, you're going A and C and not even planning, but 80% of the time you go B, you get the spike down. The fact that the retake percentages are much lower on A and C matter much less than the fact that you can plant reliably on B. And so you'll probably win more rounds going B if the numbers work out like that, right? So it's one set of numbers may not be enough. You may need other sets of numbers, more data, more analysis, combined with your game sense to have a better grasp of what exactly is going on.
True.
Yeah, so especially just because this game is so complicated.
Exactly.
It's really, really hard to slice it up and really get all the account for all the different variables and factors and contexts and situations and so on, right?
Yep.
Which isn't to say that it's impossible, but you just kind of have to, you have to be very careful in not reading too much into your, not kind of extrapolating and drawing really large conclusions from relatively small pieces of information from your data. Yeah.
That's what. So I agree. And I don't think numbers lie. It's because numbers are pure, right? But yeah, context is very important. Oh my god. This is a very important round.
A huge round.
For DRX as well, because you know how DRX are when they lose the first map, right?
Yeah, that's like, I really want to be on the full DRX hopium.
Yeah.
But I still have this kind of like, exactly that concern, right? Is their mental strong enough? Do they have they fortified their mind palace enough?
Yeah.
And I'd love to see them overcome those struggles, right? And I mean, the thing we should remember too, right? This is a young team. I think it's really commendable that they've stuck together. I mean, I myself have been like a huge RB doubter and skeptic. But you only need to look at something like the lesson of Astralis, right? This team was infamous as chokers, right? When they were a kind of young team starting out.
Yeah.
But they did make some changes, but like they stuck with their core at least, and ended up being the greatest all time, right? So it's like, just because a team has shown some mental weakness early on does not mean that's going to persist indefinitely.
Also,
it can be overcome.
Also, you have to just look at who their coaches are. Their coaches were part of the iconic MVP team that stuck together for almost a decade. They believe in synergy more than anyone else. They believed in synergy, and they were the best Counter-Strike team to come out from Asia.
I mean, that's a really wonderful point. I really love you bringing that up. I mean, because that's not something I'd thought about when I was like, because my thought process for the last two tournaments was like, I always felt surprised when they would just roll up with RB again. I'd be like, surely there has to be some other duelist in Korea who can do better than this guy. But I think this role change they've done has really worked out great.
Oh, definitely.
It's looking really good. And
What a way
here
to
we
win
go,
this
right?
round.
Yeah.
What a
and they
way
win
to win this round.
Yeah.
It's a flawless.
Yeah.
And now let's have a look at FPX's money. I think they still have a buy, right?
Look at that. Oh my god. Art is just so animated. Okay, but FPX have the result.
Win, lose, I don't know what they say, but FPX is that like this one team I cannot hate,
True.
Oh, you just have to respect them, right? Like, and it's kind of cool just having like Angel, this tech FPS legend, like IGLing them. They're such a weird team.
And even that interview, right, from Angel is like, I've been chilling. Most of the time, the sixth player has been playing in the practice, but yeah.
Yeah, Angel. I feel like Angel gives the best interviews in the whole scene.
Oh, dude.
I guess there's a lot of big personalities now that I think about it. Like Stax has done some good ones, Poster's done some good ones, but I'm a pretty big fan of the Angel interview.
Because in CS, right, Angel's interviews were always very serious. If you saw.
Yeah, and here he's just I don't know. It seems like he's really enjoying himself. It's pretty cool.
It's like a bag off his shoulders. He's absolutely free, it seems.
Yeah, especially after he finally won. You know what I mean?
Yeah, throughout his journey.
This huge event. I don't know. His career has just been validated, and it's pretty great.
Yeah, he was always known as the IGL that was promised, right, for Navi and the CIS scene.
Yeah.
But it never came to be.
Yeah, he never got to have that team with Simple, like the full, real
CIS
super
team.
All Stars with Simple. Yeah, which he probably should have had a chance to do that.
True. Oh, beautiful.
All right. Oh, so little time now. Has he got? He's got the plan at least, right?
No,
they got him.
No, doesn't have a plan. Let's go.
Wow.
As
Okay, it's happening, guys. It's happening.
Saksham, please stop. Please stop. Why are you guys bullying Sushant like this? I'll ban you guys now, okay? I'll ban you guys.
Korea on top right now.
Yep.
Let's see if they can close.
They just got ulted. The only person went down the zip on there. They're gonna go for it again.
I mean, you just on this map, you can't say it's over till it's over though. I guess you guys know that better than literally anybody.
Oh my god. No, Profexy, Zero is in the call. Saksham, can you please pull out Zero's Twitter link so Profexy can know Zero? But yeah, he's recently joined RIB as an analyst and an article writer, and he's a coach for a Game Changers team in the EMEA region.
I guess one other thing I should do while I'm here, maybe just I'll wait till this is over. Actually, I'm gonna give this round some respect before I plug my own stuff. Okay, let's see how this is gonna go. We got the this boom boat over the top is really annoying. Okay, that's huge that he doesn't find anything that else. Especially because they're still on site. Okay, get stacks. Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is over.
What a demon.
Marco is such a clutch guy, man. That double kill from Marco?
That Marco, wow. What an absolute hero. I mean, DRX coming back to win. I mean, I think it did. I assume FPX picked Icebox, right?
Yes. FPX picked Xbox. DRX went for attack.
I mean, this is an interesting pick ban. Like, see, I don't know. I've never thought of FPX as like a really dominant Icebox team. I feel like they. I mean, I understand why they picked it, right? Because DRX looks so shaky.
So ordinary, yeah.
Fnatic. I mean, so impressive for DRX to, change their comp. Like, because that's the thing, right? It can't be any worse than how it was against Fnatic. So why not? Why not throw them a different look, mess up their preparation?
And now Haven. DRX picked Haven.
Haven, just the classic DRX map, right?
Yeah.
At least for me, like I will never forget. I think it was. I'm trying to remember the event. It was the. Oh my gosh! I think it was Champions last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. Forgive me, chat, if my memory is bad here. But I just remember DRX on Haven having this start where they would just do their default, where Stacks is farming the orbs on C-Long, and then they start seeing and then they go, and he had his old like.
But it's not just that, I mean, that was just one way to play Haven that they have shown. They can play Haven in so many ways, many ways. I even told this to Godspeed like I don't know, a few days ago.
Yeah.
That like let's say I get kidnapped, okay, and they say kill you, but you have to like bet on one thing that has to be true. That would be DRX. That would be DRX never losing Haven.
Haven, yeah. It's such a pleasure to watch them play Haven. I remember also and this is back in the day, but like King's Killjoy setups on Haven used to be just something else. Like the way they were able to kind of it felt like their defense had 6 people on it because of how well structured their Killjoy setups were, how well they are the rest of the players would both sometimes play off them, but also cheat off them, if you know what I mean. So they could stack other parts of the map depending on where the other side was going. And I don't know, they're always, as you say, Ominous, always adding new layers to the way they play it. And this is going to be, and I mean, we should also say FPX have had some, some impressive games on Haven of their own at times. Sugetsu sometimes turns into a monster on this map with his Sage. I mean, and who knows if they'll even be playing Sage? You just never know what FPX are going to bring out with their comps, which to me is perhaps the most impressive thing about them, right? They must be so hard to prepare for because you just cannot rely on them running back the same comp. That they're very likely to switch it up on you.
Hi Sido and Nirvan. Yeah, DRX win, guys. I mean, all 3 of us are sort of supporting DRX. So, I mean, I know Sushant.
Oh, Sado's in the chat?
Yeah.
Big shout out to Sado.
The thing is, for Haven, right? You know what my earliest memory of Haven on with DRX is? Vision Strikers versus Newton, Lucky back off side on A side. pulling off a 4K, if you guys remember. That
Wait,
is
sorry.
like
I have to confess, I took my headphones off for a second to speak to my wife. What was the 4K?
Lakia back off A side on Haven, pulling off a 4K with Phantom against Vision Strikers. Vision Strikers versus Newton Gaming, if you remember, like first strike.
Of course, yeah.
That is sort of my first, like the first visual that comes to my mind with Vision Strike, and then the second is obviously Stacks and Hell. Forever at Hell, right?
Oh yeah. Just, I mean, Stacks is just, I don't know. I love that he already feels like one of the iconic players of the game, right? Like,
Definitely.
He's had so many moments. It's just incredible what he does from the roles he plays, and just the you can tell, like, when you see the camera cut to him, right? Like the emotion he has. I don't know. He's just such a fun guy to watch.
True.
Yeah. That Marco play, Sado. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
that Marco play. That double kill was so necessary.
And that's how he started the map as well, right? That huge Ghost 3K to wreck. I mean, punishing FPX for their, because they always have half armor on their, in their early rounds when they're trying to get their economy rolling. They always cheat on the armor.
Channeling my energy.
There's a question for you guys. How do you feel about this kind of, we're starting to see it more and more, I think, teams cheating more on armor to have better guns and economy. Excuse me.
I hate Fnatic's way of doing it, to be honest.
Well, I mean, they kind of, they messed up some of the math, right? Like,
yeah,
especially late in the game.
Not just math, it's like, it's the last round of the half. What are you saving for?
Yeah, just buy some stuff, guys. Not only should you be buying, you should be putting a judge behind some ready corner if you can afford it. You should be like, your opponent should have a Vandal down or like a Phantom on the floor as well in case they get up.
That says a lot of things about Fnatic that I have speculated for a very long time.
They are very robotic.
So the thing is, one thing I've learned is that many a times, even like working with Legia, you don't necessarily have to anti-strat everything, okay?
Yeah.
You do your stuff, and after the first 2-3 rounds, you learn from it.
Yeah.
And as an analyst, obviously, you have to like tell them the tendencies or something, but you don't have to like hardcore anti-strat anything.
Absolutely.
That's what I feel, obviously. But when I see Fnatic, right, it's just not. This was just one example that you gave, right? This half armor buying.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like, think for a second, okay? I have been seeing this from like late or mid 2021 that they they anti-strat the team, or sometimes they even overthink even before entering the server. Okay, it's like their players and IGL are like made to think or work that way, which is very wrong in my opinion. And and the buying half armor on the very last round, that's like the icing on the cake, to prove my point that these guys don't know anything. Or they're at least made to work that way, which is wrong. Like even Alphair, if that guy was there, I would fucking play him on Raze on every map.
It's more like a dictatorship, Sushant, right? Is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a dictatorship or the players are happy that way, or if it's the IGL who's doing that. I don't know, but it's just what I think.
But I mean, if it's not a dictatorship, do you think the players themselves buy half armor a last round or in overtime? No way, right? Like,
I mean, it's common sense at that point.
Exactly.
So I am sure for them the reason it happened that round was that it's a new thing they're trying out, and they get into the pattern, and they forget to get out of the pattern, if that makes sense,
That should never be the case. That they are professionals. That can never happen.
It was astounding. I mean, it was astounding. I mean, my feeling on Fnatic. I mean, I do think obviously they've innovated in many quite incredible ways, but I agree with especially this idea that they can be kind of robotic, right? They have very, at least for me, the thing I've noticed is they have very firm protocols that they seem to stick to almost invariably. And it makes them readable, right? Like they've been punished many times for things like Boaster being caught out because you always know he's outside showers on bind, or the fact that they really love doing these like two-man like for retakes. They love flanking on the retake with two people.
Yeah, two, three, even four.
Yeah, and everyone knows they do it. And I just remember like Mako cut them to shreds on Haven, actually, just like sitting spawn because he knew they were coming, and he just sat deep enough that like he could get fully behind them. He knows they're coming. And I think like, I mean, Fnatic, like they almost have the balance there, right? Like if you establish to other teams that you do this sometimes, obviously it makes it very hard for the attackers because they have to commit something to watch the flank.
Yeah.
But it means that once Fnatic establishes the pattern, they need to stop doing it. Like they've already made their opponent adjust, and that's the payoff. The payoff is that. The payoff is not actually doing it.
But you know what my thinking is here? It's like you see DRX, right? They have an identity. You can talk about how they play, right? But you tell me, what identity does Fnatic have apart from preparation? Like the first word that comes to your mind.
No, you know the thing is, like gradually, like watching DRX.
Yeah.
DRX were very similar to Fnatic till the end of last year.
Oh, definitely.
But this year they're not. Like they do make changes, they do learn, but Fnatic are still the same.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that we see DRX change comp mid-tournament. Has Fnatic ever done that? I don't think so, right? Maybe they did this time.
They did this time, yeah.
They did this time, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what map it's on. Like, I think Fnatic is just starting to go through what DRX have already gone through in this like. I mean, to give Mini and Boaster credit, I think they do know this about their own team, that they've become a bit too predictable and they need to be a bit more adaptable, a bit more flexible, a bit more dynamic. And I think they're going to get there, but yeah, it's not all the way. I mean, clearly, right? It's not all the way there yet.
No, and they also put out a post, right, with where they were looking for coaches to help them, right? So they had additional coaches to help them as well. But still, if you saw their poll was very gimmicky. Like if you have so many coaches helping you and you have so much time, you had additional time for preparation compared to 100 Thieves, right? Who played an additional LCQ compared to Fnatic, right?
I'm glad you bring this up. I was astounded by how that pro game went. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, and also with DRX, what Sushant said, absolutely. But you have to consider one major difference. DRX never made massive changes to the roster as well. That can also play a very important role in sort of adapting and evolving into the sort of team you are. And with Fnatic, that's not the case at all. They are very quick on the trigger with roster issues as well. And in that way, they have to adapt to multiple things and not just their playstyle, right?
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting, right? Like, I suspect Fnatic are going to stick with this roster now. Like, something, I mean, I do agree with this from Mini. Like, something he said, like, the reason, like, in his explanation for why they've made all these changes was that when they signed with the org, the org kind of knew, like, this original team is not going to be the team we have all the way. And the game is super new. Like, the best players haven't kind of emerged yet. And we need to be ready to pick up those players. You know, we need to find the Simple before he ends up on, you know, some other team. And I think that's kind of why they got Alpha Year. And clearly that was the right decision, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, getting Alpha Year in from Magnum was, like, a pretty important and necessary upgrade. And so they set themselves up to be able to make those shifts. But yeah, it would be nice now to see them stick with this lineup. I mean, this is the time. This is the big test, I think. Right?
Yeah, if they make changes
now, that would be concerning. Because this lineup, I think, it feels like this lineup should have everything you need, right?
True, absolutely true.
It's gonna be hard. I mean, DRX's attack side is so crazy good in terms of getting space with their jet. They're executing.
And also, I mean, we should remember too how close Fnatic actually are, right? Like they were what, top? It was top 4 this event? No, top 6. Top 6 this event. And at the level they're at now, these games are like any of these teams at this level can beat each other very clearly. And Fnatic have shown they can beat most of the teams here, right? They've beaten DRX before, they've beaten FPX before.
I mean, if you saw evolution, DRX's fracture is proof of their evolution, right? Against Fnatic.
Yeah, great point. Yeah. Great point.
But if you see Fnatic, the amount of dominance they showed during the group stages, right, in EMEA, compared to their performance now, it's massively different.
I mean, part of it is, I think it's contextual again. Like, in EMEA, teams let them play Icebox every single time.
True.
Go look at the stats, like how much they played Icebox.
True.
So that's Fnatic basically started 1-0 up in every game in EMEA. And that's the thing, right? Like, this is why I get really mad about pick bans and people not taking them seriously or dismissing them or say you overanalyze them. Like, I think most maps between most top teams are like kind of coin flippy. Like, I think both teams can win a lot of maps against each other, you know, or have a decent chance to steal maps. And so if a team has a map that they're super dominant on, like that they're a kind of 70 or 80 or 90% favorite on against everybody else in the field, you cannot let them play that map. You have to ban it. And you have to get your map pool in a place where you can do that if you come up against a team who have a you know, I call it like a dominant map like that. And the whole of EMEA let Fnatic just like get away with murder against them. And then you saw at Champions, teams start banning Icebox against them.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they were mortal because now they're coin flipping on 3 maps instead of starting 1-0 up in every game.
But I mean, they had more time than other teams and they had help of more coaches as well. Shouldn't they have been more prepared? Is my counter to that. Like,
well, I mean, I will say Fnatic, they have a light coaching staff though.
No, but they did have help this time around, right? For Champions.
This time they have a 3rd guy, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still just 3 people, really, right? It's their assistant who.
I think 3 is
forgive
more
me,
than
I
enough.
can't remember the assistant.
3
Yeah, maybe 3 is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of think you need, like, my thought would be you need like, just on the like kind of team in-game side, you probably want like don't you want like a coach, an assistant who can kind of be like find the lineups and all that kind of stuff, right? That guy, and then you want at least one data person as well.
Yeah.
I think those are probably the 3, like, at minimum, I think you'd want that.
Yeah.
And Fnatic doesn't even have that, right? They have Mini, and then they have, like, I mean, I guess Boaster kind of functions. Boaster kind of functions as the lineup guy, I guess, right? Like
Yeah, Boaster.
But I mean, you know, I think you should have that guy so that Boaster doesn't have to do all that stuff.
Have you seen how many coaches DRX has?
But they also only had 3, right? Sushant.
Wait, they have Anax now. They have
They have Anax now, after Champions started, right? Like,
before it started.
No, but the announcement was after it started. Maybe they...
From what I'm told, he's already doing stuff.
Okay. So, like, but they only added a 4th now, but they had 3 all throughout, right?
Yeah.
They have Glow, Termi, and Argency, right?
Yeah.
And I think
Argency is, I don't think he's a coach. Someone told me he's just a manager.
Yeah, but he's listed as the coach. So then it again whittles them down to 3, right?
Yeah.
So if he's not the coach, then it's again down to 3 with Anax. So that means DRX had just 2 coaches, just like Fnatic before Champions. So DRX and Fnatic are basically level footing because both brought in a 3rd guy this time before Champions, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask what's your guys' coaching structure? Is it 3 people as well?
Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, that sounds like
but
about
it's
what
3
you
now.
want, right?
Like it's 3 now. Like even Bleed like had just 2 right before this.
Till like for the LCQ at least, it was just me and Ligia.
Yeah. And
So can I ask, I don't know how much you guys can say, but can I ask how you kind of divide up the roles within your team as far as the coaches? Or the coaching staff?
So the thing is, there are some stuff that everyone does. play, like finding lineups. So if you see something cool and we have like a group or something.
You put it in the
But I do,
shared,
yeah, and then I have like I do almost all the data stuff,
Yeah.
and then I give it like show it to these guys, and then they give me like the opinion and all that, like should we use this or not? What's the pros and cons and all that?
So
And
you have
then
a back and forth, basically, yeah.
yeah. And then the other thing that I specifically do is like before matches, I find like data on the opponents and tendencies. So that is something I specifically do. And the other, like coming up with strats and all that, it's these guys.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And the discussion part is the best part about this, because that is where you grow as a team, not just players, but as coaches and everyone. Like, we can all grow by bouncing ideas off of each other so much.
I know that, to me, that sounds like a really, like what you guys just described. That to me sounds like how you would want your team set up.
Exactly.
Like, exactly 3 guys with pretty much exactly how it sounds like you guys are dividing the roles.
Seriously, Krameri is the thing. Oh my god, see.
We're doing it again, guys. We're having too good a conversation about all this other stuff, and therefore my ability to follow this game has gone out the window.
We can do it after DRX beat FPX, right?
Hell yeah. Okay, perfect. Let's lock in, boys.
Yeah. Did you guys see the pistol?
Who do we think will win Haven? Do we think DRX will win Haven?
Yeah, for me, DRX
I assume.
should win Haven.
I still think DRX wins. Like I don't know how many rounds they'll get, but on defense they'll win for sure.
FPX is such a weird team because it feels like they're, aside from maybe Ascend, they can kind of play all the maps, and they can kind of beat, like, as long as you're not too good on any given map, they can kind of beat you on it.
Yeah.
But they don't. I'm not scared of them on anything but yeah, maybe Ascent, right? I think even their Fracture, like I know a lot of teams had trouble with their comp with the Omen one way in A main, but I think if you broke that, and I think there's ways you can break that, I think that kind of folds as well. So I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm never that confident about FPX on any given map, but somehow they're able to make it work for them.
It's because FPX is very defaulty, right? So you're never scared because you're never scared of a burst, like or absolute a shock rush, just like let's say DRX do on Fracture.
They're not gonna paper X you.
Yeah, they're not gonna paper X you, or even Loud, right? The way they split A on Ascent, Loud, like very specific things. You are scared of certain things, certain tendencies, but for FPX,
So
they
the thing
don't
is, I'll
rely
tell
on
you
executes a lot.
why DRX and most of these Asian teams like PaperX and almost every Asian team will have this experience is unlike EMEA, is because even in APAC, right, you have different play styles. Like the Chinese teams play like loud, very aggressive and all that. So you kind of get that experience from the Chinese teams. Then the Koreans and Japanese themselves play like kind of like EMEA, slow, defaulty kind of. And then there are teams like, I'm just saying that there's different play styles in different APAC sub-regions.
Yeah, you have a proper ecology.
Yeah, and everyone scrims everyone, so there's nothing that you can throw at DRX on, the other tier 1 APAC teams and say that, they're surprised.
Yeah, that's such a great point.
Because they have to adapt a lot.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, and yeah, it's like DRX. I mean, to FPX's credit, I guess they're I think because specifically Angel is someone who's like
I've seen scrims, like when we scrim EDG. When we scrim EDG, there were moments like we're on defense in 15 seconds, in 15-16 seconds, their jet life is in our spawn.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, I guess with FPX, someone like Angel, he kind of has a version of this because he's just played so much tech FPS. He's seen all these different looks as well and would have some feel for what you do. But even that's not the same as like you are in a team that continuously scrims against all of this all the time, right? Like, to what extent has his whole team played against everything from Edward to, the full grindy, slow kind of stuff, right?
I don't know, but see, I think FPX might have been able to, if not for whatever is happening right now, right? Because if you know Russia and China, the ping is bearable, right? If you know from CS:GO, a lot of Russian players used to play in the Chinese region, and Chinese teams used to scrim with CIS or the Russian teams a lot because of that. Because of the ping factor. Because the ping was bearable between China and Russia. So I don't know if it's still the case in Valorant or not.
Yeah, but that's information now. He's definitely saving. Look, Stacks immediately chasing.
I mean, also, of course, we just have this diffusion of the Russian players anyway, right?
Yeah.
Because of what's been happening.
But that comes down to servers, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
So
it's
I don't
funny how
know.
something like that can have a big influence on the ecosystem. But it's true.
Yeah. I mean, for that to happen, I mean, I'm pretty good at geography. You'd need servers in like Central Russia or something.
Yeah.
I think those kind of servers are there in CS. I mean, in CS you can just buy custom servers.
Yeah, custom
but
servers.
Valorant, you can't do that, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in Valorant there's only two options. Either you play Hong Kong or you play Moscow, and those are like
Oh, Moscow is not possible. Yeah, Moscow is not.
Yeah, it's funny how just something that, like, you might not think about that, right? But just where these servers are located and the fact that Valorant is such a kind of centralized, closed garden from a developer perspective means that that kind of dynamic, kind of wider ecosystem that you can have where teams from different regions are able to play each other is not so much the case in our game. Excuse me.
No problem.
Oh, I kind of like this this little way they're taking lobby. Kind of interesting to see FPX back on the Sova on this map as well. Like, I kind of think of FPX as being the EMEA team that just fell in love with Fade and just uses it everywhere.
But we haven't addressed the Viper, right?
And yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, and they're running a Viper. Like, what is going on with this FPX comp?
Oh, I have theory crafted with Viper. There are like 5 good walls, and they are using none of them. So I don't know.
Yeah, this wall is horrible.
Yeah, this is a horrible wall.
So bad. Like, it's a good thing Anders isn't in this chat right now. He would be.
Yeah, he'd be molding right now.
Molding. We're all molding. We all know why this is
just
awful. Like, it doesn't give you any map control. It's just like this gimmick to. It makes some weird cubbies on A short, but like a team at this level, like DRX are not going to get wrecked because you made a little cubby on A short, you know.
And also, they're doing this wall. I'll tell you why. So I actually tried this wall. They're doing this wall purely because it covers 3 angles.
Yeah,
A long,
course,
A short, and B. No,
yeah, like, this is what you do. This is like the first wall you throw when you're like in bronze.
Exactly. Yeah. Have you watched Bleach trailer? Not yet, man. I will after the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other baffling thing about.
They're not even doing this wall right.
Yeah,
like I think you can just lurk into A side with this wall.
Yeah.
This wall
from A shot.
Actually, it is just better for the attackers, right?
Yep.
Like, yeah. Oh man.
It sort of closes the matchbox area for. So the A shot advanced area, right? I call it the matchbox area, where the boxes are, because it feels like a matchbox. You have no A long control, you have no A shot control, right?
Yeah. It gives you what's it giving you here. The weird thing is, but somehow FPX are up 6-2.
Yeah, exactly. It's because
what else are they?
It's because DRX are just sort of baffled by what is happening right now.
Yeah. You're just like, wait, we're in a bronze lobby. What's going on?
And Angel will be like, "Yep, mastermind. Let's go."
I mean, that's another thing, right? You should always remember
the best game on Haven was something similar. It was the Berlin Final 2021 Masters 3.
Oh,
and Envy versus Gambit.
Oh
Gambit
my
picked some
god.
weird shit, you know.
Gambit's the weirdest.
But
Yeah, Chronicle. I remember after the game, so Chronicle said that as soon as he locked in Brimstone and the lobby went, I think it was Crashies or someone stood up and laughed at him that he picked Brimstone, and then they absolutely destroyed them. It was not even that they were doing something; it was just pure aim. They just aimed
yeah.
them so hard.
That's what I was
my
literally about to
god.
say, right? Like for all the strats you can have in this game, sometimes aim just is transcendent. It just it makes it not
Redgar
matter.
Reina. It was Redgar Reina.
What a callback, Sushant, because that map, it was like everyone was on steroids. Like such back and forth, like in terms of trades, and them rushing C, destroying everything in their paths, right? Gambit. And Ye was sort of the only one who could stand up to them, if you remember.
And I think this is why this game is so great, right? It's like there's so much tactical sophistication and complexity with all the different
Gambit was like my favorite team, and when I absolutely knew like this team is fucking goated. Is like so they were like known for the like Navi slow pace playstyle, right? So if you go back and watch the Berlin final, the first map on Bind, okay, go and watch the first OT or the second OT round on Attack Gambit, okay. You'd have to watch the whole game for that, okay. So what happens is the whole game, even the first OT on Attack, they play the normal Gambit, standing back, chilling, you know. And then the second OT on Attack, right? I remember they rushed B, and it was like the first 10 seconds of the round, okay? And OpTiC kind of knew by that point, FNS kind of knew that, these guys are chilling, even we won't push, So these guys, they were just chilling behind the smokes, the first 10 seconds of the round. But then Gambit actually, it was like the typical Russian Suka blade, rush B. OpTiC were not prepared for that at all. They just got fucked so bad on that B side that time I actually knew like fuck, these guys are fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? When you know, like they had the better like model.
Yeah, it was
OpTiC were modeling them, right? Like
it was such a good call. It was such a good call.
Yeah, the same thing happened for me, Sushant. I remember telling you this. It was the Gambit versus Screw bind map, right? For me, Gambit rushing every round towards B, forcing every round, losing. It was 7-1 or 7-2 at one point. Gambit versus Screw, and then them coming back to win in like quadruple OT or something. Amazing.
I mean, it's still just like a real tragedy that we're probably never going to see that Gambit team. I mean, we're not going to see that Gambit team again. It's over.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they really were. Oh wow, Sugetsu, Jesus. They really were a special team. I'm kind of astonished that this is happening right now. I guess anything can happen in this game, but like after it's so funny, right? We spent all this time hyping up DRX and Haven, and then this kind of thing. And there I was saying like, oh, DRX, they're not going to get caught by some Viper playing in a ratty spot. Well.
Oh my god.
It just happened, didn't it? Joke's on me.
They're again doing this Viper wall. The last Viper wall was actually good though, if you saw. So it cuts garage, it cuts mid window, and it cuts
the window
in.
one.
It also cuts aim in. Yeah. So
much better. And you can see lobby as well, right?
Yeah. So 3 angles. That's good.
Because it's like that's the advantage, because when you have a smoker, it's pretty massive investment to smoke both window and lobby at the start of the round. Like you kind of can't do that. It's a little irresponsible.
Yeah.
But the fact that the Viper wall lets you get window and lobby is like that's the whole appeal. Like
true. And also the walls here, there's also one major advantage to walls here. You can navigate Killjoy turret positions very easily with the walls.
Yes. Oh god, like Killjoy turret manipulation. Definitely a spicy topic right now. Alright, come on DRX. I mean, they've just got the stingers here, but I mean, you have to sting it to win it in this current meta.
Oh.
That was one of the first things I did with my Game Changers team, was like have a rant about the importance of buying stingers more often than like they probably are buying them.
Oh. Man. Bro, what the hell is FPX doing? FPX, I'll be very honest, FPX is just playing the numbers game, right? If you see, they're heavily stacking towards one side, they're leaving retake, they're leaving other sides for retakes, and they're relying on, like, obviously, they're relying on DRX's indecision, or sort of their desperation to bring out the kills.
And I guess it's just, like, you know, for all that I said, oh, DRX aren't going to be fooled by this Viper nonsense. Well, it turns out they were, right? Like,
yeah, they are. Definitely they are.
Yeah, because you're just, I mean, when was the last time anyone played Viper on this map? I mean, I don't know if people are doing this in...
Bobo were the last team to play Viper.
Yeah, like, is it happening much at all?
No, not at all, not at all.
No, yeah.
It does happen a bit in Oceania because they like their Viper. They even play Viper on Ascent. But yeah, that's about it.
But yeah, so I mean that's the thing, right? Like, and in a sense, it's kind of smart, I guess. Because if you think you're an underdog, right? Like, if you think you're just going to lose a straight fight, you should do some weird shit. Just take some risks, because that's what you're going to need to beat somebody who's heavily favored.
It's like the entire prep is out the window, right, for DRX.
Yeah,
and that is why they're so out of sync, because they're thinking, oh, what do we do now? Our prep is gone just because of this pick. But if they were like mentally like strong right now, they would just think that let's just forget that there was a prep or something. Let's just play it as a normal game on basics like this, right?
I mean, that setup on C is pretty nice. This one way.
No. Just look at Artist. You know, he's so mobile.
Yeah.
They never expect him. They never expect him anywhere.
Yeah.
He really has been impressive, like, this whole year.
Mind games. Is that the Zero? Yes, that is Zero. Welcome, guys.
Oh, multi. Yo.
Oh, nice.
Are we going to get the 9-3 curse?
You know this Viper pick will be even worse on attack for DRX?
Yeah, because Sugetsu can just, I mean, there's so many weird lurk walls you can do.
Look at the comp. Even not just lurk walls. Look at the C-Rush wall if they can do it. Right? If they do... Okay, so this is something I theorized while I was trying Viper. Okay, wow, they sort of went away with the map. But yeah, if they do the C-Rush wall, you cannot enter. And if you enter, there can be like such a good choke point for a raise nade along with the Viper, let's say, degradation, right? Due to the wall and vulnerability. It is going to be so good.
And that wall they just threw looked kind of nice as well. Like, it gives you lobby.
Yeah,
it lets
it's
you
like
get
this.
up
It's
short.
like this kind of wall. It's like this kind of wall.
You're talking the C one that's kind of like the Astra ult, right?
Yeah. Just this one.
And it screws over anyone sitting in logs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this wall they threw on A. Like, the fact that it lets you get lobby short and then you also walled off the retake as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's a big question, Seth, as we look ahead towards the second half. How will the Viper play out on the attack?
I mean, I will say it's very cool seeing stuff like this happen in the game, right? Like, I mean, this is what FPX do to you, right?
True.
They are aware that they're playing a game where, like, we've got enough agents in the game now that you can throw some weird curveballs at people that they're just not going to be ready for.
Yeah.
But they would have prepped, and you can get value from it. they recognize that there's probably more value, like, because I think so many teams are conservative, right? They're like, well, we can't change the comps around. We need our players to be comfortable. But it's like, okay, there's your comfort, but you're not thinking a part of the equation is the other team's comfort playing against the weird shit you throw at them. Sorry, am I allowed to swear on here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and FPX just, they really get that.
Peak Valorant.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is exactly what we want to see in Valorant, right? Like, teams changing their comp around because they think it'll give them an advantage against what the other team is going to do.
Yeah. I am pretty sure Sugetsu would be lurking here. Pretty sure.
Okay, can we go back to the game?
Yes, the game is about to start and we are in the
we're
game.
still on the pause. Nice. I mean, and yeah, in Sugetsu especially, I mean, what a special player he is that he can play all these agents.
Yeah, I mean, Viper is sort of his agent as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Viper, Cypher, and I feel like, and Sage, right? Like,
yeah.
He's special on all three of those. Like, he's got to be the best Sage in the world, right?
There's something about this guy. So I did this with this data from Copenhagen. If you just look at normal stats and take percentile ranking, right?
Yeah.
He's like 80, 83, 84, 85. And then what you do is you take only defense stats and then take the percentile ranking. Sugetsu goes 98, 99, 98, 99.
Wow.
He's a demon on defense.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because he usually plays the most, like, hardcore defensive controlling agents, right? Like Sage, Viper, Cypher, like that's his bread and butter, right?
Yeah, but even with those, like, there are many players who do that, but to play it in such a manner, like, I remember Sushant asking me this question and I got it right. It's just because when you look at Sugetsu, right, you look at someone who's so assured of himself on defense, yet at the same time makes plays that sometimes is devoid of logic for you at that moment. Later you find logic, but like at that moment it's just so baffling.
And it's partly because I think he really understands how to leverage like the specific utility of his agent, right? Like he's so good at like that round where he was just tucked in the corner behind the Viper orb, that kind of a play.
See, now this wall is so bad, right? You see this wall and you can immediately recognize it's a fake, right? Because why would you ward off A main and A short for your own self in the in a potential post plant, right? See this wall?
Oh, the Viper wall.
This is such a bad wall. Again.
I mean, I like how it gets you lobby control though.
It gets you lobby control, but then in post plant it's so horrible for A short and everyone, right? If you can somehow clear A short front, A short back, they're dead.
It's bad for your post plant. That's true.
So you immediately recognize they're likely not going to come here to plant the spike, right? They're going to maybe take control.
That's true. It's kind of a lurk wall, right?
Exactly.
It's kind of the equivalent of the old wall Nats used to throw on split, on A side split, right? It's like
and the B side wall as well later on, right? Where you used to walk up into the side. Yeah.
Yeah, with the smoke.
Yeah, this is exactly that walk up into the side kind of wall.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What Tane just said in the chat. Yeah, you don't use.
Yeah, but then if you don't use it,
there's Korean jet, right?
Yeah.
There's American chamber.
Yeah.
Like same way there should be people should start recognizing the Russian Viper.
The Russian Viper, yes. Yeah.
I mean the Russian Sova as well.
Nats.
Very clearly. I mean, no one else comes close to the.
But the Russian Sova as well. I mean, Brave AF, to me, he's one of the best.
Yeah, but he's just one guy. I'm talking about like a whole region.
And Shao?
Two top players.
I mean, I feel like
Chronicle plays Sova.
It's Chronicle was the real.
Yeah,
but the thing is, Shao and Chronicle, right? They can play any agent.
Yeah, true. They're not signature agents.
And I think especially Sova is probably one of Xiao's weaker agents. Like he's definitely. I remember Boaster giving some anecdote about like, yeah, he realized that you can't just kind of have a part-timer on Sova. Like if you're playing Sova, the Sova guy has to be a real Sova guy. And he was like, yeah, I remember we played a game against FPX and just Xiao missed a million of his, like, his shock darts were all over the place and you could just tell he didn't have the, like, the
even
Sova
Boaster,
feel.
right? I think
And
even
Boaster
Fnatic
himself,
realized
Boaster
that.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Multi is
to
correct.
run.
Multi is correct here that we can run a Sky instead of a Sova here. Definitely
Yeah,
provide more value.
I was about to read out that question too because I thought it was such a great point.
Yeah.
I mean, the dart through the wall is nice, but it's like not so much on a map like this. That's
True.
more a breeze thing.
No, I think Sky is better with the Viper pick, definitely. Then you can use your Viper orbs and Viper wall so much more efficiently, right? There are multiple use cases for it, right? Right now, there are not as many use cases. Exactly.
Yeah. And Sky has always been good on this map anyway.
Yeah, Sky has always been. Sky substituted Sova for a long while when DRX used to play Breach Sky, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Because you're not playing in a way where you need what Sova does for you when you're playing. Yeah.
Ardell is not at all aggressive. He plays so calmly. Yep. You should watch Nash stream.
I mean, DRX clawing their way back in.
That is such an important kill from Buzz.
Oh, big kill. And he gets Angel? Yeah, he gets Angel.
Oh my.
I mean, you're always kind of dead if you're just sitting in that corner.
Yeah, especially against the Spectre, right? Like.
Yeah, he's just gonna run you down. Oh. Wow, they win this? They win that? Wow. I mean, amazing from Buzz. Just amazing.
That is the start of a comeback.
I mean, that's a huge round to win. Okay. I mean, if DRX win this, I mean, that will be impressive. If they show they can win this.
I mean, I really like the wall for C-Split, you know? There's a wall for C-Split. There's a timeout. I'll show you after the timeout.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I think so. We can do it on Valorant.
I think I know the one you mean, but I'm curious.
Yeah, sort of goes here. So whatever anybody, even if is here. Okay, this is wrong. Like, I have to do it from here.
It gets you. Yeah. And it's a great lurk wall too.
Exactly, it's a great lurk wall. They'll be doubting someone is here, so they'll have to spend resources to clear this angle, right? And then this angle, and then this angle as well, right? So they have to clear.
Also, this is a bit better for your post plant too.
Exactly, this is so much better because they take more time in clearing this as well, and you can have so many plays around this, right? With this wall, and obviously the CT wall is also deeper, allowing you to have more eyesight.
And it's always great when you have a wall where like one guy can lurk it, but you can just 5-man like contact through.
Exactly.
Burst on the side, right? I mean, that's what Fnatic have been doing on Bind this whole event, just walking up a short and just. I mean, everyone does that now.
Yeah.
But they have the variation on it where they, you know how it used to be that the wall would just be on the right side of a short, but now you you put it through the middle so that the defenders always have to worry about you hopping up on the box.
True. But that box pose is such a 50-50 thing, right?
Oh yeah, it's like you don't want to hop on the box.
Exactly.
You want them to respect that you can hop on the box.
It's the fear of being able to hop on the box for the other team.
Because you're just vulnerable to a bunch of angles on site that you wouldn't be otherwise.
And even the Haven
if
Hopper,
the
right?
wall was to the right.
Even the Hopper from Haven now has multiple angles to worry about.
Exactly. It really screws the op guy.
Yeah. Oh, this is also a botched Viper ult, sort of. It is supposed to go more towards the right, you know? Like a bit more towards the right.
Give you more of the side.
Yeah. Oh, imagine if they lose because of this. Yeah, they lose because of this. Oh my god.
Oh, you hate to see that.
Oh. Because with that, you know, he can slot into hell and he has a perfect angle towards A-long.
Well, because that's the thing, right? You never want your ult to just be like one space.
Exactly.
You need Like you need room to maneuver and places you can step in and out of, because otherwise they'll just shoot a recon or whatever in there, a flash, and just spray you down.
And I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to do this. He meant to do the ult I'm talking about.
Yeah, the one that curves around. You can tell. Yeah, he just needed to be a little deeper.
Because then his entire psyche was going towards hell, and the other, like his other teammates were also going for the triangle position and everything, right? And
this is exactly the risk you take when you just are changing your comp all the time, right? You expose yourself to this kind of little mistake.
Inaccuracies,
Yeah, you haven't had time to like drill this stuff. You know, maybe they've only scrimmed this. You know, I'm sure they've only scrimmed this like a very small number of times.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, that sucks, because that is such a good ult.
I wonder how many times in his life he's done that ult. You know, like
yeah,
not enough, obviously.
Oh my God, Buzz!
Oh, Artis.
Oh no! He botched it. This is done.
Yeah, Artis is. Oh, wait, oh. Wow, nice save from Buzz. Wow, Buzz won the round, killing Artis.
Yeah.
I thought Artis was gonna get it all, but.
Oh, what a brilliant post plan, man!
The post plans. Right, I forget about this. This molly that just goes through the roof. Oh, and they've got the Sova. Oh, it's over. Wait, do they still have time? No way. They still have time.
They still have time. Mera chat padho.
I feel like that went forever, man.
They just did, Malav. They just did the lineup heavy.
They were not meant to win that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be just. That's a disaster for FPX to lose that.
That is not a good round to lose.
Buzz was just, that was Korean Jet right there. Korean Jet just, and Korean Breach.
Oh man, that space. He retook that space so brilliantly, Stacks, with that ult. Oh, that will be such a bad hit mentally, right, for FPX?
Just, yeah.
It was their round. They had the artist ult. They had the artist backstab. They had the post plans. They had everything. Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. Like 3 different post plans, effectively, right?
Yeah.
Like if you count the lurk, which you kind of, in a way, I think a lurk is kind of like it's like a post plan.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like another way of closing out your post plan.
So much utility, and that's a spike. The paranoia out, and it's gonna hit so many members. It stalled it, but Angel goes forward again by himself.
Mako just doing his thing. It is really nice seeing like good Omen players play around backside.
Oh my God.
And he's doing. I love these smokes. Like when you put smokes
a bit
either
deeper,
side
right?
of the. Yeah. Like, and you can do them, you know, at back plat or in front of logs.
Yeah.
They're both great smokes.
In front of logs is something that I feel is only suited, you know, when you sort of want to bring in your flank, right?
Exactly.
Like not flank, your rotation.
Yeah. The guys to come help you, basically.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You're stuck back here, and you need your buddies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now look, RB comes
Malav,
out.
I read your chat, but as soon as I read your chat, they did the post plant, the heavy post plant thing.
In a row for DRX. You see now why this is the map that they chose, why they feel comfortable here.
Great, what a great map this has been. Like, this map has been really enjoyable to watch.
So
I mean, there have been some mistakes, but like, I don't know, a lot of cool, memorable moments.
Yeah.
Some interesting ideas.
Whoa.
Whoa, I'm amazed that.
What a flash by Breach.
Wow, great flash. I mean, that's just classic Stacks doing his thing, isn't it? Yeah, and then Buzz just. It's so nice seeing Buzz back on the jet.
Yeah.
What I said about DRX and how they're interrupting the op ability of artists.
I mean, just seeing like Jet, because I feel like Jet is in such a nice place right now, balance-wise. I want Chamber out of this game so badly, so that we can just have like this Jet in the game, you know?
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy with.
Did you see? Did you see my Yay post that he's
Yes,
the
yes.
best performer at least?
Oh my
Just
You know the
god.
thing.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, the people in the chat, right? Especially these Tens fanboys, they started fighting in the chat. You know, that Tens is better. You know, Chamber is he's abusing Chamber. You know, skill abuser, some dude wrote. You know, but the thing is, you know, when that first Iceland performance happened, right, with Tens, you know what was Tens playing?
Yeah, the most broke, even more broken agents.
Yeah. Wait, he was playing Jet, right? And what is Jet's gimmick? It's the untradeability. I remember Anders saying that. It's the exact thing Chamber is right now.
Exactly.
But in some ways, it was better because you at least Chamber at least is restricted how far he can walk out. Jet can just keep going. Like Jet can take the most. You have to clear even more angles against a Jet in that old patch, right? Because at least with Chamber, you kind of think like, okay, past this point, he's not going to be there because he's just not going to be able to have had his anchor out this far. But the Jet in the mid or late round could have just walked up on you. It was, I don't know, that, and then back then didn't the knives reset as well when you right clicked? Like you could chain the knives. Didn't she have 3 smokes back then too?
The ult was broken. I would say untradeability definitely, but I would argue that Chamber's untradeability now, like compared to the present Jet, is better because it's an absolute untradeability. Because he just vanishes. Whereas for Jet Dash, you can still hit walls, you can still be tradable even despite using the dash at certain angles. With Chamber, it is never the case, right?
They both, and of course he can cycle it more often as well, which is also, I mean, not quite as much now, I guess, but like.
But the previous Jet, it had lesser decision-making factors because you did not have to activate it. Like for Chamber, you have to place the TP, right? But for Jet, it was it was for then an absolute untradeability because you just click once and it's done. There is no added decision-making angle to that.
Because I think about it in terms of resources, because for Jet now, Jet has to invest a resource to have untradeability.
And he's not sure.
Before she didn't. You would just walk up. You would walk up as far as you wanted, and you could sit there as long as you wanted, and you invested nothing. And the other team has to invest a ton of stuff.
Exactly.
And Chamber now, he sort of has to invest something, kind of. Like he gets it back. It's like it's not quite as free, but he can cycle it more. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it also gives him like this fast rotation, he has certain, I guess it's not clear cut which of the two agents is like.
Yeah, I would say currently Chamber's untradeability is better than Jet, but the previous Jet had better. Sure. But the previous Jet had a better grade of untradeability. Definitely.
Yeah. I think that the tens era Jet was definitely stronger than the current era Chamber.
Definitely.
Original Chamber when he had the 2 traps. Like that guy versus Jet, maybe that's an argument, I guess.
Oh yeah.
But,
even that is not that much of an argument, I would say. Maybe
you're still with the Jet. I think I am as well.
Yeah, still with the Jet because his ult was broken.
Yeah, like broken, even more broken than Chamber's ult.
Exactly.
Like, broken beyond belief, broken.
It was so broken. I used to get so mad because there was just nothing you could do. Its accuracy while in the air, everything like, oh my god.
I mean, we remember those clips of like Shazam on Icebox, like just flying around.
Just right-clicking and regenerating your ult every time. Like, it was so easy for people like Seoldam. Like, there was no punish to using the right click, right? And now there is, at least.
Yeah, exactly. There's a cost. Yeah, that's why I really like what Riot have done with Jet, right? Like now nothing's free on Jet anymore.
Yeah.
It was all free before, basically. Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful zest.
But he has the shorty. What amazing! It's actually incredible that they're doing this comeback. Wow, this is a huge spot right here. Wow. Yeah, and they know he's here. Yeah. Amazing from DRX. Buzz really has shown up this half.
What do you think of a Chamber nerf where you have to direct LOS for the TP to work. I think that would be too big of a nerf if you had to have Chambers TP in line of sight.
I kind of want to, like, I find it really hard to think of a way for Chamber to be, like, either he's going to be terrible or he's going to be overpowered. I find it's going to be really hard to get him somewhere in between. I think one thing I'd maybe want, like, part of me is like, oh, he doesn't get to pick up his TP ever. But
No, but then that's such a big nerf. That is part of Chambers' identity now.
Yeah. I mean, it's really
That is
hard.
what makes him different, right now, to be honest. Because let's say his ult is similar to Jet's ult, right? In many ways. Like you have a certain number of things and you can deal damage, absolute damage with that sort of thing. You have his Sheriff, that may be like a new thing. But again, that is not as heavy now with the bullets, right? It's like an Astra smoke, right?
Look at this round. Look at this round.
Yeah.
They never did that mid push ever. It's just this round.
And Artist has got the lurk with the wall. Wait, put the wall up for him. Put the wall up for him, guys. No. Oh, he still gets him.
Oh, but
it's kind of insane how the wall gives you that little stupid cubby.
yeah, but look at RB. They're at least reading the potential of them coming C.
I mean, it's just so nice, right? RB's got everything covered here. He's got B, he's got C.
Not having a flasher, true.
By the way, Rogue in the chat. I think that's not a bad idea. Like an activation duration, because again, it makes you really invest in meaningful resource.
Okay, now we can read all of the chats, guys.
Wow, what a comeback from DRX. Like that makes you, watching that makes you feel like they're winning this tournament.
Malav, I'm very sorry, guys. Chat, we are very sorry. We couldn't read the chat, or I couldn't read the chat, but it was mostly because the conversation was going so well, and the game.
What did I tell you? It doesn't matter how many rounds they win. On defense, DRX always wins.
Just incredible.
Sushant is alive again because he can bet. He said if there's one thing he can bet his life on, it's DRX winning on Haven.
DRX is Haven. He said it. He was right.
Yeah.
And now, chat, ask yourselves, why didn't you bet your house, your mortgage, your bank account? Why didn't you bet it all on DRX Haven just there? If you didn't,
But you know what this does? This gives me a remake of the best series I've ever seen. DRX versus OpTiC.
DRX, yeah, this is going to be a gigabanger. I mean, these are the hero teams right here.
Oh my god.
And what's also exciting is, like, now we have a very strong chance that one of these two teams, DRX or Loud, is going to win this event. And I think that either one winning is...
That would be insane because it would be the first time a non-NA EMEA team wins that.
Exactly. And we would love to see this. And also, these teams have just been great stories. They've been great teams. And they've been better at this event.
Finally vindicated, guys. We've been supporting DRX.
Now, see you.
Jare?
Yeah, I'm going to sleep. It's just late.
Oh, good night.
Good night, Ominous. Thanks for having me on. Amazing chat.
Yeah, I'll come tomorrow. The game is tomorrow, right? OpTiC DRX?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come tomorrow. See you.
Bye. Good night.
Have a good night.
Sushant.
Well, he'll be sleeping well after that.
Oh, dude, we've been supporting DRX for the longest of times. Like, I was so disappointed when they didn't qualify for Hearst, right? Like, when Newton did. And from then on, it's just been disappointments, right? Like, this feels so good.
Yeah. I immediately fell in love with them and then just felt burned so many times that I kind of just lost faith. I'll admit it, I lost faith. But this was, watching them just keep doing it here has been just so nice.
Oh man.
Look at them, they look so happy.
Okay, so Tane suggested a rework for Chamber. 2 Chamber TPs cannot pick up after plays, need to look at TP point to TP. No, that is too much. TP range similar to KJ range, that is okay, but still too much. I would say 2 Chamber TPs cannot pick up is good. I think we can rework to that, right? That can be an option, right? You have 2 TPs in a round maximum. You cannot.
The nice thing about that is it's just you have to invest a real resource.
Exactly.
Which is what Jet has to do. Jet has to invest a real resource.
But instead of Jet having just single one, I just give Chamber 2. But not rechargeable. But not rechargeable.
They're more
right?
restricted. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. I think you let it all remain the same, but just make his TP to 2 charges only. That is good.
The one dangerous thing is like maybe that's still too strong because that's all he needs, right?
But with
he
a 30-second, cooldown.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely got to be a cooldown. He can't just cycle it like and stuff because it would almost be better. It would be like a buff.
Yeah, goes back, comes back.
Yeah.
It's like the Omen, right? So earlier people didn't know, but you can use your Omen ult to get healed by Sage at a different spot.
I do like Rogue's idea of this activation duration thing.
Activation duration, but then it makes it so much similar to Jet. Then what's the point?
Maybe he's just a worse Jet.
Yeah, then it's just a worse Jet. Then there's no point in picking Chamber.
Yeah, because it's really hard, right? Like, because he's just so oppressive on defense right now.
Yeah.
But if you stop making him oppressive on defense, he's a worse Jet. That's kind of the problem we're in at the moment. I think I'm not sure there is an ideal solution. Like either he's going to be oppressive or he'll be worse than Jet. But like for me, I think I'm okay with him being worse than Jet.
True.
Because what I Am Multi said, bring back Cypher. I've made this joke many times. Multi has heard this joke, but
Cypher's coming back.
Chat, I get to make this joke. So here's the thing about Cypher, guys. This is why Cypher is just the ultimate Chad agent, right? This is a game where there's like flying Korean girls who can throw knives at you. There's a woman with a rocket launcher. There's agents who shoot lasers at you. And then Cypher, he rocks up to go to war with a camera and 2 pieces of string. This guy is a hero. And we need him back in this game. Like,
it's like
Cypher is a... Yeah.
He's a masochist, right?
He is.
If you
but
look
also,
at
like,
his lore, like, he's a masochist, right?
Yeah. Like, but then you see, like, watching people who are actually good on that agent do his thing. It's so enjoyable, right?
Oh,
it's
definitely.
Get your glass of red wine. Like, it's a moment of culture.
Definitely, especially with the Cypher buff coming. I hope they reinstate the trap slow thing, the smoke slow.
Slow on the cages. Yes,
oh my God.
This is what I want to bring back the slow on the cages. Let's go.
Yeah. I didn't read your ult and sheriff nerfs. Yeah, because they're too much. I think you don't need to nerf his ult or sheriff anymore. I think the sheriff price increase is good. The ult, I think so, is still okay. I don't need to.
I think you could tone down the fire rate a little bit on that.
Yeah, the fire rate maybe.
That thing's crazy.
But I think the price of it, the price increase makes up for it, right?
Yeah, the price thing was. I mean, I think it's still nuts, but. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard.
I think one of the abilities just has to be nuts, right? Like.
Yeah, he's still too good.
Yeah,
Rogue. We don't know what the Cypher buffs are yet. We just know they're coming.
Yeah.
We can speculate. Maybe it's cages. Maybe he could be picking up his util again.
The cage slow, please. The cage slow, please. No, I'm just saying the cage slow, please. I want nothing else.
Cage slow. Yeah, cage slow seems perfect to me.
Yeah. Chamber just needs a debuff. I don't think so. See, I think we just okay. Maybe decrease the fire rate or the recoil rate of his op. Okay, his ult, right? And then the TP thing, maybe just make it 2 and non-rechargeable, and the range remains the same. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds great. I can get on board with this. Let's try that and see how we go. I think so. I do like Rogue. So I think it's cool that KJ has this limited range thing because she needs to be differentiated from Cypher, right?
Exactly.
Cypher has unlimited range, but he can't pick his stuff up. KJ can pick up her stuff, right? So that's kind of like the point of difference between the two of them. But she has to have limited range. So it's like, that's all right. I think the thing that's nice for KJ, give her the turret tagging back so that her turret slows people down again. And now she's more formidable. Like, her sights are more formidable.
Yeah.
And fix this glitch.
Yeah. 3 trips for Cypher? I don't think. I think it's fine now with 2 trips. What I would say with Killjoy is that I think Killjoy's location and all, it's perfect sense because look, you have to match it to the lore as well while making sense of it. And if you try to match it to the lore, you have to understand that those are man-made things. which has to be controlled by Killjoy. So there's a range limiter in her pocket when the button can go off or when it can work or when the sensor is still alive, sort of.
Oh, Multi has a really good point in the chat, by the way. Here's the other Cypher nerf, Cypher buff we need. The other Cypher buff we badly need is the Prowlers cannot destroy trips anymore. Prowlers don't get to break trips. I don't know. Maybe they can find them, but they don't break them.
Only damage dealing abilities can break.
Perfect.
Right? Then it would be good.
Perfect. Exactly. And then Cypher's rolling. That sounds... Then he's back. Because yeah,
that
that's the other thing
slow.
that just makes...
That and Kate slow, and it's perfect, I think.
And I think also make it so that Fade's Prowlers should just be... They need a nerf, obviously. We need that in this game too.
Yeah.
To tone them down a little.
I think Fade will be nerfed. Fade will definitely be nerfed.
She's gonna get hit, and that's fine.
No, but Boombot and Skydog should be able to break the Cypher trap.
Because they do damage.
Exactly. Or you can increase the damage threshold of the trap to maybe 50. So the Skydog doesn't break it.
It's nice that the Skydog moves along the ground, right? Like it's kind of nice that that should be something in Sky's favor, right? Because Sky's a little below the other.
Exactly, initiators.
A tiny bit below the other initiators.
Yeah.
So if we're making Cypher a little stronger, now let's make it so that the way the meta balances out, Sky is kind of like your nice little counter to Cypher. So
exactly.
I feel like this is going to give us a really nice kind of back and forth, like rock, paper. I feel like we've just fixed the game for them.
Yeah.
Godspeed.
Yeah. Oh, to be honest, I also prefer the Sky thing breaking the traps very much so, because I think otherwise the dog is useless, right? If you can't do that bare minimum.
Because otherwise it's weaker than the drone.
Yeah.
It's basically just kind of a prowler that you have to be inside of instead of running around.
Yeah, it's exactly like a prowler then. It has nothing else.
It needs to be the Skydog should be better than a prowler.
Exactly. But the most basic reasoning for this is that there are two prowlers and one Skydog, to be honest.
Exactly.
You don't need to think about anything else, just one and two.
It says it all, right? The fact that they only let her get one tells you Riot thinks that the prowler, the dog is meant to be better.
Yep. And Fade is broken in terms of information, which is why people like playing Fade a lot. I told this to Sushant yesterday. It's like, if you think about it really, all 4 abilities of Fade are actually information gathering abilities. You have Prowler, who gathers information, right? You have Seize. If you throw Seize in an area where the ball can be visible to you, you can see if anyone is locked in that Seize or not. So you can clear angles and you can gain information that way with the Seize. Third, Recon, obviously you get information. Fourth, the ult tags people, so you get information that way as well. So in terms of Fade, I think Fade is the best information collecting agent right now in the game. Because all 4 abilities, you have 2 Prowlers and 3 other abilities. You have 5 abilities with which you can collect information throughout the map.
Yeah, which is just obscenely more than anyone else.
Exactly. Look at Sky.
On top of that,
look at Sky. You have 2 flashes and 1 dog, right? And the Seekers. So 4, right? Sky has the highest.
I mean, to be fair, Sky can kind of get 4 flashes if she's really efficient with cycling them.
Yeah, but then we can also increase the recon for Fade as well.
Yeah.
But at the basic at the base of it, Sky has 4, which is the highest, right?
Yeah.
But Fade now has 5. And if you look at Sova has 3, right? Recon, drone, and the ult. Because ult also reveals. So it is also good for information gathering as well. We only see ult as a damage dealing agent, like the Sova ult as a damage dealing thing. But if you look at it another way, it can also be used as something to clear angles and also to reveal. Let's say you are going for a fast retake. Why would you not why would you hit the spike guy or someone who's planting so that he stands up and he adds to the numbers of people who are active in the game for the opponents? Or you would rather go for other angles where you can clear or even reveal it for your teammates and also whittle them down to health points, which is then increases your chances of converting it into a kill, right?
And on top of that, right, as soon as you pop that ult, they all have to dance around.
Exactly.
And so you're able to come out.
Distraction, yeah. Because I absolutely hate the idea that every time Sova ult is used only to break off the planter, even when someone is attempting a fast retake. If you're attempting a fast retake, someone planting is surely a bonus for you because he's not an active member in that retake fight, right?
Yeah, that's the whole reason you want to retake fast, is so that you get to 5v4 or
exactly
4v3
the numbers
or
game.
whatever the numbers are.
But then why would you ult him? You would rather go for a 4v4 with Sova ulting other angles so that it drills damage or clears corners for you, right? And also use it as a distraction, as you said. But rather, everyone I see just going for the planter with the first shard of it. Absolutely bonkers, man. That is something that I want, hopefully, the change to come, that slowly people realize that Sova's ult can be so much more powerful than it is currently.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the great things about the game still, right? Like,
yeah,
it's been out 2 years and we're still learning. We're still making these discoveries about how we should use these abilities, because a lot of them are, they're multifunctional. They can do so many different things.
Yeah.
What do we think about Breach? I mean, Breach is in a great place
Breach
right now.
Breach is the best agent in Valorant.
Wow, that's a big call. I mean, I'm a big Breach fan too.
I have always maintained it. When I was playing as well competitively, when Valorant started, we used to play single initiative Breach. No Sova, no nothing. Single initiative Breach. Breach, Sage, Phoenix, Brimstone, and who else? I'm kind of forgetting a name.
Do you have a Ryzen there or something? A Jet?
No duel. Like Phoenix was the single duelist.
The only one.
So we used to play like a very team heavy, let's say a very CSGO style default style, and also go together. Like there's no spacing issue between the players. So no Jet, no Raze. We used to play Phoenix, Sage, Breach, Brimstone, and Cypher.
Oh, and Cypher, that makes sense. I love the Breach. You know how there was this period where Breach was kind of like nobody played Breach?
Yeah.
And that they made just these couple of little, like Riot, I mean, yeah, obviously their big weakness has been these untradeability agents. But for a lot of the other agents, they've really done a good job. Like, I love where they got Breach to. Breach is he feels like he's perfectly balanced right now.
Definitely. The most balanced, the most complete agent.
He's perfect. It's like the design of Breach is perfect.
Yeah.
Nothing about him is oppressive, but he's so good at what he does. He's so fun to play. He makes the game interesting. His utility can be used in so many different ways. I don't know. I couldn't sing Breach's praises enough, from a design point of view. And then he offers you so many possibilities strategically.
And also, again, tying it back to the lore, I'm definitely sure Breach is one of the strongest characters, is going to come out as one of the strongest characters in the lore as well. I think what Riot is doing is definitely balancing the agents and everything in relation to the lore as well. I definitely think so. I think there's an element of that as well. And if that is the case, then that's just mind-blowing, right? Like, if they can balance it in such a way that it reflects in the lore as well, amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Because see, I'm a competitive guy, I'm a coach and all that. But man, do I love some lore. Man, I love my lore because
you're a...
Yeah.
Do you know about the archetypes in Magic the Gathering for the different kind of
I've only
mindsets?
written about Magic the Gathering, to be honest. So I would not remember much. I've only just written about Magic the Gathering. But it seemed like a very fun game. I tried it out for 2 days before writing about it. So to learn the basics. But yeah.
There's a really cool kind of like a psychographic model of the different types of players who play Magic. And it's applicable in Valorant as well. There's what's called the spike. It's the super competitive player who just wants to every edge, right? Most coaches and analysts kind of fall into this.
Yeah.
There's the Timmy who just wants to have big experiences. They want to play the big monsters in Magic or whatever, right? And I guess in Valorant it would be you want to play the...
Hello? Am I audible?
Yo.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're back.
Oh yeah, my net just went poof.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I don't know. I tried to troubleshoot it as well, so I just connected to the other internet now.
Oh, are you using like your phone now or something?
No, like the second. I have two connections basically because I know this will happen and I can't hamper my work, right, because of it.
Oh, that is extremely smart.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the second one is way cheaper, so.
Yeah, of course, it's your backup.
Yeah.
Nice. So the stream's already live, right?
Hopefully it should be.
Yeah, the stream is live.
Okay. I just typed this in the chat as well, but I'm just gonna do this shameless self-plug before I forget. If that's is that okay?
Oh yeah, definitely. I told my
okay,
mods to do it as well, but.
Nice.
My
Yeah, so
mods
I typed this in the chat. But sorry. So yeah, the thing I wanted to plug extremely shamelessly, guys, is once Champions wraps, we're gonna be starved for content. And so something I've been wanting to do for ages is a lecture series, like university style, but kind of a bit more fun, a bit more memey lecture series on the history of strategy for gamers. And it'll be start with Aristotle, Sun Tzu, Clausewitz, like all the big figures in military theory through to the 20th century and the present. And maybe also touch on some other big developments. Like I was thinking about looking into game theory more, maybe looking at sports analytics, could do a week on something like that as well. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun. I'm gonna go full nerd, and if people are into it, and we have at least some regular amount of viewers, I might try to get a Discord going with a reading group or something too. So anyone who's into just learning more about how to think strategically, I think that it will be of interest to people. Yeah, full extreme levels of nerds. And yeah, I have a background as a university lecturer, so I'd like to think I'm pretty good at kind of teaching and putting together a compelling class. And this is something, I kind of miss doing it, so I was like, why not do it on Twitch, and it'll be
Yeah, I have a background in individual teaching as well, so but not at a university level, because I thought that was because you have in my country you have to be very specific about coaching in university, start teaching in universities and all. And I can't follow those rules. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty. It can be pretty. You have a lot of constraints, I guess.
Yeah, so I sort of taught in a private institution, sort of.
Right. I mean, it makes sense that you Yeah, I'm not surprised you're now working as a coach. There's a lot of overlap between those two skill sets.
True. But dude, that's okay. In Twitch terms, that sounds pog.
Yeah, I feel like it should work. I'm obviously what I'll do as well is do one of these quote unquote classes a week for 2 or 3 hours, and then have upload the VODs to YouTube afterwards is kind of the idea. And part of why I wanted to do it as well is that I'm a bit too lazy to do these super polished, YouTube editing and so on. But I reckon I can put together a pretty compelling PowerPoint presentation with some embedded videos and some GIFs and just clips from Valorant. That seems doable. And then you just put that VOD on and you do it live, right? Again, a bit more entertaining, a bit more fun, a bit more relaxed, a bit more informal. And because it's quite a formal idea, making it more informal through Twitch feels like a better fit than trying to make something too polished for YouTube.
But
so that's kind of the concept.
But you can try our editor, the editor that me and Sirius have. That editor will take around $20-$25 and do it for you.
Oh, you have a video editor guy who,
yeah.
You mean? Oh, nice. Okay, that is good to know. I might have to get this guy's details.
Yeah. And $20-$25, he'll do it for you, because that sounds so interesting. But the problem with getting people interested on YouTube with these kind of topics is first you have to give them teasers, sort of like mini chocolates, and then you move on to the massive one, right? Because
it's going to be an interesting challenge, I think. To be honest, I'm kind of not that worried about it being successful or whatever. As long as there's 10, 20 people in the Twitch chat, that'll be worth it for me, because it's something I've been wanting to do anyway, just for fun. As kind of an experiment, but I kind of feel like it's different and weird and interesting enough that even if the Twitch chat is small, there'll probably be some cool people there,
I definitely agree with numbers. I'm not talking about numbers, but I'm saying on YouTube, on Twitch definitely, but on YouTube, wouldn't you want your whatever you're talking about to reach more people who are interested in these sort of stuff? On Twitch, I get it perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, the YouTube thing was just kind of like, well, since it's there, I might as well put it up. But yeah, maybe I should think more about how to do it.
See, like I'm streaming,
how
right?
to do it there?
I'm streaming right now. I don't care the number of viewers as long as we have a chat going on, right? We have a chat going on. It could be 2, it could be 20, it could be 200. I don't care as long as there are people I can talk to and we can have an interesting conversation, right? In the chat. That is all I need. But when I make YouTube videos, it's obviously for views as well, because I want my things to reach as many people as possible, to grow my reach. That is definitely the case. I may be selfish as well. Yeah, definitely I'm selfish. But I think, let's say moving on, if I do VOD reviews, let's say I don't do short VOD reviews of 10-15 minutes. My VOD reviews are live streams, which are like 4 hours, 3 hours for a single map, because that is how long it takes if you do it properly. Like not even properly, but if you go round by round and if you discuss each round, it should take you around forever. Yeah, it should take you around 2 to 3 hours, then answering chats, questions and everything.
That's exactly my experience whenever, because I've done a few VOD review streams as well, and it always takes me like multiple hours per map.
Exactly. So wouldn't you want more people to gain knowledge from it, whatever you have? Like, so obviously there's a good element of it, but there's a selfish element to it as well. I don't want to lie about it. Obviously I'm selfish about like sort of increasing my reach, because in this scene you have to increase your social reach as well, right?
Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you have to be a bit strategic about it.
True. But man, that sounds pork. I hope you do it. And yeah, we'll pass you on that, because he has done some amazing work already for me and Sirius.
Incredible. Okay.
You can look at our videos as well.
I'm like very down to check out your guys' stuff. I mean, I also just wanted to thank you again for having me on the stream. I mean, this has been, it's just such a great evening. This has been.
You guys are always welcome. As
conversation.
Like Sushant, like always tells me, and I like, please bring whoever you want, because all these conversations are so lovely, right? And it is so good to hear thoughts from someone who appreciates Valorant as well. Like me, Sirius, Sushant, we talk about it so much. It's always good to hear another perspective as well, right? And obviously, when you have the same interest, you can talk about it for hours and hours, right?
Yeah. I feel like we barely even scratched the surface.
Exactly.
Talk about.
Exactly. But hey, thanks a lot for coming in, man. This was a beautiful session. This was such a beautiful session, and to top it off, we saw DRX winning it as well. So
hell yeah,
definitely. And hopefully DRX reach the grand finals. If they reach the grand finals, I'm hoping you come again. Maybe we can have paper thin as well. I'll ask Sushant.
Oh man, I would be extremely, extremely down. Like, yeah, as long as it doesn't clash with a Game Changers game. Which let me look at the schedule. Hold on. Wait. Let's have a look at the schedule. I can tell you when I'm free. Okay.
Because imagine the different spectrum of people. You have Sirius, right? Who's so passionate about Valorant, has been working in Valorant for over a year, Sirius?
Why including me into this shit?
And he's almost, he's going to return to Valorant, competitive Valorant in collegiate very soon.
Nice.
So you have him, you have Sushant and you, who are sort of analysts and analytical, look at game from an analytical point of view, right? And then you have Paper Thin, who has been on the desk and who can give us more deets on how DRX plays and psyches into DRX, right? And then you have me, sort of, who's absorbing all of this. And it's so much fun for me to talk about all these things, because I can absorb so much knowledge and information from all of this, this exchange.
All right. Well, so here's the thing. So grand final starts at 4 p.m. I might be able to do some of it depending on when our Game Changers practice is. But if you're streaming tomorrow, I could definitely drop by.
Tomorrow, I think I'll have, if Sirius is interested, I'll just give him the stream key.
All right.
Because I have a function which my family has told I cannot escape.
Fair enough. Well, okay. Let me. Yeah, I can maybe like send me a DM on Sunday, and I'll let you know as well if I'm
Sure, and maybe tomorrow as well. We don't know. Like if Sirius is free, because I think Sirius is also like, I don't know if he's free or not. I'll ask him. Yeah. Oh, you're here only. I thought you were on in the chat. Why?
I'm just muted here.
Oh.
I'm chilling.
Tomorrow. So if Sirius is free, then tomorrow as well, because unfortunately I can't stream tomorrow. I'll be able to join through my phone, right? But I can't stream.
Well, yeah. If you want to do it tomorrow, Sirius, just add me on Discord and just send me a DM.
Yeah, sure. I'll add you in.
All right, amazing. Okay, I should probably bounce now as well.
Hey man, thanks for coming in.
That was just such an enjoyable evening, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the tournament, whether I'll see you again or not. And I'm sure we'll have some more conversations in future as well.
Definitely. Thank you for coming in, man, and good night. I hope I don't know if it's not really late for you, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And thank you for coming in, and see you soon.
All right, you too. Sleep well, guys. Have a good night.
Yes, thank you.
Bye.
Don't worry, I'll take over the stream with my analysis and tell you who will win the game. Nice, Tanay. Bye, PH. Bye, guys. So this will be the end of the stream. Thank you, guys. Please go follow Sero. Please go follow Sirius. Please go follow Sushant. Okay. It's such a good thing that, we have such people like Sirius and Sushant who are always like here. And we have such good conversations that sometimes it's hard to look at, to talk about chat, because it would be disrespectful to obstruct the conversation that is going on here, right? Because let's say someone is speaking something and I read the chat, they sort of get confused, and it's sort of not good. Like, I know I'm boomer, I have to maybe place that push to talk or something on Discord.
Time to buy Stream Deck.
Yes. Or I'll buy Stream Deck. But yeah.
मेरा TeamSpeak और Discord का सारा mute and mute everything goes on my Stream Deck.
Acha. Then I'll buy Stream Deck only, guys. But yeah, so see guys, I'm a boomer, so like, very sorry if I miss your chats, but it's not intentional at all. And sometimes I do read your chats. Most of the time I do read your chats. I just don't answer because it's disrespectful to obstruct people while they're talking.
The things people say in chat is dumb.
I mean, obviously, someone who's speaking here, be it Sushant, Sirius, Paper Thin, or whoever we've had, Sero, and everyone, like, I think I can absorb more knowledge. No disrespect to anyone. So I am more keen towards that conversation. I don't want to obstruct the conversation. I want to learn. See, I'm very selfish, guys, to be honest. I just want to learn. As someone said, I'm a sponge. Yes, absolutely. I'm a big fat sponge, man. I just want to learn.
Why choose lete hain?
I just love learning, man. मेरे को इतना मजा आता है ना ये सब बातें करके. मेरे को तुम लोग सोच भी नहीं सकते यार. I feel so privileged when all these conversations happen, because you have to understand where we come from. Tanay. I come from a world in 1.6 in CSGO where people like Legia were legends. Like,
dominating.
You used to look up to them, and now I'm getting the chance to work with them. It's absolutely, obviously, it's just the beginning. I want so much more, but sometimes you also have to recognize the privilege as well of being able to connect with so many people, learning from them, absorbing so much knowledge. It's beautiful. Hey man, Sarah, thank you. You're incredible. So are you, and all the people that came with Sarah. I hope you guys continue to visit. You guys can watch some of the other videos, maybe watch some VOD reviews that I've done if you want to watch. And please go follow Sirius and Sushant as well, guys. Sushant is going to start streaming very soon. Sirius already streams, guys. For people who are unaware, Sirius already streams. Saksham, please link.
ऐसे train station में announcement होता है.
I'll therefore come back and watch your vids. Thank you, Multi. Thanks a lot. I realize I'm talking to chat here, but the camera is here. Oh yeah, exclamation serious. Guys, yeah, Twitch link, obviously. We don't care about YouTube here. क्या त्रिगन कृपया ध्यान दें.
I think tomorrow I'll do a full day stream, like working and all. मैं भी setup वही कर रहा था.
Let's go.
Because I have like a lot of work tomorrow, so I'll probably stream full day on Twitch.
Beautiful, guys. This is an exclusive leak that tomorrow Sirius will be streaming the entire day on his Twitch channel. And you will be able to learn a lot about what Sirius does and how good Sirius is at what he does through that. Because see, we are people in the background, right? We're not front end people. So people don't know what we do. So it's beautiful that Sirius will be doing a work stream where you can realize just how valuable people behind the scenes are. People like us. Like,
we'll be able to learn. Actually, I'm doing something related to lineup only tomorrow, so क्या पता मैं गलती से screen share कर दूं और सब दिख जाए.
क्या पता Sirius गलती से screen share कर दे. Just for you guys. मैं जीत रही हूँ, खिलाओगे साथ में. आशीष यार हम खेलते ही नहीं है. अगर हम खेलते तो पक्का खिलाते स्ट्रीम पे. हम मेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम
हो गई.
डैम भाई. ओपीएम तो है. इसलिए guys, thanks so much for visiting my stream, guys. Thank you for making this chat so lively. Even though we have like 20-30 viewers, our chat rate is insane. We have like 20 chats per minute, guys. It's absolutely
50 was when I 50 point pe.
Beautiful, guys. I love you guys for it. Because see, I don't care about the viewers numbers. I care about the chat rate. Like how much you guys are chatting. And if you guys are chatting a lot, that means you guys are having a good time. It's so beautiful that you 20 में से 19 तो मेरे हैं. मतलब थैंक यू इन्फ्लेट करने के लिए नंबर को. भरवा देगा भाई पर आशीष, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, हम जैसों को कोई नहीं देखता है. तुम अगर किसी कोचेस को देखोगे, हाँ ठीक है इंडिया में सीए को मतलब को लोग देखते हैं, पर बिकॉज उनका फैन बेस इस VLTG से आया हुआ. उनका खुद का फैन बेस ये सीए है, थोड़ा सीए हैज थोड़ा फैन बेस खुद का. मतलब नेवर स्ट्रीम्ड उतना, तो उसका खुद का फैन बेस बना नहीं. तो फॉर मी इट रियली मीन्स अ लॉट भाई. मेरे लिए बहुत मायने रखता है, चाहे तुम 1 जन हो, 2 जन हो, 5 जन हो. आई ऑलवेज अप्रिशिएट ऑल ऑफ यू. मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता तुम लोग कितने जन. ऑब्वियसली आई लाइक मोर. तुमको क्या लगता है मेरे को 500 मिलेंगे तो मैं बोलूंगा नहीं यार 50 होते, पागल हो क्या? मैं 500 रखूंगा और तुमको बहुत अच्छे से इग्नोर करूंगा. वेरी ऑनेस्टली मैं सेल्फिश भी हूँ.
बट ट्विटर देखो एक बार.
हाँ,
I tagged you in something. Just look at the tweet. Thank you, Hustler, from your chat for the idea, though.
Oh my! Oh my God! Oh boy! अब हमें गिल्टी फील करवाएगा भाई. गिल्टी फील नहीं करवा रहा. तुम एक बार देखो, आज हम कितने घंटे बात किए, कितना है टाइम, 4.5 घंटे. ठीक है, उसमें से मेरे को एक चीज बताओ, किसी ने भी, किसी मॉड ने या मैंने तुमको सब्सक्राइब करने को कितनी बार बोला? 1 या 2 बार. ठीक है, मेंबरशिप लेने कितनी बार बोला? 0 बार भाई. ठीक है, मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता. हाँ, सब्सक्रिप्शन मैं चाहूंगा तुम लोग लो, मैं बोलता नहीं हूँ ज्यादा, वो मेरी गलती है. प्लीज गाइस लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. मेरे को चाहिए ज्यादा सब्सक्रिप्शन, पर मैं बेसिक बोलूंगा.
ऑन रहता है क्या अभी सब चैट?
नहीं, मैंने आज के लिए ऑफ किया था बिकॉज ये गेस्ट्स आने वाले थे ना, तो गेस्ट के लोग बात नहीं कर पाते हैं मतलब विदाउट सब्सक्राइबिंग. तो बताओ, इट टर्न्स आउट मैं चूतिया हूँ. बिकॉज मेरे को ऑन रखना चाहिए था, बिकॉज फिर तो वो सब्सक्राइब करते ही ना लिखने के लिए. तो
इंस्टेंट वाला रख दो ना, लाइक डू रिमूव द.
इंस्टेंट वाला ही रखता हूँ मैं, टाइम वाला तो डालता ही नहीं. वो इंस्टेंट वाला मैंने हटा दिया.
लोगों को
हाँ,
बाहर के लोगों को भी इतना आदत नहीं ना यूट्यूब पे, इसलिए
हाँ तो वही
लो चैट ही बंदा है।
हाँ नो स्पीड एक्सट्रीम क्या करूं भाई, मैं बूमर तो हूँ। सी आई वेरी मच एडमिट आई एम अ बूमर भाई, क्या करूं।
What if Godspeed went to Twitch full time, like switch to Twitch?
I can very well switch to Twitch if I have a regular schedule ना, कि मतलब मैं हफ्ते में 5 दिन स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, I will switch to Twitch और मैं फिर YouTube पे सिर्फ वो VODs बना के डालूंगा। जिस दिन मेरी सैलरी $3-4 हो गई भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ मैं यही करने वाला हूँ। हाँ
अभी भी तो इतनी है क्या, चुना मार रहा चाउट को। What is this पाजी? Guess Godspeed being humble.
गरीब का मजाक उड़ाते हुए को बात
आप गरीब, what the fuck?
भाई तू देख रहा है लोग कितने अमीर है हमारे कंपैरिजन में।
भाई तो अभी तो हमारा स्टार्टिंग ही है ना, लाइक
हाँ।
अच्छे सीन में तो अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है।
तो भाई अभी तो हम गरीब है ना,
30-40 years old and then they are making this
तो भाई 30-40 मत बोल, मैं 29 का हूँ मैं I'm also हाँ तेरे लिए ठीक है भाई, मेरे लिए तो अभी कम है ना। बट वही है भाई, जिस दिन $3-4K 5K में कमाने लग गया, I'll go full time Twitch, I'll go 5 days स्ट्रीम और मैं पैसे दूंगा एडिटर को मुंह भर के कि भाई तू मुंह बंद रख और चुपचाप YouTube पे डाल हफ्ते में 2-3 वीडियोस।
Shazam जैसे Shazam 10 जैसे एडिटर एक एजेंसी हायर कर ली, वो बनाते रहेंगे।
हाँ वो बनाते रहेंगे भाई, अवार्ड रिव्यूज करते रहूंगा ट्विच पे और इधर वो डालते रहेगा 15 मिनट के वीडियोस।
Damn.
Leaks भाई leaks नहीं है, this is what I dream about honestly. If तुम मेरे से पूछोगे I'm doing YouTube, I'm increasing मैं because I want to increase my YouTube base because इंडिया में और हमारे रीजन में YouTube ज्यादा देखा जाता है भाई, सिंपल सी बात।
South Asia is YouTube more.
हाँ but if you ask me,
अभी बाजी को जैसे 40 आती है ना, if he goes and do the watch party on Twitch, if he pushes hard he might get 30 at best.
But 30 on Twitch is like 300 on YouTube.
Honestly, but वही है ना, like while losing numbers for no reason.
हाँ but वही है कि
established है।
And YouTube पे guys, if there is an Indian team, मैं गारंटी तो मेरे को 300-400 आएंगे।
1000 पे तो गया यार, याद नहीं 1100 गया था ग्लोबल वाले पे,
पता नहीं पर गया तो guys सोचो इतना तक जा चुके हैं। YouTube पे बैठ के YouTube की बुराई नहीं हो रही है guys। YouTube is a brilliant platform for content. I would very much prefer pushing out content for YouTube. For streaming,
loses community.
And for streaming by Twitch, definitely Twitch. I am someone who never half-asses things. मेरे से डुअल स्ट्रीम नहीं होगी, मैं एक जगह करूंगा इज्जत से करूंगा, 2 जगह नहीं कर सकता। हाँ शाम को देखूंगा पक्का, मेरे से 2 जगह नहीं होगी भाई, वो दोगलापन है। ठीक है, मैं वो एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ, तुम्हारा वो शो का शार्क टैंक का
दोगलापन है।
हाँ
अभी
ये सब दोगलापन है,
अश्लील
ग्रोवर। हाँ मैं ये सब दोगलापन है भाई, मैं ये नहीं कर सकता भाई। ठीक है, तू मेरी बात मान, दुकान बंद कर, गल्ले पे बैठ जा। ओह माय गॉड, काश मुझे भी ऐसी कोई चीज से प्यार हो जाए भाई। ऑनेस्टली टॉर, मैं भगवान से मनाता हूँ तुम लोग को ऐसा प्यार हो किसी चीज से, मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा। बस मेरे को जो मजा आता है ना इस चीज के बारे में बात करते हुए, चाहे वो CSGO हो चाहे वैलोरेंट हो, मेरे को गेमिंग के बारे में भी बात करके इतना मजा आता ना, शायद ही मेरे को CA में आता। चाहे मैं CA हूँ, पर मैं CA में कभी इतना खुश नहीं रह पाता। काम भी कम था, सब कुछ कम था यार CA में। मैं यहाँ पे जितना खट सकता हूँ ना, उसका आधा भी नहीं खट सकता CA में। यहाँ पे मैंने 15-15, 16-16 घंटे घिसे हैं। CA में मैं शायद 8 घंटे ज्यादा नहीं घिस पाता कभी भी, मेरे को अंदर से फील नहीं आती घिसने की। यहाँ पे मैं घिस सकता हूँ बिकॉज आई जस्ट लव इट। मेरे को कोई और बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है मेरे को कि करो, मैं कर सकता हूँ। फुटबॉल में जब मैं राइटिंग करता था, मैंने एक दिन में 22 आर्टिकल लिखे। एक दिन में 22 आर्टिकल लिखे हैं। तुम सोच सकते हो 22 आर्टिकल का मतलब क्या होता है? 22 आर्टिकल्स। 1 करोड़ तो नहीं भाई, मर जाऊंगा। बट अराउंड एवरेज 10,000 से 11,000 वर्ड्स। in a single day.
That's gross, bro.
For 22 different topics. मतलब imagine research सब करना, ये वो करना, because I was in love with writing, I was in love with football. And I'm still in love with football. मेरे को आज भी तुम फुटबॉल का आर्टिकल लिखने बोलोगे, मैं 15 मिनट में तुमको एक आर्टिकल लिख के दे सकता हूँ. ई स्पोर्ट्स पे लिखने बोलोगे 15 मिनट में लिख के दे सकता हूँ.
क्या बात. 1 करोड़.
अमिताभ बच्चन.
Guys,
But-
my math bad. English medium school.
You have to understand something. सीरियस को देख लो. सीरियस तुम्हारे सामने ऐसे इतना ये बनता है, बट सीरियस जब काम करता है ना, सीरियस ने ऐसे भी काम किया है, मेरे को पता है, मैंने उसको देखा अभी जब मैं ब्लीड ज्वाइन किया उसके बाद से 12 14 घंटे काम किया उसने. ठीक है, रात को जग के काम किया उसने. वो ऐसा कर सकता है बिकॉज उसको पता है कि वो उसको ये चीज पसंद है करना. अगर यही चीज बोलता कोई कॉलेज का होमवर्क करने 12 14 घंटे, सीरियस बोलता मैं पैसे दे दूंगा.
नहीं मैं करूंगा, मेरा कॉलेज अच्छा है.
अबे नहीं, एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि अगर तेरा टॉपिक अच्छा नहीं हो, तो इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो, बोलेगा भाई मैं पैसे दे दूंगा, मैं नहीं करूंगा. सिंपल सी बात है भाई.
काम करेगा ये सैलरी. भाई मेरी सैलरी 7 डिजिट, व्हाट द फक.
और बजाज भाई क्या हाल है? बस चल रहा है.
7 कितने होते हैं? एक तो
7 डिजिट तो नहीं है भाई.
पागल है क्या 7 डिजिट? मेरे को उंगलियों पे काउंट करना पड़ा, मैं सैलरी कितने डिजिट किया
भाई. पर सीरियसली
मेरे तो 3 भी क्रॉस नहीं है. अरे क्या यार तुम लोग. 7
हाँ भाई. हाँ, मेरी 7 डिजिट की है, सीरियस की 1 डिजिट की सैलरी है ना, क्योंकि इस 0 का तो कोई वैल्यू नहीं होता.
तो $2.
हाँ, 0 का कोई वैल्यू नहीं होता, उसके आगे जितने भी जीरोस लगा दो. तो सीरियस बोल रहा मेरे को तो 0 दिखते नहीं है. चल
वैसे ही दिखते नहीं है भाई, सैलरी आती घर वालों के अकाउंट पे.
हाँ वो बात तो है.
अब
मेरी भी सैलरी सारे घर में ही जाती है भाई, मैं घर में ट्रांसफर कर देता हूँ. आई थिंक सो दैट इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ इट ना, बिकॉज मैं ये काम कर रहा हूँ. तुम ये नहीं बोल सकते मैं पैसों के लिए कर रहा हूँ. पैसों के लिए कर रहा हूँ, पर मेरे पास कुछ पैसे नहीं रहते, मैं घर में दे देता हूँ. तो ऑब्वियसली मैं ये इसलिए कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं इससे प्यार करता हूँ. देयर इज नो अदर रीजन अबाउट इट. सेम सीरियस क्या है भाई. वो ये काम कर रहा है, सारे पैसे उसके घर में जाते हैं भाई. ऐसा है कि बेचारे को स्विगी ऑर्डर करने के लिए आंटी को पूछना पड़ता है कभी कभी. तो
माइक लेने के लिए मम्मी
हाँ.
माइक लेना है, पैसे पेटीएम कर.
सोचो तो, पर इसका मतलब है ना कि यू आर डूइंग दिस जॉब जस्ट बिकॉज यू लव दिस. सोचो.
It is what it is.
इसलिए गाइस, I would hope that you guys find something you love as well, because अगर तुम्हें वो मिल गया ना भाई, तुम सेट हो जिंदगी भर के लिए. मजाक नहीं कर रहा, जिंदगी भर के लिए सेट हो. तुमको कभी 10 बार बोलना नहीं पड़ेगा काम करने के लिए. तुमको कोई ये नहीं बोल सकता यार तुम अपना काम, तुम कम आवर्स डाल रहे हो, यू आर नॉट डूइंग योर वर्क. कोई नहीं बोल सकता कभी भी, कभी भी नहीं बोल सकता.
What the fuck?
इसलिए guys,
it is fucking 16 lakhs bro. Are you nuts? जिस दिन मैं इतना कमाने लग गया ना, I'll buy you a car. Not
16
even
लाख भाई साल की नहीं.
वो महीने की बोल रहा है भाई. What the fuck? और कौन कमाता है इतना महीने में? I'm not fucking damn Brazilian.
हाँ, ट्विच पार्टनरशिप से कितना मिलता है विदाउट पार्टनरशिप? ट्विच से कुछ नहीं है. ट्विच में अभी भी $100 के आसपास अटके हुए हैं मेरे. जाओ ट्विच पे कुछ खरीद लो गाइस, तुम लोग $10-15 का तो मेरे ट्विच के पैसे आ जाएंगे.
अब तो 50 कर दिया उन्होंने पे आउट. Now you can withdraw if you want.
Oh.
Now the affiliate is 50. You can remove after $50.
क्या बात है, तो मैं चेंज करूंगा आज ही.
विड्रॉ
आज ही करूंगा चेंज. मेरे $80 के आसपास उसमें अटके हुए हैं
अभी. लाइक अच्छे लाइक Twitch is putting out some very good updates.
And also guys, ये इमोट्स जो तुम देखते हो सीरियस के उस पे, मेरे उस पे, ये इस पे भी हम खर्चा करते. कम खर्चा करते बट खर्चा तो करते. जो वीडियो एडिटर है उसका खर्चा है वो. हम सब भाई वी वांट टू गिव यू क्वालिटी कंटेंट, और उसके बदले मैं एक ही चीज मांगता हूँ भाई, कि तुम 2.5 लाख रुपए मेरे को दो. नहीं ऐसे बोल रहा हूँ बट
ब्राजीलियन है.
हाँ अबे ठीक है, ब्राजीलियन ही है भाई, वो चलेगा, कुछ भी है.
जब बंदा सामने खड़ा के नाम नहीं आता भाई.
हाँ, उसको नाम बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. ये पैसे वाला बंदा है.
Yes, his money talks.
Yes. The buck stops where money talks. ऐसा किसने बोला था? कोई कोट है किसी बिजनेसमैन का.
Damn.
चलो गाइस, थैंक यू. सीरियसली फंड करता है उसे. हाँ भाई,
हाँ भाई, ये करा लो पहले.
सीरियसली फंड करता है भाई. तुम मूवीज देखते हो ना, तो कौन प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है? सीरियसली तो प्रोड्यूस करता है. अभी तो वो लोग बोलते हैं दिस इज द वेरी सीरियस प्रोडक्शन गाइस. दिस इज अ सीरियस प्रोडक्शन. हाँ,
जाओ
this
गाइस,
is a-
ब्रह्मास्त्र देखो.
हाँ, दिस इज अ सीरियस स्टोरी, दिस इज अ सीरियस प्रोडक्शन. क्यों बोलते हैं सीरियस क्या प्रोडक्शन?
Yes.
देखो ऐसे पीजेस तुमको बहुत मिलेंगे. मैं गंदे जोक्स बहुत मारता हूँ बिकॉज़ आई एम प्रैक्टिकली ओल्ड इनफ टू बी अ डैड. तो डैड जोक्स आ ही जाते हैं. तो चरण डांसिंग, क्या बात है. बट थैंक यू वंस अगेन गाइस. थैंक यू सक्षम, L5G, PH, टॉर, प्रतीक, एवरीवन.
मास्टर कलर लो.
हाय सक्षम. टी
चादरों
सीरीज
से
नहीं, टी
टी.
सीरियस है. हाँ भाई, टी सीरियस है सच में.
Very nice.
And I hope we see you guys tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Tomorrow का पता नहीं, depends. Serious free रहा तो he will do. I'll give him the. क्या बात है गुरतेज, क्या टाइम पे आया है भाई. गुड नाइट गुरतेज.
गिल अकाउंट.
गिल अकाउंट got F यार. Very unfortunate situation.
पता ही नहीं कौन है भाई.
भाई डार्लिंग ही है भाई, वो मेरा डार्लिंग ही है सक्षम. मैं उसका, वो मेरा डार्लिंग ही है.
डार्लिंग आंखों से आंखें चार करनी तू.
अगर तुमको मैं बोलता हूँ ना कि मैं ऑनेस्ट बंदा हूँ, तो ये बंदा मेरे से ज्यादा ऑनेस्ट है. हालांकि ये भी थोड़ा कम ऑनेस्ट हो गया कुछ चीजों में. सच नहीं बताता उतना, बट मेरे से ज्यादा ऑनेस्ट बंदा था ये. मुंह पे बोलने वाला बंदा, दिल से बोलने वाला बंदा.
Nice.
शायद इसीलिए आज वो वहां पे नहीं है जहां पे उसको होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो उसको जो बोलना था वो बोल देता था. बढ़िया. प्राउड टू हैव सीन हिज जर्नी भाई. हालांकि अभी he is without a team, he is enjoying life. मतलब ये भी डिसऑनेस्ट है आपके जैसा. हाँ भाई सक्षम. गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट एवरीवन. इसी के साथ बंद करते हैं स्ट्रीम को आज. क्या बात है, दिस राइम्ड. इसी के साथ बंद करते हैं स्ट्रीम को आज. Then ठीक है गाइस.
बाय बाय.
बहुत हो गया.
गुड नाइट.
गुड नाइट. Yes, done.